joining us today. We are going to start our study session of Tuesday, April 8th. We are starting a little bit early today because we do have a marathon of a meeting, but I'm going to try really hard to give us some breaks in between wherever I can find to make sure that we're stretching our legs and breaking it up, and so we could do some stretches in between. So for the record, Council Member Ulick is attending this meeting electronically, and Council Member Fimbres is absent excused. Items 1 is an executive, no, we're going to start actually with item, let me see. Item 6, no, it is not correct. So item 6, let me just go to the, to my printout. Item 6 is the submission of the Human Resources Director's recommended compensation plan for fiscal year 2026. And this is the initial, right? This is the initial conversation that we usually have on the budget compensation. I just want to thank the city manager and the Human Resources Director for presenting a thoughtful plan to support fair compensation for our City of Tucson employees. Again, like I said, this is just the beginning of the process. There's still time for feedback and input from different labor groups and organizations, as well as individuals that are taking a look at this compensation plan recommendation. We also have the ability to go directly to the Human Resources Director, as well as a mayor's, what is it called, a mayor's hearing, so that at the end we kind of close up some different loops and make sure that we present a compensation plan for employees in the community that is thoughtful and going where it has to go. So with that, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. And here with me today is our Human Resources Director, Dr. Terry Train. And we're going to tag team on making the presentation today. I'll take the lead on some of the slides, but Dr. Train will weigh in as we go along. And so everything we're presenting is in the materials. And as you indicated, it is a work in progress right now. So this is how we start with putting together and putting forward a proposed compensation plan. And there are some complicated elements to it. So we're going to go through the presentation, which is very bullet point heavy, but for a particular reason. And then we'll also clarify kind of the schedule moving forward, but also because of the level of complexity and the number of things we're trying to achieve this year, there are elements that are part of the compensation structure that do follow the regular process of the mayor's hearing and things of that nature. And then there's an element of it called in-range pay placement, which is something that we will handle through a separate process. So everybody will get an opportunity to have their voice heard in a number of ways. But in this case, because we have that additional component of in-range pay placement, I just wanted to make that clear that will follow an additional process. So with that, one of the key things we want to emphasize for this year is the implementation of performance management. We, as an organization in the past, the City of Tucson's had performance management as part of its culture. In recent years, it's not been a robust part across the organization. There are elements of the organization or areas of the organization where performance management's been ongoing and active, but that's not been the rule. In order to move us forward, both on compensation, but also as organizational development and professional development, we need performance management. So since we've been lacking that, we have proposed a fix to that. So we'll be implementing performance reviews as a standard across the organization. Dr. Train and her department have already established this. It's already up and running. And there are trainings available on this. And actually, I completed my first review of a director just the other day. Our initial goal is to get 100% of our employees an initial baseline performance review done in the very near future. We recognize that's a heavy lift. So we're going to emphasize those folks who are likely to be eligible for an in-range pay placement, which could happen as early as July 1st. So our first thing is to make sure that everybody that's eligible for an in-range pay placement has a performance review by mid-June, so that those compensation adjustments can go forward without delay. The names of who those folks are will be known to the directors as early as tomorrow, and they'll start working that list. And then within about 2 weeks, those individuals will know who they are. But right now, it's about 896 folks that would be in that first round. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but that's why I'm leading on performance management for compensation. We also have folks who may or may not pass their performance review, their initial performance review. If anybody doesn't meet standards in this initial performance review, they will automatically be scheduled for a 6-month review and an opportunity and the information they need in order to understand where they fell short and what they can do about it. So that if they're not given compensation adjustment because of performance not meeting standards, they have an opportunity to correct, and they will have that made available to them in about 6 months. So Dr. Train, you've done some initial trainings on this. Would you like to just mention a little bit about that?
We're very excited about the training that is underway. We've had hundreds of people already participating both in base pay calculator training and performance evaluation. We've moved the entire process into our Workday software platform. And our purpose in doing that is easy access, recordation that will be permanent. It will help in building career paths for every single employee. I'll touch just briefly on the areas that we are, again, doing recordation on people's performance. We have 7 key areas, and we're getting a wonderful response from the supervisors who are in our academies perfecting their supervisory skills right now. The categories include accepting responsibility, customer and employee relations, economy of work performance, flexibility, initiative, quality of work, and quantity of work. And we've selected those 7 areas deliberately because we believe that that can be, again, very, very easily adapted to every single position and every point of service in the city, regardless of department, division, or unit. So we're very excited about it.
Thank you. So the next topic is in-range pay placement for incumbents. So these are existing employees. The issue we have is that when depending on when a person onboarded to the city of Tucson, they've had a different journey of how their salary has either moved through the pay range or not. And where we are today, and we'll talk a bit about our base pay calculator shortly, when we're making new hires to new employees, we have a very standard methodology. We award credit for education and experience that determines what your salary looks like within the pay range. We've not applied that to our existing employees. So the thing you hear as feedback from employees often is, somebody new was hired into my job, same job, and they make more than I do. And that's not incorrect in many cases. So what we're proposing to do is through 2 years at least fix this. And so we start with an assessment of where people are paid in their range. So in the fall of 2023, we did this assessment across all employees. And we identified those who were not placed within their pay range based on their resume and experience. And I calculated what it would take in order to move them into the correct placement within their pay range. And so in the memo, we talk about that methodology. We talk about that we would achieve this for that first pay period in July. And when I say July 1, literally I mean July 13th, because that's the first day of the first full pay period in July. Okay, so it's July 13th. And as we said, there's about 896 folks on that list. So in order for those 896 folks to actually get that pay adjustment July 13th, they have to have a performance review that meets or exceeds expectations by June 13th. So that's that initial focus for directors and employees when that list is known. We also know that when we do that, and we did that analysis in November of '23, we didn't have perfect information about all our employees. There might be missing information on experience. There might be missing information on their education. They may have attained a new degree in that time frame. So we know we will need to do this again next fiscal year. And in our financial plan, we're reserving the dollars to do so. And Dr. Train is going to lead our organization through a process by which people update their information in order that when we run it in spring of next year, we can correct anybody additional or even a second adjustment if we have new information on these 896. Would you like to describe that process?
What we will be doing, again, this is using Workday, and as we are now doing virtual training on performance evaluation and working through all of what I just mentioned, we will also be doing the virtual training. They are 60-minute sessions, and we will be assisting employees, and especially longtime people that have not written a resume or compiled their data recently, or they've gone back to school. We will be working to assist everyone to actually get that data loaded up. And what it will create for us is a marvelous way to always stay current with experience and education for every one of our employees. And we are currently at about 4,900 plus. And so you can imagine that database trying to be able to not only use the data, but be sure it's accurate at all points in time. This is a watershed moment for the city to be able to do this. We're very excited about it, and there will be a learning curve. Not everyone is used to an HRIS or an HR platform, and so we know that's going to be some teaching time to be able to do that. But we've got a wonderful team on our side of the house, and we will begin doing that and assisting very soon. So,
Thank you. And they're all sitting right over there, by the way. They didn't realize I was going to call them out here at the meeting. In addition to in-range pay placement, we are also proposing that there be some level of annual pay progression. It can be thought in terms of covering some cost of living changes. It's some level of expectation of as you gain experience, you are more valuable, you're more proficient, you should be moving up through the range. We're not an organization that has a formal STEP program or merit-based program. We haven't been that for many years. And this is not an attempt to reinstate that, but it's an attempt to say we should have something on an annual basis that provides for annual pay progression. So this is generally an across-the-board approach. And in this case, it would be applied to base pay. People in the city structure get paid in a variety of ways. They have assignments, they have skill-based pay, they have a number of things and certifications. But when we talk about an across-the-board, it should be applied to base pay only, and that way it's level across the playing field. This would be something, in this case, it's proposed to be at a 1.5% annual pay progression. And when you look at how somebody would progress through their pay placement, generally about 1% a year is what you get as far as credit goes. So 1.5% not only moves them through the pay progression, but it actually moves them a little bit faster than just a straight line formula would. So it accounts for some additional things like cost of living. This would be also on the July 13th. And I'm going to say something and then take it back right away, which you're not supposed to do. But we also expect that everybody will have a performance evaluation before they get this. We know that 4,900 people getting performance evaluations in the next 3 months is a tall task. So for this first year only, we're likely not to have that performance review be a requirement for annual pay progression. That requirement will kick in next year. It will be a requirement for in-range pay placement. So those 896 folks are at the top of the list. But if we're missing a few hundred folks and they're needing to get done by fall, it's going to be okay from this perspective. Then there are some folks that aren't eligible for pay progression because their pay is controlled through other legislative means, like half of you sitting at this table, and magistrates and a few other things. So if you're not eligible for it, you don't get it. One thing I want to note is we do have a group of people that are paid above the maximum of their range. And this is something we struggle with on occasion, and sometimes we do across the board and we want to apply it to everybody equally. What I'm recommending here, though, is those folks that are already making above the maximum of their pay range get half of the annual pay progression because they're already actually paid above the top of market for the job that they're doing. So one other recommendation could be they get nothing once you're above the max, but I'm trying to lean in a little bit to say let's still give some annual pay progression, but not make it the full amount. Otherwise, we end up pushing people not just further above the maximum, but out of what we call safe harbor, which really tests our limits to even legally pay somebody at that rate. And so that safe harbor, if you're actually approaching 20% above the max of the pay range, that's the hard line of saying that's it, that's the maximum. All right, base pay calculator, we've alluded to it once or twice here. The issue is we didn't have a robust methodology by which to evaluate somebody, a candidate coming in and making an initial offer to them. So we had basically two groups of people. If the director had discretion to make offers all the way up to the midpoint of a range, and that could be just at the director's discretion. And then above midpoint, if the candidate needed that, you had to go to your assistant city manager for approval. What it did is it created a couple areas of compression. One is at the base. So many directors just said, we're going to offer the base of the range, regardless of your resume, and that's what we're going to offer. And we'd lose candidates or get them, but when we get them, they all start making the same amount. Or we're pushing them all to midpoint because the director's like, well, I might as well just give them midpoint. That created compression in a couple ways, and it didn't align people with where they should be placed within the range. So the base pay calculator has helped that. We've had it for a little bit, about a year and a half now.
Yes.
We know it's going to have to be refined every year, but it's a tool that gives us a much better chance of having equity in our payment. We have not applied it to our existing employees until now when we talk about in-range pay placement. So we've run it on everybody that existed in November of '23, and we'll plan to run it again next spring. You've started the trainings on this.
The base pay calculator, again, we've had hundreds of people respond. Again, we're doing virtual training, 60 minutes. We're giving examples. We give 2 or 3 case examples with specific job titles. We're demonstrating education, years of experience. One of the things that comes up in that conversation, if previous work experience, paid work experience, is it direct or is it indirect in the relationship to how we are calculating things? And so we're teaching all of that methodology so that there can be open conversations, not only with department directors and those that are gaining staff in a variety of ways, but also it's going to be part of our marketing and outreach that as we reach out for new talent, and we have some of our colleagues that are retiring, we're able to say, this is the methodology we use to ensure that our compensation is terrific in today's marketplace. So we're excited to have the tool, and we appreciate everyone jumping on board and participating in all of the training so far.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah.
So that brings you to market adjustments. So all of this works great if you place people correctly in their range and they have annual pay progression through their range. It works great if your ranges are at market and or adjusted when necessary. So the third major component of compensation this year is market adjustments. This is under the policy direction of mayor and council to be offering market-based wages. So we will be using the base pay calculator and for placement, but there are ranges that need to be adjusted because now they're behind market. Because over the last couple of years, we've moved to market and we set the ranges at market at the time, but market moves. And so market's going to fall into 2 main chunks here. One is market for non-commissioned, non-command police and fire, and then market for commission, police, and fire. In your memo, we lay that out, and we're proposing to do that over a 3-year period, with year 1 being for the non-commission, non-command, police, and fire. There's a number of ranges, I think it's in the 70s, I'll let Terry talk a bit more about it, that we would move the range up to the new range to match market. But when we do that, in the past, what we've done is when we do that, we just move everybody to the new minimum, regardless of their placement. What we're proposing to do now is move them up into the new range, but place them correctly based on the base pay calculator where they should be in that new range. Would you like to add?
Just a reminder, and it's captured in your memorandum, on the market adjustment work, there are roughly 97 titles that are impacted. That's 526 employees that will see a change as a result of this work. And what we had found is that many of those titles were anywhere from 10 to 29% below where the market really is indicating they should be. And so we are making that energy and that effort right away to take care of that. And obviously there is work to be done in the background to be able to do those adjustments as Mr. Tomir has described. But that's the energy that's underway.
What we also know is next year, market will move. Some jobs will move again. And so we know this can be an ongoing maintenance of effort. With police and fire, for this particular year, we went a step further and we did a detailed market analysis with a mutually selected consultant, McGrath, who did some excellent work. So we worked closely with TFFA and TPOA. And so what's proposed in the memorandum is a methodology to move them from where they currently stand in the jobs that are below market, because not every police officer is below market the same way, depending on the level. Similar in the fire service. So we would move each job to market plus 1% over 3 years. So there's the McGrath numbers that set a target, and then we're adding 1% to the total to move them over a 3-year period. And they would also receive the 1.5% annual pay progression. So if you, let's say you're a qualifying police or firefighter, you get 1.5% and then a market adjustment of whatever that is, and then the following year, 1.5%, and then the market. So they would actually move up to market plus retain annual pay progression plus 1%. What I'll say is we're still working with the unions on this. Initial feedback has been good, but that they're looking for more, so we'll have that continuing discussion. But what we did is started with the mutually agreed methodology, added 1%, included annual pay progression, so we think it's actually a very robust plan.
Your details on this, because again, when we chart on this, it's by title, so I'll refer you to pages 14 through 17 of your memorandum, and that will give you all of those details and the breakdown for the 3-year recommendation that's in there.
Okay. And I'll say the TPOA and TFFA and our union have been great partners throughout the process of doing the assessment, reviewing the assessment, and I expect us to continue to be great partners as we come to a final conclusion here. But we think our initial proposal meets all of the intent. But we also know we'll get feedback and we'll come back to you and address it as we go. So with that, you look at FY26, the compensation plan funding, and the general fund, including employee-related expenses, is about $13.6 million. That's not quite double what we did last year. So in addition to knowing that we're doing 3 different areas, in addition to knowing that many, if not half or more, will get more than just that annual pay progression, they're either going to get an in-range pay placement or a market adjustment, the total dollars are almost double last year's investment in employees. The non-general fund adds another $7.3 million, so it's $21 million of employee recommended. So it really, we feel it's aggressive. We also feel it is a major significant investment that does show up in budget on the other side of the equation when we look at the deficit for next year, but that's later on today. And then 27, there's another placeholder for $22.8 million. And then it drops in 28 to 16.8 million total, mostly because if we do this plan for 2 years, we should have resolved most, if not all, of the in-range pay placement issues, but nothing's ever perfect, especially around here, so we've got a little over $1 million to do that. And the commission, fire, and police market adjustments are kind of known over the 3 years, but the market and the pay progression is known relatively, but that market adjustments on other jobs will vary year by year. In fact, there may be years where there's no market adjustments because of an economic downturn or a recession or some other change in the labor market, like who could imagine something like that? So it represents $60 million over the 3-year period, which is a significant investment in our employees, and we feel strongly corrects some of the pay issues we have in our organization right now. And with that, I think, any closing thoughts from you, Terry?
The only thing that I would add is at the very end of the memorandum, page 20, that gives you the overview on the workday education and experience process that I mentioned earlier, and how we're then going to have an ongoing database of all of our 4,946 employees, so that going forward, anytime we need to do any market analysis, do any review, consider reclassification, changes in ranges, et cetera, we have an active database that we can rely on that represents actually the real-time information for every employee. And so we're very excited to do that, and that's captured right at the end of your memorandum.
Thank you, Terry. And with that, we'll be glad to have any questions.
Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentation, Dr. Tran, and Mr. Tamir. Really appreciate the work and thoughtfulness that has been put into this. You know, as mayor and even as a council member, one of the most important issues that I've pushed for and policy priorities that I've had is to make sure that we are compensating our employees in the fairest manner. And, you know, I have gone through the same issues that many of our current employees have gone through, having to contemplate a recession when I first came in as council member, and being able to work with our labor groups, like sitting down and working with our labor groups to make the investment decisions that were best for our community and the citizens of Tucson. Many times, the labor groups making decisions against their own pocketbook to make sure that we would continue providing good quality services for our community. And so we've lived through furloughs. We've lived through not having to have cost of living adjustments. So many things that our employees have had to live through, and the corrections we have had to make, I would say in the last 6 years, to all of the lack of investment that happened during that time, it really brings joy to my heart to be able to, for the last 6 years, have completely changed how we look at compensating our employees. You know, in good times, I believe that we have to absolutely move in that direction. This mayor and council have presided over historic investments in our employees. Market rate studies were absolutely not done for many years in the city. In the last 6 years, this mayor and council have made it a point to change that. And I believe that our workforce delivers the services to our community, and so they should be compensated fairly for the work that they are providing our community. So I'm really happy to see not just the past 6 years, right, but this past 2 years, we have seen deliberate planning efforts to make sure that we are that we have a plan, not just an immediate fix, but that we have a multi-year plan to find solutions for this. At the end of the day, hopefully in the next 3 years, we will see an investment of $60 million or more in our employees. And that should be music to the ears of my colleagues and of the employees, but also it is good for our residents to be able to have fairly compensated City of Tucson providing the services that Tucsonans deserve. So thank you. I know that we have a lot of questions, so I'll open it up for my colleagues on the council. Council Member Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Manager Tamir and Director Train. Very clear explanation of this. You guys are doing hard but important and very clear work. Some staff came to my staff with concerns, and they wanted to remain their anonymity. So I'm bringing to you these questions, and we've talked before, but for the public record, I've boiled them down into 3 questions. The compensation plan was amended March 14th without announcement, causing some concerns. The maximum salary range was amended in fiscal year 24 to include a safe harbor provision, and there are concerns about it being included, then withdrawn. This correction is seen as an across-the-board 13% reduction to possible salaries. Could you respond to that one?
As I came on board in late June of '24 and then became permanently in this role in November, we've done the research to take a look at, I'll call it the range, that's how it's referred, and we know that the range must be, should be, and has been embraced to be 50%. What we see in looking at some of the history is the idea of a safe harbor. And right now, there are about only a dozen people that fall above that safe harbor. We referred to that just a few minutes ago, that above the high end of the range, because of city code, there is a need to have a provision such that, and I'll call it a holding location for the exception, the number of people that are either at the top of a range or beyond that. And so historically, the city has not only had the 50% range, but they've created that soft landing or that safe harbor, and that's why in, I think, 1 or 2 publications, that longer or broad range was in evidence. But the actual city range for compensation has been the 50%. So I think the understanding, and I can certainly understand where employees maybe have looked at a publication and seen a more broad-based range, they have felt that that is the range that is applicable to the entire workforce, when in fact the 50% range is the accurate one. I'll give it back to you in case there's other information.
Thank you, Terry. So I'll just put it in slightly different words. We actually didn't change the ranges. The ranges that people were seeing in Workday included the safe harbor, and they should not have. So the actual market-based ranges have not changed. The way we're presenting the information now shows the top of the range that actually applies to the job, whereas for a while there we were showing plus 20%, which is incorrect. It doesn't mean anybody's earning potential has fundamentally changed or that we reduced or changed the market-based ranges. We're just now presenting them correctly.
Good. And the second question is also kind of answered by that, because it wasn't really a reduction. It was just a miscommunication as to what the upper range is for most people. If it was a reduction, does this reduction change the quartiles being used as part of the base pay calculation exercise?
And I'll say it was beyond a miscommunication, it was a total lack of communication.
Okay.
I think staff, we need to own the fact that we made that correction but didn't proactively discuss it with anybody. So I can absolutely understand any employee that drew that conclusion.
Yeah.
That's on us. If the range had changed, that would have changed the quartiles and percentages, but actually the quartiles and percentages for base pay calculator and for in-range pay placement are based on the market ranges. So it doesn't change where people would be placed.
Thank you. Final question, and I think this is a little different. Why are some positions recommended for grade changes and not others? Some positions are now a higher grade than the positions that supervise them, and my question about that is that correct? Could you explain this effort in the light of concerns about that sort of inequity?
Go ahead.
A couple of things contribute to that, and I think what we described earlier, we have history where there were not market surveys and ongoing annual review. And yet, as some of the descriptions that we were giving, people were hired sometimes at entry level, sometimes at midpoint, sometimes there was flexibility. There's just a lot of varied history. And so as we move to make these corrections using the fall 2023 data, that's going to make the first phase of corrections. But there may, in fact, then still be some circumstances where, and we hope not, but a supervisor is awfully close to a subordinate that is on their team, or that new people are earning still again a higher rate than someone that is serving in the same title. So if you can think of the in-range adjustment effort as the first phase of the review of this, using the data from fall of 2023, and then we're going to continue when we have everyone entering their own data, we will actually apply that base pay calculator to then correct future or things that we are able to see through the use of that calculator. And again, we don't know yet today as we're here exactly what we're going to see, but as people begin to enter that, then we're also going to look at title and ranges in the marketplace. So this is very much a multi-step effort, and it is a permanent commitment to analyze all of this on an ongoing basis. So we're correcting, as I think we said earlier, probably a dozen years of varied movement in how we were compensating, sometimes with market information, sometimes not.
Got it.
I hope that clarifies that for you.
And I'll just add to it a little bit. When you look at the 97 positions,
Yeah.
for example, the series of building inspector 1 through 4 plus supervisor plus manager, that entire group is moving up one or more ranges. So HR does do a really good job of looking initially to make sure that they maintain the sequence of a building or of a project type, or I'm sorry, a job description type, to make sure that they don't get out of sequence where a 3 is higher than a 6 or whatever that is. Now, there might be people who could point out options or things in here where a supervisor now is not the same grade as somebody else. That is something that we would wash out in round 2.
You bet.
But for the most part, that is included in the review. And when you look at some of the obvious job affinities, you see that the entire grouping moves up. Why these 97 and not others? Because we did a market analysis of salaries of every job, and these are the 97 that at that time were found to be 10% below market or more. That's why these and not others. The others were found not to be more than 10% below market.
Thank you both.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
We're going to go with the Councilmember Ulick, then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then Councilman Lee.
Thank you, and thanks for the very detailed information. Appreciate the progress that you're making. And a couple of questions, or maybe an observation first. You know, I have experience with Workday and utilizing that for performance reviews and helping folks to carve a path toward progression. are the performance metrics for employees yet tied to the specific goals of a department? For example, if planning and development services wants to cut the time for issuing permits or increase the number of permits, et cetera, is there a hook there to either department goals yet, or is that envisioned for the future?
I would answer yes and yes to that. I would answer yes and yes to your questions. What we are teaching currently in our performance evaluation sessions is that we begin with the employee working in collaboration with their immediate supervisor to define 3 to 5 professional goals tied to the essential functions of their current assignment. And then what we're teaching in our supervisory academies is to work from the mission of the city, the values of the city, and the department, again, strategic metrics and goals, so that there will be a blend and a match exactly as what you have described.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Second question, in terms of the market study and comparison, I have to admit that sometimes I don't know what markets fall within a comparative for the city of Tucson, and sometimes we hear comparisons with Phoenix or California cities versus maybe Albuquerque and San Antonio based on population and the state's economic conditions. Is there consensus or some metrics that you could perhaps summarize for us in terms of how a truly comparable market would be for the city of Tucson?
There will be 2 things that drive that typically, and that will be the demographics, the geographic reality of our population, size, location. That is typically a driver because it's an economic base. The other is going to be where we are physically located, so it would be our comparators here in southern Arizona. The other thing that is a third factor in all of this in our industry is if we have labor agreements where through a memorandum of understanding, comparator locations, cities, towns, et cetera, are identified. And so we start with the demographics and the reality of cost of living, housing, et cetera, but then we also look at the labor agreements and what has been stipulated as comparator organizations.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager and staff for addressing the root causes of our pay discrepancies. I know, Mayor, you talk about you being on council during the recession. I came into the job market during the recession, and we've never had this kind of investment in our city employees. Also, just continuing to develop their talents and invest in them. And I think it's so important that we start doing that now and into the future, even when we're having these economic downturns, that we're not losing sight of our human infrastructure here in the city of Tucson. So, I, thank you for working on that and also offering competitive pay and benefits to our new city employees. Looking forward to these performance evaluations is something that we can also utilize in our council offices, because I also want to continue to show up for my staff in those ways as well. I was curious why, as we're looking at commission employees, why the PSPRS investment wasn't included in the table, or is that something that we will see later?
Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, the PSPRS investment will be explicitly shown in the budget and in the 5-year forecast. It is also increasing, and when we talk about total investment in public safety, we include it as well whenever I'm talking about it. But it is indirectly tied to compensation because in those spaces, the pension component is almost a 1-to-1 to the salary. So whenever we're raising salaries in public safety, we're raising the pension cost as well. But that does show up on the budget side of the conversation.
Okay. I was just curious if there was a reason why we weren't also seeing it as part of the cost, or, the added cost.
We can put a dollar to that and make sure that that's explicit to because you're absolutely right. Every time we adjust those salaries, it's true in the non-public safety pension. It's just that the percentage is so much lower in non-public safety as it is compared to PSPRS.
Yeah. I think it's always important just to show the investment on both ends.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And similarly with the TSRS, but as the city manager mentioned, the PSPRS is a bigger investment per employee that should count towards the benefits package, right? How much we actually invest in our employees. Good point. Thank you so much. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be pretty brief since most of y'all said what I was thinking. Amazing work to the team for tackling so many challenges that we've had, that this is such a better plan than just saying, are we going to do 2% or 3% this year for everybody? So really happy to see this. Appreciate, Terry, all the focus on management training, because as an employee myself forever prior to being a full-time council member, I was one of those people that had to fill out my goals and work day twice a year, update midterm, and it was just a box checking event for a lot of folks. And so I'm hopeful that as we train folks and as employees start to lean into this process, it can really be a valuable experience and a time to reflect on goals for, as the Vice Mayor said, personal development versus a box checking thing. So I know we kind of have to rush this first year to get these things populated, but it can be a very valuable tool if we build a culture that really leans into this process. So great work to everyone, and I'm really excited for the feedback that you're hearing and getting this across the finish line.
Thank you.
And I think one important question to ask, because there will be employees that even though their labor groups worked out, these details with you, some individuals that took it upon themselves to take a look at their position. There are employees that maybe were not part of the conversations yet. So that's why I think some of us received emails saying, hey, I didn't see this before it was presented to you all. Again, this is recommended. There are opportunities to engage. So how are we informing our employees on how to engage? How can an employee say, you know what, I'm looking at my classification, there's some changes, how do I inform myself and engage with HR?
Mayor and members of the council, as I mentioned initially, the base pay calculator sessions, we're getting wonderful interface on all of this. Teaching that piece of it is very helpful. The performance evaluation sessions, but then as we're going forward, in all of those sessions and our academy classes, we were talking about that, of course, the presentation would be today during study session. Then what we will do going forward, and already our calendar is filling up, various departments and directors and deputies and units and divisions are saying, we'd like to talk about what we see and how this is going to apply to us. And so we are making group lunch and learns. We're also doing individual employee appointments. We will have the opportunity, as we know, through any kind of dispute or questioning process, that will open effective on the 14th. And so there will be multiple opportunities for anyone with questions. Always, also, anyone can send a note through our link for the HR department, and they may just say, could someone call me? I just have a quick question. And so whatever methodology is going to work, whether sometimes it's groups and we go into the field where groups are working and teams are working together, we're very open to doing whatever is going to be most helpful.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentation and looking forward to the continued work on this compensation plan. Thank you for the work.
It's an honor for us to serve. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we're going to do is that, what time is it right now? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into executive sessions. And hopefully we have a little break after the executive session. So what we'll do is we need to go through items 1 through 4, read them into the record, and then I'll need a motion to go into executive session.
Item 1 is executive session noticed as Dochnahl versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 20247131, and is being held pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, and A4. The second exec session is Tucson Electric Power, TEP franchise agreement, related agreements between the City of Tucson and TEP's special exemption request for relief from undergrounding requirements for the Midtown Reliability Project, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03, A3, and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty. We have some visitors that are going to be presenting. So we are coming back out of executive session, so if we could all gather, please. I do need a motion to return to study session.
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, so item 2 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion directing the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this case for the amount of $50,000.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure on item 4?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask that the mayor and council direct the city manager, city attorney, and city staff to proceed as discussed in executive session and to stay on course with the directions provided by the mayor and council on March 4th, 2025.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, now we're moving on to item 5. Councilman Lee has requested a presentation from What Works Cities, an initiative to improve governance and service delivery to the community. Thank you, Councilwoman Lee, for bringing this to us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will be super brief because I know our guests are in the beautiful New York City and they are on a time crunch right now. So I will get us moving. Today, I'm excited to introduce Rochelle and Nana. Hopefully, you all will be able to see them on the screen here from What Works Cities, which is an initiative of Results for America and Bloomberg Philanthropies. I had the privilege of meeting Rochelle last year at the National League of Cities City Summit, where we were on a panel together talking about AI and local government, and I learned about the work that she does and her team does to help cities deliver better services to their residents, and I wanted to have them come introduce the program to you. This is a no-cost program, other than the time that we would invest, which is important to acknowledge that we would be investing that time. Both of their bios are in your materials, but at a really high level, Rochelle is the managing director of What Works Cities. Her career spans nonprofit, government, and the philanthropy sectors, always with a focus on breaking the cycle of poverty and helping cities work smarter. She's led strategy and operations for large initiatives at Sesame Workshop and 100 Resilient Cities, and brings deep expertise in implementation, equity, and scaling What Works. Nana serves as the senior manager of community and implementation. He works hands-on with cities across the country, helping local governments use data more effectively. He's the point person when cities begin their certification journey and brings practical experience in coaching staff and making the process accessible and impactful. So they're here today to help us understand the program and what it could mean for the city of Tucson should we decide to start this journey. So Rochelle and Nana, if you can hear me, the floor is yours, and we have your slides up on screen.
Wonderful. Do you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for making space for us in what I know is a very busy day. And thank you to Councilwoman Lee for that warm welcome and for the invitation to present What Works Cities. Next slide. What Works Cities was founded by Bloomberg Philanthropies and is led by the nonprofit Results for America, which Nana and I work for. It is an international standard of excellence of what it means to be a good, well-managed local government. The goal of the program is to help build the data capacity of municipal governments to address challenges that range from homelessness to extreme weather mitigation to aging infrastructure. Our belief is that if local governments can root decision-making on critical issues in data, improving strategies, and solutions, it will strengthen the resident experience and outcomes in cities. Next slide. What Works Cities was started in 2015, initially to just celebrate cities that were leading with being data informed and evidence-based in their approach to local governance. In 2017, the What Works Cities certification program was launched because we wanted to provide concrete and tactical steps on how cities could develop data skills for their staff, leverage data for decision-making and service delivery, but most importantly, how to show cities how to use limited dollars and resources in an effective and efficient manner. The program is also designed to celebrate and recognize cities that are best in class in effective local governance. Over the years, we have grown from 9 cities certifying in 2018 to date, we have over 100 cities that are certified with us. We are open to all cities in North, Central, and South America in recognition of the commonality of local issues that all cities are grappling with. These challenges that are faced in the U.S. are also being faced in cities abroad, and we want to be able to elevate global solutions as well as practical tools and resources. Next slide. To date, we have over 100+ certified cities, with 73 of those cities being certified here in the U.S. And there are 6 Arizona cities represented in our network. As you can see on this slide here, we have Gilbert, Glendale, Mesa, Phoenix, Scottsdale, and Tempe. We work with cities at any point of what we call their data maturity, as long as they have a population of 30,000 or more and a willingness to do this work with us. Next slide. There are 3 main milestones of engaging with What Works Cities. First is a certification assessment. Think of this as your benchmark of your practices. This is where we benchmark city performance on key indicators on what it means to be good, well-managed local government. Once you take the assessment with us, you then receive a customized roadmap, a customized action plan, and a connection to resources. That's when you enter what we call our certification community, where city leaders and staff within your city can participate in free technical assistance resources to strengthen your data practices and connect with peers. When I talk about technical resources, we're doing work like performance-based budgeting. We're helping cities think through their contracting. We're helping cities think through their open data portals or designing data governance strategies. And we want this to be very practical, so when anyone participates in our workshops, they come out with a work product that is actually applicable and practical for daily use. As cities continue to engage in the resources, whether it's our workshops, whether it's the off-the-shelf, on-demand resources we have, or connecting with their peers and receiving coaching from our staff, they start to advance on towards certification. And the final milestone is being designated as a certified city. And this is, for us, this is a highlight moment to celebrate a city for their accomplishment, but also to be able to say that this city is the best in class on what it means for local governance. What's important is you see this is cyclical. This is not a one and done for us. We want certification and our tools to be used by you as a continuous improvement project. Think of us as the tool and resource you can use when you want to design your strategic plans, when you want to set priorities for your budgeting. Our tool is designed to be able to help cities truly identify where they have strengths and where there are gaps and where additional investments are needed. Next slide. There are 8 key foundational practice areas that make up the certification standard. You can see that here on the slide. It ranges from data management, evaluations, how leadership shows up with data and leads with it, open data portals, performance analytics, how does KPIs show up in your decision making? And these indicators were designed with leading field experts as well as former mayors, because we identified what are the core components of what we mean when we say a good, well-managed local government. And for us, that ranges from how you're assessing policies and programs to how you're actually leveraging data practices and executing it. How does data inform your budget? How does data inform new program design? How is data informing where you make decisions about staffing resources? And also for us, it's all about how are you designing processes that are rooted in data, but also connects to resident level outcomes, because that's really the heart of the work that we do. We are now asking cities not to just be good at the process part, but also how are you leveraging data to make decisions that connect with your residents and their daily lives. Next slide. Cities have the opportunity to certify with us at the silver, gold, and platinum level. We see certification as truly a journey. It's not a one and done, and it's something that you can continue to work on. That's why we have 3 distinct tiers, so that cities can continue to benchmark their practices and set long-term goals that anchor towards, again, that continuous improvement of advancing on what it means to be data informed when it comes to your decision making and the execution of your strategic priorities. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Nana to share more about our offerings, a little bit more of the nuts and bolts of what we offer, but also highlight 2 cities that are based in Arizona and how they've worked with us. Nana, I turn it over to you.
Hello, thank you, Rochelle. Awesome. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the What Works Cities certification community is an online space in which local government practitioners can convene, find resources, and connect with peers to build and scale their data practices. What Works Cities staff like myself work alongside local government members within the forum to ensure the best community outcomes. So we facilitate peer connections and knowledge exchanges around data-driven practices and policies. So in addition to that, we also offer technical assistance in various forms. For example, we have a one-on-one coaching where your city routinely meets with the What Works Cities expert to advance on your city action plan. And then an example of a one-to-many learning opportunity is a webinar which we hosted 2 weeks ago. So we hosted an Ask Me Anything workshop on our core criteria. So generally, you must have a submitted self-assessment to attend, but we actually provided your city, Tucson, with an exception. So one of your staff members, Stephanie Zamora, was able to attend this learning opportunity and was able to engage with other community members and participate in the session. Now let's take a look at the impact What Works Cities has specifically on city residents. Next slide, please. So we have used real-life stories from Mesa and Phoenix, as both of these cities are in Arizona and are similar to Tucson in some aspects. So the city of Mesa addressed their homelessness issue through data. In Mesa, there are park rangers who are on front lines of addressing homelessness, but they didn't have the tools and support to effectively connect unhoused residents with housing and social services. So this gap limited the city's ability to provide timely and coordinated response. So to fill this gap, the city developed a customized internal dashboard tailored specifically for park rangers. This dashboard centralized information on available services, location, procedures, streamlining how rangers could support individuals experiencing homelessness. So what's the impact here? So over the past year alone, park rangers have now made more than 60,000 contacts with unhoused residents. That's not just data collection, it's real human engagement happening at a scale thanks to a powerful technical solution. The other example is from the city of Phoenix and how they developed a plan for cooling their city using smart infrastructure. So as we all know, Phoenix faces extreme heat, in part due to traditional asphalt absorbing and retaining solar radiation. This contributes to the urban heat island effect, raising risks for residents. So to address this, the city combined heat sensor data with GIS mapping to identify the prioritized streets, the ones that needed the most resurfacing and the ones that were getting the hottest. So they used a special material called cool pavement, which reflects more sunlight and absorbs less heat. So this data-driven resurfacing led to surface temperature reduction of up to 12 degree Fahrenheit. It not only makes the city more livable, but it also extends the lifespan of the roads and reduces long-term maintenance costs. So overall, the takeaway are these two examples illustrate what's possible when a city puts data to work, not just to understand the problem, but to solve the problem. So whether it's boosting outreach to unhoused residents or cooling overheated neighborhoods, the right data tools empower local governments to act more effectively and sustainably. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on the previous slide, we highlighted city examples of data-effective resident outcomes. Here you can see actual quotes from city leadership on how What Works Cities made an impact on their government. So Mayor Gallego sees What Works City certification as a way for cities to show their values to residents, to tell their story more effectively. She emphasized the importance of tracking progress creatively and then also using data to build public trust. And then Assistant City Manager Stockwell described What Works Cities as a go-to resource for advice and problem solving. He credited the support of What Works Cities with helping Scottsdale avoid common mistakes and allowed the city to move forward in a timely fashion. Overall, city leaders see What Works Cities certification as both a strategic and practical tool to advance their work and help their residents. And I'm going to pass it back to my colleague, Rochelle. And if you could go to the next slide, please.
Great. Thank you, Nana. And I think what's important is we know that everyone's short on time Everyone's short on staffing as well as resources. I'm a former civil servant. I served in the city of New York for 10 years, working on affordable housing and social services use. And so for me, we want this to be a resource that is absolutely practical to drive change in your community. That is always my goal. And so when the American Rescue Plan funding was rolled out, I was curious. How are our certified cities, cities that have committed to our program, have taken our technical assistance workshops, have been coached by our team members, how did those cities show up when it came to being able to receive those fundings and then allocate those fundings, right? Did it make a difference? Did a strong data foundation and the work we've been doing make a difference? In our research with Mathematica, because we don't evaluate just ourselves, we bring an outside person in to do that evaluation. And we saw that certified cities were better equipped to use data and evidence to drive recovery and economic mobility. We saw particularly our cities with strong results-driven contracting practices created investment plans that align more clearly with federal guidelines, making their proposals stronger and more fundable. We also saw that certified cities did really well with engaging residents in decision-making. They were able to stretch the impact of federal dollars by prioritizing solutions for residents. And for anyone who's the policy wonk nerd in the room, those 2 points are statistically significant because that matters to me as well, because that tells me that the work that we're doing is actually driving change. And to uplift an Arizona example in Scottsdale, they work with us and they were able to shift over $4 million in ARP funds towards community identified priorities, including housing and behavioral health services. So really making that direct connection between resources, needs, and improving quality of life of residents. Next slide. And we know that all of you are very busy folks and always thinking about how to juggle it all, right? How do you juggle the many things and the competing priorities? And you have one of the toughest jobs, right? And one of those jobs is how to make sure all these pieces come together to strengthen the resident experience in your city, which is at the heart of the work for many of us. And your role is to set the tone and drive that purpose. You elevate the direction of your city's priorities, and you're the master collaborator. You are the ones that convene folks to bring them together and have the ability to engage others and bring them to the table on key issues. Our role with What Works Cities, one, I can't stress enough, is to be a free capacity building resource for cities, to be a free benchmarking resource for cities to help you set your strategic goals and priorities. But we also want to help you create the infrastructure to accelerate on your initiatives and priorities, help you identify what's working, what's not working, right? Where do you want to accelerate or where do you want to deprioritize? Help you measure progress to determine where to double down or where to pivot, but most importantly, how to connect and communicate with your residents. The work that you're doing now and every day, but the work that you want to continue to do, because we all know it's important that residents feel seen and heard and can see themselves in their community and be able to build their life and their future there. And so that was the very quick version of who we are and what we do. We deeply appreciate the opportunity to share out. More importantly, I'd love to leave you with that one, and I'll say this again, we are a free technical assistance resource support for cities, truly designed to help you strategize and prioritize your dollars, your initiatives, and your priorities with the goal of driving change. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, Nana. I really appreciate your time. And I also want to say to our team, especially Tim, we're doing a lot of amazing things already. These are not new ideas to us. We're developing KPIs. We're developing dashboards. We're doing a lot of things now. So this can just accelerate the progress that we're making if we choose to go on this journey. It will take time, although it is no cost to the city of Tucson. It will take hours and focus from our people. And I'm always the last person that wants to put more on the plates of our employees. So I'm very sensitive to that, but I would not bring something to the table that I didn't think would have a good return on investment for us and for our residents. And I think the timing is really impactful in terms of what conversations we're going to have going into the budget and how we can really use these resources to help us as we have to navigate some years of challenges ahead of us. And so if you're okay, Mayor, with me going ahead and putting a motion on the floor, I would like to just move that we begin the journey with What Works City certification by completing the self-assessment.
Second.
A couple of seconds. So a motion and a second, and this is time for discussion, and I'll just take the privilege to jump in. It is an incredible program, Bloomberg Philanthropies and Results for America presents to cities around America. And that includes North and South and Central America, which we have some cities that are certified. It is music to my ears, Rochelle, that central to the city journey map is improving residents' lives by using data and evidence to effectively tackle pressing challenges. That is really, in one sentence, what I have believed in as the mayor of Tucson, and I know my colleagues on the council believe in that strategy as well. And so, as Councilwoman Lee said, we have done a lot of really good work together based on data and evidence-driven solutions. I mean, I would say the tree equity score map that we use to even plant our 1 million trees around the city of Tucson. We have evidence and data that suggest where are the best places to plant those trees based on urban heat island. And so that's just one sample of what we've been doing. But I think I absolutely agree with you, Councilwoman Lee, that right now is a really good time to assess what we have been doing and what we need to do into the future. Another piece that I believe is just incredible is implementing targeted community engagement practices. And to that, we all, at one time or the other, have been saying, you know, how do we engage community in the best way possible and implement that targeted community engagement to make sure that we're having all voices heard at this table. So I think we're in a good time to be able to evaluate, to have a third party really give us technical assistance to move forward, look at questions that maybe sometimes us on the table in administration, just we all keep going round and round because we know the issue so well, but there might be some connection that other cities are doing that we could implement in the city of Tucson. So all of it sounds incredibly good and something that I can absolutely get on the bandwagon on. And just to note, Bloomberg just invited me to be part of the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. They had invited me to do it when I first got elected in November of 2019, but then we had COVID. And then, you know, I couldn't do it, but it's a wonderful initiative. It's a bipartisan mayors from across 36 countries that have participated in the program so far. It will also leverage the program to bring in and train administrative folks as well. So it's the mayor and administration that will participate together and tackle an issue for our community or several issues for the community. So I applied, I was invited to apply. I hope that we can participate in the Bloomberg Harvard initiative. Along with this could possibly be really an incredible opportunity for us to be able to bring different innovative ideas that are shared by other mayors in the country and around the world. So thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you, Councilman Lee, for bringing this, and I'm really happy that we're about to embark on this journey. Open to any other comments or questions from my colleagues on the council? All righty. And of course, our city manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, in anticipation of perhaps going down this path, we do have a staff member that's been assigned to help organize us and set some expectations about timeline. So Stephanie Zamora is here with us. She has some experience working with some of the other certified cities on this effort. And if this were to be advanced by the mayor and council, we do look like we have a realistic opportunity to complete the initial assessment by July, which is the next kind of open enrollment period with What Works Cities. Then the harder work begins, and I can't really put an expectation around how long it takes to transform our operations in the areas where we need that, but I can commit that we would be able to meet that July deadline.
Excellent, thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Cunningham.
No comment. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All righty. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Councilman Lee. Really appreciate you. Thank you, Rochelle. Really appreciate everything that you're doing for all of us. Alrighty.
Thank you. We're looking forward to working with you all.
Thank you.
Take care.
Alrighty. So we move on, let's see, to, which is the item? 7?
The item we've asked to move forward if we can is item 11. I'm sorry, item 12.
Alrighty, so we'll move on to item 12 because I know that we have presenters here as well for that item, correct?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we should have Tischler Bice on the line as part of this item. And they're also out on the East Coast, which is why we asked to bring it forward.
Yeah. So are they online? Do we see them?
Mayor, while we work on that, I think it's appropriate to move to whatever item you want, and then we could check in again, and I can give you a strong signal of whether they're online.
I just wonder if we should jump into the budget because that's a chunky, pretty chunky budget. So
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if we should and then, yeah, budget?
Budget.
Okay, let's do that then. So item 7, time has been set aside for discussion regarding fiscal year 2026. I just wanted to start in this budget discussion. It is a presentation, just like the human resources presentation that we had, the recommended compensation plan. This is also an initial discussion by our city manager to start budget discussion for fiscal year 2026. You know, mayor and council are charged every year with passing a balanced budget. I remember being a council member and I was responsible for making very difficult decisions back in 2009, 2010, even 2011, when we had an economic recession at that time. As mayor, I have the responsibility to make sure that we are making strategic investments in our community. We had the opportunity to invest with American Rescue Plan dollars, federal money sent to cities to deal with COVID-19 and the fallout of the pandemic. Over the past years, we have heard from many different people in Tucson about the services, resources, and programs they believe are most important to fund and invest in. The challenge, of course, is that there is not a general agreement to what needs to be funded. So even in the town halls that we participated recently, it seems to be, you know, either black or white. Even the residents can't come to a conclusion as to what we can all agree on in terms of funding, right? And so the efforts to find compromises fall squarely on this mayor and my council colleagues. And as much as we want to make sure that the community engages, that we receive feedback and input on the opinions of residents in our community, no one resident can tell mayor and council what to do. No one stakeholder group or interest group can tell mayor and council what to do. It is up to mayor and council to weigh the input and make the decisions that we believe best will represent the interests of the community. As mayor, as I look forward after Proposition 414 failed, we need to go back to the drawing board. And I am intent on listening to input and feedback from the residents of our community. And we'll have to balance the needs of our city based on knowing, right, that there are community members that say just keep to the core services and do nothing else. And those that say there are so many other things that we need to fund, not as much as core services. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a balanced approach. And at the same time, I do believe in making sure that we're protecting the most vulnerable residents amongst us and make sure that we are protecting the programs that were created, many times thanks to American Rescue Plan dollars and federal dollars, that have proven and that are evidence-based, solutions-driven approaches to the issues that the city of Tucson really is living under. The big problems, the big issues. We need to make sure that we are data-driven and using evidence-based solutions and not get rid of or dismantle programs that are proving are working in the long run. So we're living through difficult times, challenging times, economic uncertainty, fear, high prices. There are everyday attacks on the First Amendment, on Medicaid, on Social Security, on services for our veterans and the VA. Many economic uncertainties are self-inflicted and not by the city of Tucson, may I add. The Ducey era flat tax is affecting our coffers by the tune of millions of dollars. It will affect it this year by $27 million. Next year, it will compound to more than $40 million. The Trump tariffs are creating uncertainty in our economy, and we are already seeing the effects of the Trump tariffs in our community. People are spending less, and that is showing in our sales tax collections in the city of Tucson. And so these are self-inflicted wounds that this mayor and council did not decide to do upon ourselves. There's others outside of us that decided that was the road that we had to take. We're paying for it. Residents are paying for it. And the most vulnerable, and it doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent or a Green, the most vulnerable residents, low-income communities, seniors, children, they're feeling it. Homeless, unsheltered homeless. And then we have existential concerns that we have. We started our climate action and adaptation plan, Tucson Resilient Together, to be able to deal with rise in heat and drought. We passed the housing affordability strategy so that we could have a strategy to invest in affordable housing. We started our our community safety, health, and wellness program so that we could attend to the fentanyl and opioid epidemic, to be able to put the right work in the right hands. But it seems as though there's a lot of movement in terms of the economy and what we need to do. I'm also pragmatic, and I know that we have to balance our budget. And I know that we cannot continue to provide all of the free services that we were providing with federal financial support and when we were living without a Ducey-era tax cut. Ironically, just for the community to know and understand, the charter in the city of Tucson puts sales taxes on the hands of voters. The city of Phoenix charter puts the sales tax on the hands of mayor and council. And just a week after voters in Tucson voted no on Prop 414 for a half-cent sales tax, the mayor and council in the city of Phoenix passed a half-cent sales tax with unanimous support. And the mayor and council really make investments very similar to those that we had put together for Proposition 414. I just want to assure Tucsonans that we are listening, we're going back to the drawing board, and that as mayor, I will help protect the vulnerable communities and the programs that we have created to make sure that we're attending to the residents that need it most, making sure that we protect our core services as called out for in the charter, and that we make wise decisions as we move forward with, of course, engaging community. But community needs to understand that in order to fund something, especially in these times of need, with possible budget deficits up in the $60 million range, we will have to make very difficult decisions as mayor and council. And that no one group can say, you need to pass this budget as we've told you. It really is to those of us that are elected to make those choices to be able to balance the budget. So I invite Tucsonans to stay updated on this process, to give us your input and feedback, and to be able to work with us, not just on innovative ideas, to continue making sure that we have a city that progresses and advances, but also on ideas in terms of how we have the biggest bang for the limited bucks that we have in our budget. So I know the city manager recommendations for budget 2026 will be presented on April 22nd. We don't have any decision-making to make today. Just listen, give our feedback, and ask questions so that we can, we have till what, June 3rd to approve our budget. So with that, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Before I turn it over to our CFO, Anna Rosenberry, and our Business Services Director, Angel Ozomalam, I want to just reflect on some of your introduction there, Mayor. The changes to revenues are something we've been preparing for 2 years, and every time we make a plan, something else changes, and never for the good. So what you're seeing today is revenues lower than even the loss of revenues we were saying earlier. And this includes sales tax now. So the theory of flat income tax driving some economic engine that results in higher sales tax that results in more money at the end of the day, we now have $14 million less for next year in sales tax projected. And when we come back to you on the 22nd, we'll give you an update for FY25, where we were projecting to, we planned for a 3% growth year over year. We were tracking at 7% growth year over year. Now we're at 1.1% on the year. So the last month has taken sales tax from being above our plan to below our plan. So that will affect our starting balance for 26, which is quite a bit lower than what you saw last month, and the revenues we have in 26. So I'll steal everybody's thunder by saying, last time I met with you, we were somewhere between a $10 and $13 million deficit for next year. And it's like, well, let's just bring that into even and go. Now it's about 27, almost 28 million, just because of those changes, again, outside of your control. So with that uplifting introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Anna and Angel.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, and Council. So our memorandum today basically gives you a look maybe under the carpet as to where we are in developing the balanced recommended budget plan that we'll be bringing to you on the 22nd. And so we're going to be talking a lot about deficit numbers. And that presents or describes the extent of the challenge that we have in front of us, but we won't be recommending a deficit budget. We have to bring together a spending plan that resolves those issues and puts us on a solid path for not just this coming fiscal year, but fiscal years in the future. I'm going to turn this over to Angel to lead the way with the discussion on revenues.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For our second slide here on the slide deck, I would like to turn Mayor and Council's attention to the second half of that slide as we look at state shared revenues, primarily state sales taxes. We will notice that there is a decline excuse me, of state sales taxes from 86.6 as we projected earlier to 84.3 or $84.4 million. Looking at the recent JLBC reports, I noticed that there was significant growth in sales tax. For example, in October, the state had a 5% increase growth in state sales tax. 2 periods of declining growth. As in December, they had a 1.9% decline. This decline in December resulted in a $7 million forecast. So we are understanding that there is something happening with the sales tax within the state of Arizona, both on the state level and also at the city level. The $84.4 million forecast on the board right now for 26 is a mere 1% increase over last year. So we have some tightening to do, and we understand that. And now I will ask us to turn our attention to the upper half of that slide, where we see our sales tax forecast moving from $340 million to $326 million. As Mayor and Council would recall, in early January, the city reported growth in sales tax through December of 7.38% over the same period in fiscal 24. As we continued to monitor sales tax growth, we saw that as of the most recent completed month, growth was at a mere 1.1%. So we had to tweak the numbers a little, and as a precautionary measure, my department factored in a reduction in the projected sales tax revenues to go from the $340 million to $326 million in 2026, resulting in a decline of $14.1 million that we have to take into account as we consider the request that the supplemental request that come from the departments. We'll go to slide number 3. Help. Okay. Of course, as indicated earlier, the decline in revenues would also impact the request that the cities, or our ability to fund the request that the cities made, the departments made in the fiscal 26 budget development. Mayor and council would understand that the development of the budget, the largest consideration is the volume of these supplemental requests. This year, departments requested funding for 50 new general fund positions at a total of $8.9 million. And these positions ranged from IT analysts to vehicle technicians for the fire department. Of the 50 positions, 24 of them were projected to be funded by the Prop 414 initiative for a total of $2.3 million. The 9 non-general fund positions are at 62. The requests were for 62. 50 of these 62 were for grant-funded police positions at a total of $2.3 million. So in total, these requests that cannot all be funded given our the financial constraints, the total of these requests came up to $82 million. And we're still working on looking at what can be funded in order to bring a balanced budget before mayor and council in the next sitting. Let's have the next slide. You want to take that one?
So from the big picture of all of the many supplemental requests that were received, at this point in our work, there are a number of supplemental requests that we're throwing in the tentatively approved column. And that represents a small handful of positions as well as non-personnel items in the general fund. You'll see that in the table on the left, and over on the right, a description of the personnel and non-personnel requests in the non-general fund items, totaling approximately $21.8 million. Particularly in the general fund, we have incorporated both the one-time and the reoccurring, these expense amounts, into our updated 5-year model that we have for you this afternoon. And then the tentatively approved non-general fund items fit within the 5-year plans for those particular funds involved. In addition to the supplemental requests, and sometimes honestly overlapping with some of the supplemental requests this year, are the Proposition 414 items. There's a subset of these items, even though the voters did not approve the additional sales tax revenue to fund these efforts. There are a number of the items that the city manager is going to strongly suggest and recommend that we try to incorporate into the recommended budget. We're calling these items critical needs, and they total $14.6 million. And the memo, starting on page 2, lists out the details of those items. And kind of reading through the bullet points, the critical needs plan includes funding for Tucson Police Department, additional sworn police officers, professional staff, and the equipment and vehicles for those staff. It includes an investment in an establishment of a general capital fund, annual ongoing dollars. Oh, I skipped bullets here. I'll go in the order on the slide. Excuse me. So next we'll talk about the Tucson Fire Day Truck operations. There is critical needs funding for approximately 14 positions to staff day truck operations within the fire department to respond to public calls for service at our higher volume times. There is funding for public safety communications, right under $500,000 to hire 7 additional positions to help with 911 and 311 operations. There's funding for the Office of Violence Prevention and Intervention and our Thrive Zone investments, $2 million, approximately, 3 positions that would assist with the efforts for violence prevention and intervention, as well as our Thrive Zone areas. There is that general capital fund, where $4 million this year would be going into a separate fund that will be managed entirely for capital, for general fund priorities, starting to build a source of ongoing annual dollars that are invested in capital for the general fund.
Anna, can you clarify that? What exactly is that?
So many communities, I'll just say this, many communities are able to take some of their reoccurring annual general fund dollars and dedicate it to capital replacement. Frequently, it's police vehicles, fire trucks, technology investment and replacement, recreation centers, general facilities improvements and maintenance. The city of Tucson has not had that ability in the past and has frequently gone out to voters to approve those types of items on a package or a group basis. We've got this group of equipment, please say yes to this investment. It funds it for a certain period of time. But there's not this ongoing annual amount that's really baked into the budget. This is starting to try to establish that mechanism where reoccurring general fund dollars are going into capital. We would put it in a separate fund so that we can help span the multi-fiscal years that are involved with equipment ordering and delivery and replacement, as well as capital projects. But it would be dedicated to the capital and needs, equipment replacement needs for general fund operations. Anything else?
So police vehicles, apparatus, fire trucks, what we have to replace in order to provide those services to the community.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's absolutely correct. And truth be told, that annual contribution into the capital fund needs to grow to maybe $20, $30 million or $40 million a year, but we don't have that, and we've been at zero. So this is an attempt to start that pattern, start that fund, and then grow it over time and increase the annual contribution. But what I will say is, traditionally what we've done is identify a project and then have annual dollars that come in, and then we dedicate it to that project. You know, fixing the city hall elevators, things that like need to assist with Prop 407. We've done it, so it's not been zero, but it's been identify a project and then find the money. We need to move a little bit more proactive into that space.
And the last item on the list of these critical needs is information technology, IT investments. There's a $1 million of this $14.6 million that would be used for critical public safety technology needs. Initially, these are most likely going to be investments in backbone and infrastructure for the dispatch center and communications and CSARC. So after we take into account the items that are described in the memo regarding what's happened with our revenue adjustments for fiscal 26, our preliminary base budget line, what the impact of the supplemental request, even the small amount that the city manager is working into the base budget, and these critical needs, we're bringing forward to you a revised 5-year forecast. Let me see if does this pointer, it doesn't work on the screen, darn it. So I want to just draw your attention to the column that says fiscal year 26 base budget preliminary. That's the column where we start to see these changes, and this is the column for this year's budget that we are creating. Again, we adjusted revenue numbers as we described for local and state impacts for sales tax as well as the other shared sales tax. You see a line that says potential base increases. Those are some of those supplementals, as well as the $14.6 million of critical needs. All of that together leaves us with a projected operating deficit of almost $28 million. Going further down the line through the investment plan lines, we've added the one-time dollars from those supplementals And we get to a very bottom line at the bottom of that column for FY26, where we have a projected year-end available fund balance of negative $8.1 million. Again, these are the deficits that I'm talking about that are the issues that we need to resolve before we bring together a recommended budget.
And while we're on this slide, I want to add a couple of things to what Anna just said. First of all, under the FY25 projections column, the one just to the left of 26, those are the projected operating surplus of 23 million. It's going to go down by at least 10 million when you see it next because of that sales tax impact. That will immediately roll down to the bottom line under projected year and available fund balance. We were projecting to end FY25 at 63.8 million in the bank. That's going to be now 53.8 million in the bank. That 53.8 million rolls to the next year, and then whatever cash we generate or overages we have draw from that. So what's going to be important is as we bring that $27 million deficit down to zero, it isn't on the revenue side, it's on the expenditure side, because the revenues are what they are at this point. That will benefit that negative 8 million. It'll become positive because we won't have drained that cash. But even when we get to a balanced budget for 26, we need that 8.1 negative to be 44 million positive because we've already spent that money in one time and planning in the next 4 fiscal years. So breaking even next year is not enough. We need to break even and gain tens of millions of dollars. And then in 27, we need to address that $40+ million deficit and the $87 million of negative cash, which is crazy. We should have just blacked that out and not shown you that. But that's the reality, because you're not just spending money on an annual basis because of the investment plan and other things and commitments. We're spending the annual dollars plus. So we need to have a balanced budget plus 44 million coming out of next year.
So we take this an opportunity in this memo, moving away off of the 5-year plan, to give you a brief update on where our largest special revenue and enterprise funds stand financially. I'm going to turn this back over to Angel to address HERF, environmental services, and the water utility funds.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. The HERF budget request is at $65.7 million. And that is based on a 2% revenue growth assumption following fluctuating growth rates since fiscal 2023. Preliminary revenue projections from the league are slightly higher than previously forecast, with $62.6 million now in the financial plan compared to the earlier estimate of $61.4 million. The budget balances recurring expenditures with expected revenues, with key cost drivers including consultant project management for voter-approved initiatives and copper wire theft. Included in that $65.7 million is the 5-year annual $11 million commitment to the Collector Street Improvement Program under Prop 411, supplemented by a $4 million annual contribution from the general fund. There we go again, with the general fund absorbing $4 million of that allocation from the HERF for the Prop 411 projects. We're seeing that the general fund is burdened with the needs throughout the city that a yes to Prop 14 would have helped us alleviate. Just wanted to put that, inject that in there. The projected fund balance for HERF at June 30th is $18.5 million. So we're expecting a positive year-end fund balance in fiscal 25 for the HERF fund. Under the Environmental Services Fund, the budget request is at $72.6 million. The department is not expecting to raise any fees in fiscal 2026. However, the department is in the process of conducting a cost of service study scheduled to be completed this fall. The fiscal year 26 operating budget has increased in the last few years and was offset by previous rate increases. Funding is planned to support operational expenditures and the acquisition of critical heavy equipment to support both landfill and collection operations. The utility is expected to use fund balance to cover most of its capital improvement projects, such as the completion of the plastic waste diversion facility and critical campus updates at the Los Reales Sustainable Campus and the Nearmount landfill. The projected ESD fund balance at June 30th, 2025 is $44.2 million. The fiscal year request for the general fund dollars reflect the amounts necessary to manage the city's graffiti abatement program. That's my shibboleth right here. Under the Tucson Water Utilities Fund, we're looking at $355.7 million in the utility budget. Under the Conservation Fund, $5.2 million, and the Green Stormwater Infrastructure, a budget request of $9.1 million. And this utility budget aligns with the Water Utilities 5-year financial plan and includes the third year of a 5.5% rate increase. Mayor and Council would remember that the water utility issued bonds during fiscal 2025, and that capacity is no longer included in the revenue. So they're projecting revenues, a decrease in revenues of about $46 million compared to fiscal 2025. The operating expenditures will grow by $13.9 million, driven by higher personnel costs, cap water costs, and the PFAS treatment related professional services of $1.5 million. Under the Green Stormwater Infrastructure, we have $9.1 million. The Storm to Shade program has allocated $750 for maintenance and $7 million for the new green stormwater infrastructure projects and the use of fund balance. Tucson Water is evaluating whether the previously approved rate increases are sufficient to sustain future operations and capital needs, with recommendations expected to come later in fiscal year 2026.
And finally, to wrap up our presentation this afternoon, we just wanted to give you a bit of an update on our budget engagement processes. Attached to your memorandum is information related to the employee engagement, employee budget town hall that we had. The city manager shared this information back out to the employees during a team focus with Tim, and so we thought it appropriate to also share that information with the mayor and council. The event was held March 3rd, and we had over 400 employees participating in the event. We have also been doing a number of community engagement events last week and are open with our budget engagement survey right now. We have one more community budget event scheduled. It'll be this Thursday, April 10th. It's a virtual event. You can find the link to the virtual town hall on tucsonaz.gov. The event will be from 6 to 7 p.m. Again, it's an online event. All of the meetings will continue to include a live presentation and question and answer opportunity for the public. The online survey will be out and available through April 11th. I've been telling people that it closed at 5, but it's actually officially open till midnight, so I need to correct the record. People will be able to participate in the online survey until midnight on April 11th. And our press release does say that as well. So please encourage as many people as possible to participate in that survey. As of this afternoon, before I came down to the meeting, we had so far 1,846 responses, which represents over 92 hours of public comment if you were to give every respondent 3 minutes. Last year, we had total responses of 822. So we already have 1,000 more. We've more than doubled the responses to the survey that we're getting. And we'll be sharing that feedback out with Mayor and Council at a future budget conversation. That's everything that I have for you, Mayor and Council.
All righty. Then we'll open up for questions, comments, and suggestions. Anyone want to jump in? Alrighty, Councilman Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Okay, I can start us out. Mayor, I appreciate how you framed up the conversation because we do have a lot of big decisions and a lot of hard things that are in front of us, and balancing wonderful core service delivery with keeping the key programs that we've been able to experiment with the past 5 years up and running is going to be the name of the game. So one thing that I've talked to the city manager about, just to put on your radar, is as we move into this year and future budget years, is having some sort of visual representation of department level and service and program level operations that are happening within the organization, and understanding from a visual standpoint what is core service mandated and what is in support of that, like our Housing First program, and then what is nice to have items, just so we can more objectively look at those and make those decisions. I think that's going to be really important. So hopefully we'll have something in front of us in the future to help us make those decisions. I appreciate the way that we're looking at different revenues and cutting expenses, because just like for all of us, if we don't have enough money, we either have to figure out how to make more money or spend less money. And so I know we have some items coming up in a future conversation around transit that are looking at both of those. And so I guess the only question I have that's kind of random on this topic is just with the market tanking right now, how is the 115 Trust doing in our ability to pay our PSPRS obligations? Because my 401k is trashed right now. So I'm just curious about that.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the timing of that question's interesting because we've done a lot of analysis of how the 115 Trust, coupled with level payments from the general fund, can get us to fully funded before 2048. But it includes several assumptions, and two of the four key assumptions are that the 115 Trust will perform at or above 6.9% annual gains every year, and that the PSPRS fund will meet or exceed 7.2% each and every year. We know there will be ups and downs, but starting with a potential down is tough. I don't know that we know the current.
So, Mayor, council members, I will tell you, I don't have the portfolio value as of right now at my hands. I will tell you, though, when it comes to our vulnerabilities in the stock market, we also have at risk, in addition to the balance in the 115 Trust, we have the balance of our assets with the PSPRS fund and the balance of our pension assets in the TSRS fund. So what's happening in the equities market right now, the stock market, does have an impact on all of our pension fund balances, including the 115 Trust. So it is a concern, and the volatility is a concern.
Is there a scenario in which we would see an impact on the general fund in terms of payments, I guess, if there's a lack of performance? I don't know if that's even a smart question, but I'm just trying to understand if we could see a actual tangible change here.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the simple answer is yes. So the plan that we're embarking on, and you started it 3 years ago when you opened the 115 Trust. You're 3 years into it now, and now we've reforecasted what the future looks like. It includes level payments from the general fund every year and a certain amount of draw on the 115 Trust every year to make our full contribution. But that draw from the 115 Trust relies upon certain decisions we make around compensation, which affect the liability and the performance of the trust. So if the trust performance drops, the demand for additional dollars from the general fund goes up.
Thank you. Good times.
All righty, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
We've had, it's been a long road. Some of us were there in 2010 where I walked in on the tail end where we faced a budget that was about almost 30% of our general fund. That was the deficit we faced. Between 2009 and 2013, multiple municipalities around the country declared bankruptcy, including Stockton, California, and San Bernardino, California in 2012, which are municipalities about our size with the same characteristics that we have. This is not something to be cavalier about at all. And I appreciate the comments about the trust because, yeah, I think there's some differences there, but the bottom line is that when you're facing a market that's been 20% decreased, all historical indicators point to recession. And our sales tax revenues over in February absolutely indicate that. I'm not sure we should pull the rug out on the projections yet. I appreciate y'all being cautious. I think we're going to finish a little better, but I know where I know you're doing it the right way to plug the numbers you're plugging in. A few things about like talking about efficiency and this and that and that and that, like things of that nature. We don't need to go through and audit each department. We have a whole bunch of people that do a great job for us. There are some policy shifts and some adjustments that we need procedurally on how we spend money. And those are things that we should probably have done a while ago, but there's really never a right time to do them unless something's coming up, unless you're facing a budget shortfall. So these are things that where we've got all these laws that were and policies and procedures that we put in over a 30 and 40 year period where we wanted to protect taxpayers. We wanted to protect people from corruption. We wanted to protect people from getting favors done for them. We wanted to have transparency. That's where all these procedures are set in. But unfortunately, we have so many procedures in these checklists that we're not able to move at a very fast pace to make decisions. And that ends up costing us money. And so those are some things over the next year we probably can put in that will help us not only be able to save the opportunity to save money through some of how we do new projects, whether we keep them in-house, whether we use specialized vendor system, or whether we use multiple bids, we'll have the opportunity to do those things. And I just want to say that those things are in there because from a cash management standpoint, the faster we move, the quicker, the better it is. And trust me on that. When we didn't have any money for roads in 2008, and we didn't spend money on roads because all in the name of balancing our budget, and that was great. We did not declare bankruptcy, unlike some people I know. But the point is that that joke aside, that was pretty funny. But that joke aside, my point is that we paid for it later. We paid for it later because we've had to pass 3 road bonds since then. So you've got to keep those investments. The $13.4 million you're setting aside, $4 million for asset management, probably isn't even sufficient, but I laud you for doing it. We're walking into a budget and you're going, and by the way, I'm adding $13 million of costs. And you're doing it because you know that if we don't do that, it's going to cost us double or triple 2 years, 3 years down the road. We're walking into a deficit and we proposed a $17.8 million increase this morning to take care of our employees. The reason we do that is because we value them. And we need to know that they need to know we value them, and they need to know that we want to pay them competitively to stay here and be with us. So those are the things we're going to do. Those are prudent decisions. At the end of the day, though, that creates this $27 million gap that we face right now. And we can't just do it with this tweak and that tweak. There's so many different mores. One of the things that I'll talk about today is IT. I think there's an opportunity in this next fiscal conversation between now and next April to rethink what we're doing with IT on 2 fronts, maybe 3 fronts. One is telecom and the other is software. It does not make sense that Tucson Water, Parks and Recreation, the courts all use, Transit doesn't take any money right now, but when they were taking money, they were using a different software system to collect money. It makes 0 sense to me. We've had that easy reg thing with Parks and Rec for 30 years. Who do I have to talk to get rid of it? Because it's so antiquated. How can you not just have one city portal like Glendale, Arizona, where you go in and you pay for your fees. I just don't understand it. There's an opportunity to possibly do an ID program or at least a city account program where you can do all that stuff in one app. We've got to think about how much we're paying out in software contracts for IT. And the other thing we have to think about in IT is we have different departments with different cell phone contracts. We have 5 different cell phone contracts on 5 different departments, and then we're also paying for 11,000 landlines. We're paying for 11,000 landline numbers. That is insane to me. I get it. It's $3 a month. Yes, we're getting a bargain, but we don't need them. We don't need them really at all. I do a considerable amount of city business on the go. A lot of us do. There's no reason that we can't do it from a phone. I think every single city employee doesn't want to be tied to their desk. They want to be mobile. They want to be able to make decisions on the fly. They want to be able to share documents on the fly. They want to be able to share. And we live in a world where that's totally possible. And right now we have people, we're spending extra money for desktops. That went out during COVID. So when I think about those things, those are the things where we can actually save by investment. So I want to just consider that IT, this $1 million thing we're spending in security. I'm very interested on how our other software contracts interact with that $1 million. I'm not so sure I'm going to be on favor of that piece. On the asset management, I'm the one who pushed it. If we've got to take a haircut of 10% and put $400,000 away, fine, depending on what our cash carry forward is. I want to go through these off the top. This is our chance to give input on these proposals. You came to us with a $13.6 million investment. I'm telling you, those are the 2 places where, because the other stuff above and beyond, including the domestic violence prevention stuff, that's sacred stuff. We're not going to cut that. I want to talk really quick about some of the shifts in utility functions, especially with graffiti. That should probably be an environmental services piece, like just a 100% part of environmental services. I think we should move that graffiti abatement into that system. I don't really have a problem doing that. And if we've got to make a fee adjustment to do that, I think it's worth the investment. And I think it will be sound. It'll also move, I think, $2.5 to $3.5 million out of the general fund. And I think that's that's kind of some low hanging fruit that we're going to do. I think there's a couple of pieces with how we set our pension stuff going forward in that cash management where we can bank about $10 million. I think we've talked about that. So as we go through this budget process, I want you guys to think about Stockton, California in 2012. And how that completely changed their city, and they still have not recovered. Or what happened in San Bernardino, and how they still haven't recovered. We've got to be careful with how we do this. And these budget cuts have to be in a situation where we project out, because I'm not going to give a raise to our employees and value them, and at the same time make this investment just so we can furlough people next year. That's just not smart. We've got to be able to say, hey, we're going to make these investments, and by the way, we can afford them and we can sustain them. So I know that's really preachy, but I was extremely ready for this moment today. A couple things.
Councilmember, I just want to make sure that I call your attention to time check.
I'm less than 35 seconds.
Because we do have other items that we need to,
35 seconds.
and we need to make sure that other council colleagues have an opportunity to give input as well.
Last thing is, I want to take a look at some stuff we can do in-house. We have projects that we can do in-house, and our office just saved about $2.5 million doing that. So I think there's opportunities there. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor, and then any others that want to get on queue? Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I am looking forward to seeing the more in-depth budget proposal that you will be putting in front of us. I am curious, I know that Councilmember Cunningham just kind of gave a list of some opportunities to look at. I am curious if we are if we're also kind of putting on the table how we're strategically filling vacancies during these budget shortfalls. Do we have a plan for that? Are we thinking about prioritizing upskilling and training? Are the people that we already have hired to help fill those gaps and reduce the need for external hires? I know that after our conversation yesterday, city manager was, the day, the conversation weighed heavy on me, kind of sitting with the tough decisions that we will have to be making moving forward. And I know that anytime we are in this position, we talk about core services. And I would just want to remind us that these core services were put in place in 1929 when the city only had 32,000 people living within the city limits. Today, we have close to 550,000 people living within the city limits. The needs, the landscape is very, very different than 1929. So I want us to think of our core services as the floor and not the ceiling in these difficult moments as we're moving forward. And I am encouraged by the conversation of how we continue to invest in our city employees and our city workers and taking care of them during these difficult moments, and balancing how we serve our community, and like the mayor said, the most vulnerable, because in these economic downturns, our most vulnerable are the ones who feel the impact the most. So trying to put that all in balance. So thank you.
Thank you. Any others that want to jump in? Councilman Lee?
One super quick thing that the vice mayor, oh, I'm sorry.
And then I think Councilmember Ulick. But go
Okay,
ahead.
super
Councilwoman.
quick, something the vice mayor said prompted an idea that I had before. We know we were having a shortage in our water and environmental services, customer service folks. And so that made me wonder if we're also thinking about technology investments that could help us out, right? So I don't want to say chatbots or specific technology solutions, but are we factoring those conversations into the equation, strategic technology investments to help us with these gaps and vacancies?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we'll always be looking at information technology or tools of that nature. What I'll say is we don't have that factored in as a savings to offset the budget for next year. In fact, I'm going to point you to when we look at how the budget for next year is taking shape. We did a lot of investments in technology this past year that have resulted in almost $2 million of things I've had to put in the budget because they cost us more than what they were costing before. So I've actually put a halt to new software citywide, and we will not deploy it until we see a business case that shows that it actually saves dollars, because our experience in the last 3 years has been that it doesn't. We invest in the new technology, we spend the money. We then have the annual software maintenance costs, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then we have to hire the 2 business analysts to run the new software that we just bought. So I actually paused all that. Happy to look at any business case that shows an actual return on investment, but I'm not factoring that in as an assumption. I think that is something that can play out as we do those. But the reality is $2 million of that $27 million came from, I don't want to use the word willy-nilly, because that's not fair. That's undue criticism on our operation. But the fact is, we spent $2 million ongoing that we didn't even plan to do when we did software deployments without due diligence.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense and appreciate that, Tim.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. I know we're all going to share our ideas, and I've shared some as well in the newsletter and with the manager and mayor and vice mayor. And, it's a daunting time, and I have tremendous confidence that we'll find the right path together, keeping in mind, as the mayor so eloquently laid out, how we can best take care. I also want to highlight, as others have, gratitude for our employees who, not only through the benefits committee, but please continue to engage us with your thoughts. You're the closest to the work. and experts in your particular areas. And this is a critical time for all of us, and we're in it together. And I think that we'll all be listening very closely to our employees, to obviously the management team and our community. In my newsletter, I tried to, as the mayor also did, just lay out some of the constraints to try and just really, and I think the management team and our finance team did a good job in the memo as well, just to remind us of what some of the parameters are, because it's confusing in terms of the revenue options that we have aren't even the same necessarily as they are in Phoenix, for example. So the charter really does lay out some stipulations that create some boundaries that we should all be familiar with. But we'll take that into account, and I have great confidence in the people around this table and in our community, and we'll make some tough decisions and get through this. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Ulick, and I did get an opportunity to take a look at your ideas as you presented them to me, and what I thought about, especially in your commentary, is that it is the responsibility of mayor and council to bring together the community to work through these difficult times, because we already are facing chaotic, daunting times. But it is my responsibility, and I take it very serious, to be able to bring every Tucsonan together so that they feel heard, and that we present to them a budget that reflects the guiding principles and the beliefs of our community. And so I too have a lot of hope and confidence in this, in the people around this table, not just the elected ones, but those that help us day in and day out with all of the administration. We will have to take a look at each and every department, and I know Councilmember Cunningham has moved away from the possibility of auditing our departments, but I think that we should look internally, look to see what efficiencies we can find. And then we should also look on the other end, right? What are the fees or investments that we are not charging, that other cities throughout our Arizona are implementing? And so, for example, the city of Tucson does not charge advertising taxes. Well, maybe it's time to charge advertising taxes. And so those are some of the things that we will have to face. But I am confident that we can move in a positive direction together, and I'm confident that we all can continue making Tucson a thriving city with opportunity for everyone. So we have gone through this before. We have learned our lessons from that time, and we can move forward in a positive direction as we put together a budget. I do want to make sure that my colleagues feel comfortable in submitting your ideas and concerns or comments to the city manager to make sure that as we come to April 22nd, that presentation from him reflects your input. Councilmember Ulick, I know that you have one last comment.
Thank you. It occurs to me that the timing of different things is challenging. I want to keep all doors open in this process, and I think that one thing we may want to consider is a very simple question to put before voters, either sales tax or bonds funded through secondary property taxes. We need to go there. We need to allow for possibilities in my mind, not lock us in, but keep doors open at this juncture until we get a better read on the trending for our revenues, and particularly perhaps bonds. But my question is, do we need to do anything in April if there's a possibility that we would want to refer questions to the voters in November? And that's not to presume that we will, but I don't want us in May and June to realize that we've pushed things out more than perhaps we intended. So can anyone answer that?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Ulick. Yes, there is a provision in state law with respect to calling of elections, even if you just want to do it as a placeholder in terms of timing, where you need to act to just secure that date 6 months in advance of that potential election.
I just wanted to alert the mayor and colleagues that that may be something to consider for the April 22nd agenda. Again, it may not be the right time, and spring or next year may be the better time. I may be in a weird kind of emotional space because I'm leaving in November, so tolerate my urgency, which may be ramped up even a little bit higher. But I just wanted to flag that because I think placeholders like that may be appropriate. Again, even if we defer into the future, again, it could be a sales tax, or I believe it may be a bond question out of the secondary property tax, which would help to address these critical capital and investment needs that the manager is prioritizing. So I'll just put that on the table, and we'll work on that, and I'm sure leading up to the 22nd to see if that's prudent. Thank you.
So Councilmember Ulick, just to clarify, to make clear in your mind, you're not leaving in November, you're leaving in December, my friend. You're leaving in December. So that's a good point, and I think important for further discussion, but I think Rankin has a comment on that.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Ulick. What we'll do from my office is, in advance of that next April meeting, there are other restrictions based on the type of election it is. So we'll memorialize all that and get those materials out to the Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if, Mr. Manager, you don't have any additional comments, we need to move on to the next item.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that concludes this edition of budget engagement.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all. We are going to move on to item 12, I believe. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update and provide input on the city's development impact fee program. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I do believe that we have our Tischler Bice consultants online from the sunny East Coast, which is not very sunny today. And so we've been wrestling with this topic for a while, and you've recently adopted the land use assumptions and infrastructure improvements plans. And now we're in the development impact fees phase. So I'm going to turn it over to our Interim Director of Planning and Development Services, Corin Manning, and our Business Services Director, Angel Ozomola.
Okay. Our agenda for discussion this afternoon involves an overview of the Development Impact Fee Program. We'll be discussing the service areas, the proposed development impact fees, tools for reducing those fees, and then I will provide Mayor and Council with the timeline and next steps on the actions for the approval of the development impact fees. Development impact fees are one-time payments to fund capital improvements, providing additional capacity necessitated by future development. There are limitations to the use of the funds, of course. The funds cannot be used to finance ongoing operations. The fund cannot be deposited in the general fund, which is the city's main operating fund, and the funds cannot be used to correct existing.
Angela, I'm sorry, I think your mic is off. Is it on? Okay, can you speak more directly? Thank
Do you
you.
want me to start over? No. Okay. And lastly, the fund cannot be used to correct existing infrastructure deficiencies unless there is a funding plan in place to correct the deficiencies for current residents and businesses within the community. We'll go to the next slide. Corinne will discuss with us the service areas under consideration for the development impact fees.
Thanks, Angel. Mayor, members of council. The service areas, as you know, are established a little differently for the different types of impact fees. We have 4 categories of impact fee in Tucson: police, fire, streets, and parks and recreation. For police and fire, the development impact fees are collected and administered on a citywide basis. For parks and recreation and streets fees, the projects are collected and then utilized within 3 service areas, service area A, B, and C, which roughly correspond to some of the ward district boundaries, but are meant to make sure that impact fees collected in a certain region of the city are spent for infrastructure improvement in that geography. Okay, and I want to make sure our consultants are on the line.
Yeah,
So-
Carson
oh,
Bice is here.
Great. So Carson and Julie, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Yeah, so Julie is double booked. She's actually at a council meeting in Isle of Wight, Virginia right now, so I will take over for her. So thank you, staff, for that. And Mayor, members of council, Carson Bice, we've met before. I did a work session with you all a few months ago, and I was the one who was the project manager in 2019, I think it was, when we did the original fees. The proposed fees are based on sort of the policy level concept that development impact fees should fund 100% of the growth-related infrastructure. In other words, growth will offset their demands for infrastructure. And so these fees are what we would call, the maximum supportable or the maximum allowable impact fees based on the assumptions made throughout the studies. We could, some parties may feel the fee should be higher. Well, we can't justify those or justify a higher fee because of the costs and assumptions that went into the study. So obviously the city may adopt fees that are lower than the amounts shown. However, that results in a reduction of development impact fee revenue, which will necessitate an increase in other revenues, which typically come from the general fund, which are funded by your main taxes, which is sales tax, or it would necessitate a decrease in the planned capital improvements, or a decrease, and this sort of goes hand in hand. If you reduce the planned capital improvements, that results in a decrease in the city's overall citywide levels of service standards. Next slide. So I think we skipped one here. Should we go back to 6? Nope, sorry. Looked like 2 slides came by. So this shows the draft maximum supportable proposed residential development impact fees. You may remember from previous work sessions, we are recommending that the city continue with the impact fees that are done by size of house. And if you remember our earlier conversations, this promotes equity, it promotes housing affordability. It also has a tighter nexus to proportionality, because in most communities we work in, and Tucson is no exception to that the larger the housing unit, the more people there are, the more vehicles available, results in more vehicle trips, results in more person trips, et cetera. And so we do have 8 different bands, so to speak, in terms of size, 750 or less, 751 to 1250, all the way up to 3,751 square feet or greater. And our proposed fees are $3,906 at the lowest or the smallest household size, all the way up to $12,869 for the larger units. This does represent increases across the board for all sizes, and depending on the size, it's 40 to 41% increase over the fees we calculated 5 or 6 years ago. Next slide. So this shows the proposed, the proposed maximum supportable impact fees for the non-residential categories, which focuses primarily on industrial, commercial, retail, general office, several institutional uses, and hotels. And typically we find that the commercial and office uses generate the highest impact fees, particularly if there are streets and public safety involved, because commercial uses generate more calls for service, generate more vehicle trips than office and institutional and industrial development. So the highest fees are for the commercial retail at $9,577, followed by institutional medical care, followed by office in the 4,000 range. And then as we get into institutional uses such as schools and non-nursing medical, it goes down into a little less than 2,000. And industrial has the lowest fees, ranging from $1,980 per 1,000 square feet down to $668 per 1,000 square feet for warehousing. And again, similar to residential development, these do represent increases for all fee categories, with the exception of commercial retail in terms of the freestanding and also the general retail, which are reduced by a slightly or 1 to 4%. And there's also a slight percentage reduction in the hotel fee as well. So tools for reducing the fees. One obviously is no development impact fee charges for relocating a business into an existing building. That is something that's implemented in your ordinance. So essentially, when you're doing a 1-for-1 change out in terms of the use, there's no development fee charge. There's also a credit toward development fee charges in terms of credit agreements or development agreements, and that's a case where a developer comes through the door and is either proffering or constructing an improvement that's part of the development fee calculation Excel. So for instance, if a developer is donating land toward parks or land toward a new fire station, a development agreement has to be hammered out so the developer gets credit for that impact fee. Also, there are provisions for reduced or special fee charges. So one of those would be, through your ordinance, if I'm a developer and I come through the door and I come in with an interesting or sort of an interesting industrial use, and I have to fall into one of those 3 categories that we have in our fee schedule, and there's compelling evidence that for a variety of reasons, maybe it's the lack of employment at the site because it's a self-contained business operation, that and if I can prove this, that I'm going to have a reduced vehicle trip generation rate, then the city may want to consider reducing my impact fee based on that data that it is incumbent upon the applicant to provide. There are also, we'll go into this I think in the next slide, an incentive for mixed use development. So one of the things that the city is in favor of over time in the past, and we have also been in favor of in other jurisdictions, is particularly as it relates to transportation impact fees, is that when a applicant comes in with a project that has a mix of densities, a mix of uses, it has availability to transit and other transportation infrastructure, you can make a strong argument that there is a higher rate of what we call internal trip capture, meaning that there are less vehicle trips generated because you can take care of several errands or several trips through one vehicle trip, that we do offer a reduction in the trip generation rate because of this higher internal trip capture, which results in a lower transportation impact fee. So in the case of Tucson, the program criteria are that you're within a quarter-mile walking distance of a transit stop. You have to have one of two of these required in terms of residential proximity. The development must contain a mix of uses, including both residential and non-residential, or the development must be located close to a high-density residential project. And there also needs to be a multimodal option satisfied as well. And that what those options are: development must be located close to planned or constructed publicly designated bicycle boulevards or multi-use paths, or development must provide additional bicycle parking spaces, bicycle share facilities, and car share facilities. And I believe staff is going to take it from here.
All right. Mayor and Council would recall, we've discussed the LUA and the IIP. Mayor and Council approved these two items. The next action in the timeline for the development impact fee study is a public hearing to be held on the 22nd of April, after which we will have the adoption of the development fees on June 3rd for the fees to take effect per state statute no less than 75 days after the formal adoption, which will be August 18th of 2025, rolling us into fiscal year 26. And the next steps follow what I just indicated with the study session, the study session today, the public hearing, the adoption of the fees, and the fees taking effect on August 18th. I will pause for any questions.
Thank you so much, Angel. Councilmember Cunningham and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Let's start with the easy one. Let's go back to the hotel one. It's like 7. There it is. So, quick question. We're doing $68 a door on hotels. Is that standard practice to be lower hotels than apartments? I mean, it just feels like, I thought we have a little more latitude per door on hotels.
Councilmember Cunningham, the total proposed fee per hotel room is $22.57, which
I'm specifically talking about the $68 a door for parks.
for parks. Okay.
For Parks and Recreation, right?
I'll ask the consultant to respond based on how that was calculated.
Yeah, so in many communities, there's this data to suggest that hotels are also taking advantage or utilizing parks and recreation facilities, which is the case in Tucson. But also, more importantly, there was a court case in Prescott prior to 2012 where Prescott was not charging non-residential development impact fees, and that's not standard practice. It's not best practices. There are other court cases in the country that suggest that you should not be discriminating against land uses. And so what happened as a result of the Prescott decision is when the Development Impact Fee Act in Arizona was revised in 2012, it was codified that non-residential development has to pay all impact fees, whether there's, I would argue, whether there's demand or not. So typically in most communities, unless you're in a tourist or seasonal population community like Myrtle Beach or Aspen or Vail, hotel rooms typically aren't a generator of demand for parks. They're typically not a generator of demand for libraries. I would argue the same for retail, office, and industrial, but in Arizona, by law, we now have to charge those land uses all the impact fees.
Oh, you're not, I'm asking why we can't charge more on the Parks and Rec, not why we can't charge less.
Because, sorry, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Well, it has to do with the employment density. So we're allocating those costs using functional population. And when you look at the number of employees in a hotel and you allocate that on a per room basis, they don't have as many employees per 1,000 square feet.
So
or
we
per
can't
room.
we can't count the guests.
You can't. Sorry, I didn't
We can't
understand
count
last
the
part.
guests at a specific occupancy. There's no formula where we can count guests at an occupancy as we.
That's a good question. And I mean, you could, but I would argue that that's not appropriate given the Tucson situation, because you don't have a huge seasonal / vacation use of hotels like a beach community would, or a Rocky Mountain, like Vail or Aspen, Crested Butte, those types of communities where you're getting this huge influx of tourists that are staying in your hotels and able to.
So
I'd
I'd probably push back on that in Tucson. We have we have a tourist season, especially it starts around Columbus Day and goes to about St. Patrick's Day. It's when almost 90% of our hotels are about 80 to 90% occupied. During the month of February, when we have the golf tournament, we have the rodeo, we have minor league soccer, well, major league soccer, because all their spring training teams practice here, and we have the largest gem show in the world in those 2 months. So I'm sorry, man, I've got to push back a little bit and tell you that I feel that we're shorting ourselves on our Parks and Recs fees here.
Okay, my reaction to that would be all of the things that you just described are things that were codified in 2012 in the reduction of what you're allowed to charge for parks, because all of the things you just mentioned are more regional scale recreational uses versus the day-to-day types of parks that the city of Tucson is building, which is for, your resident population to enjoy in terms of basketball courts, tennis courts, soccer fields, et cetera. In 2012, things like the rodeo grounds, amphitheaters, big regional draws like that were completely, disallowed as part of that impact fee. And to me, what you just described is the use of your hotel rooms is 1 month out of 12, and it's more for regional types of draws. And we have tons of clients around the country that have that exact situation with their hotels. And we have jurisdictions that have 80, 90% occupancy year round in the hotels, but they're not the occupants that are using your parks on a day-to-day basis.
I understand that, but I still think that our folks that are coming in throughout the year, including our standard people who show up. Look, I'm just asking, is there a state law that precludes us, that locks us in at $68, or can we choose to propose an increase to that $68 a room? Are we locked in by law, or do we put ourselves at risk if we ask to increase that by a little bit? I'm just asking. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
These are good questions, and that's exactly why we have these work sessions. So my response would be, we will need to talk with the Parks and Rec department staff to see what kind of data and statistics they have that would back that up. And if there's compelling evidence, we don't mind looking at that. But but by doing that, I should advise you that it does invite scrutiny.
And I understand that, and I kind of want to avoid that as well. But I will say we also host the Tucson Invitational Games and the Major League Soccer friendlies that take place between January and March. So that's 3 months, and they all use public facilities. So I'd say that there's, and we also have a very large regional youth soccer tournament that attracts teams from both California and New Mexico in the form of the Fort Little Shootout. So, and then we also have the book festival. So all those things happen. They all happen in our season. Like I said, from about Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day to St. Patrick's Day. That's our big tourist season, and we do have one. It's very prevalent, and I just want to make sure that we're considering that. It's okay. I'm not trying to. You guys have done a good job with our impact fees for years and years, but I'm just looking at this one and pushing back a little bit and saying I think we might be able to get a little more.
Understand. we will take that under advisement and work with staff and come back to you.
Alrighty.
My next one is going to the end. Last slide. I'm worried about the timeline. So April 22nd, we already have we have another huge vote that night. We're going to be packed in the room, and we may have two things that's going to pack the room that night. So we may want to look at that date to May 6th. That's all.
Well, I think I just want to make sure that I ask staff in terms of their scheduling, and if moving to May would change the schedule for the rest of the effective date for the fees to take effect.
We will look into it, Mayor, and if it would not affect, then we will make the changes.
I can understand the sentiment in terms of public hearings and, and having really, really long meetings in the evening as well, but we'll take a look. Vice Mayor?
And Mayor,
Yes.
delaying the public hearing would delay adoption and effective date.
Okay.
It's a
Now we have
statutory
our answer.
process with timelines for all of
Okay,
it.
alrighty. And I don't think we want that. Vice Mayor?
Yes, for the residential development impact fees proposal, I'm curious how this impacts our ADUs. And I just remember previous conversations that we were wanting to incentivize a smaller housing footprint and making that less costly, not more costly. So trying to figure out how that fits into this.
Yes, Vice Mayor. And I will ask Carson to add in a little bit more about this as well in terms of our methodology for calculating those fees. So if I understand it correctly, the way we basically justify the different fee levels for the different size residential units is based on the number of occupants. And we are basically assuming one occupant for that smallest unit. So it would be very challenging using our methodology to go lower than one occupant per unit. But what we are seeing is a lot of ADUs are coming in at that lowest size level, which is under 750 square feet. So they are achieving the lowest impact fee level, essentially.
Understanding was that the impact fees were becoming cost prohibitive for the overall cost of building an ADU, and we were being asked to consider making that less of a burden. So just trying to figure out where that fits into this.
So, Vice Mayor, one of the things we're looking at is the affordable ADUs, and any ADU that is qualified as affordable housing would be eligible for affordable housing impact fee reduction. So far, we haven't seen any that meet those standards, but that's something we're definitely working on and we'll discuss with housing and community development, some of the programs and strategies to make sure that those units, if they are affordable ADUs, know that there's an impact fee waiver.
That would be wonderful if we could get an explanation of that concept, so that we can, plan on how we continue supporting affordability with ADUs. Any other questions? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. I also was wondering about the ADUs and sort of the vacation rental market. So the use of the ADU, and I don't know, this could have implications beyond impact fees, but differentiating between owner occupancy or family occupancy or residential occupancy and vacation rental occupancy, does that trigger a different classification, not only for, well, let's focus on impact fees, but I also am curious about implications for other categories, which we can address in other conversations.
Staff, do you want me to take this question?
Yes, please. Thanks, Carson.
Councilwoman Ulrich, this is a great question. And these are, and the last two discussion items are things that, councils that we've worked with all around the country are struggling with. And, because you're doing it by size of unit, that does help with the ADUs. And I can tell you, I used to live in DC before I moved to Maryland, and I lived right next to American University, and the ADUs typically had more than one person in it, right? And you have to remember, impact fees are based on averages, right? And so we're looking at the universe of housing units at different sizes and what those average occupancies are. And so and I think this was addressed, if you want to have a policy about affordable ADUs and want to waive the impact fees if they meet certain criteria, that's something that the city can certainly do. But, be advised, you need to come up with the money from another source in order to make yourself whole. But directly to Councilwoman Ulrich's question, it's very difficult through impact fees because to differentiate between verbo versus
We just lost your audio, Carson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was saying it's very difficult through the impact fee process to distinguish between a verbo or an Airbnb, because I don't think as part of your permitting process, you're asking the applicant what the intended use is of the structure. And I can always come in as an applicant and build a home, and a year later, then turn it over to a VRBO use, right? So it's very difficult to implement impact fees that way. Now, I do know of other jurisdictions that are researching the legality of once let's say I've walked in the door and I've paid, for lack of a better term, yes, I paid a $2,000 impact fee, and that's based on a household size of 2.5. But 2 years later, I now have to come in through an application process to get a license to be a rental unit. I would argue that there's a strong case to be made that I'm going to have a higher household size, and we could use persons per household versus persons per housing unit, and perhaps exact the delta between those two in order to offset that impact. But I mean, that's a legal question. I know people are researching that. These are issues that jurisdictions struggle with, and we're happy to have more conversations with you all as well as your legal team to think about how we address that.
Quick follow-up, and thank you. I know we're pressed for time, but yeah, I just do wonder, and I don't know whether that would kick an ADU into the hotel or, hospitality category versus a housing category, but the impacts of vacation rentals are undeniable, and the use of our services. And so I appreciate that and just kind of flag that for conversations more broadly as well. Thank you.
Anything that you want to add? Anyone else? Alrighty, we're going to have to move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you all so much for the presentation.
My pleasure.
Just want to do a little check with the council colleagues if you all need a little break or you've been moving. Okay. So then, Vice Mayor, you might have to run the meeting for about 10 minutes. So the next item on the agenda is, let's see, where are we? I've lost track. Back to item 8, this time is reserved to allow the mayor and council to receive an update from staff and continue discussions related to funding strategies and service. I know we have a presentation, and then we'll take it from there.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, distributing materials to you now is our Director of Transportation Mobility, Sam Credio, and I will just hand it straight to Mr. Credio.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I do have a brief presentation. I'm going to try to go through it rather quickly. I know it's been a full day for you all, and I want to save plenty of time for questions and discussions. Should have a hard copy being passed around, and then we also have one on the screen. So I'd like to first just start out talking a little bit about the system-wide efficiencies that we touch on in the memorandum in your material. As many of you know, we have been looking at the operations of our transit system through the comprehensive operational analysis that was conducted by Suntran and our team and presented to you all last year. During the draft recommendations of that COA, Route 5 was looked at to be considered for elimination. Ultimately, in the final recommendations, it was not planned to move forward for elimination. But in looking at ways to find efficiencies within our system, we'd like for you to reconsider that. And I'd like to present some information for you today. On the screen and on your presentation there is a map of Route 5 with a few other routes added to the map. Route 5 is that red route that you see right in the middle there. It starts at the Udall Transit Center. To the east, it travels west along Pima to Tucson Boulevard, south on Tucson Boulevard to Speedway, and then west on Speedway all the way to Pima Community College West Campus. One of the reasons why we're taking another look at Route 5 is that it's consistently ranked in the lowest of our system in terms of ridership and overall productivity. You can see that it's flanked on both sides by routes 9 and 4, which is Grant and Speedway, which are two of our higher frequency routes and highest ridership routes. Also, once it jogs over to Speedway, it is overlapped with both Route 4 and Route 22, then terminating over at PCC West. However, in looking at this recommendation, we noticed that if Route 5 were to be eliminated, there would be a small gap in service, especially out to Pima Community College West, which is where we did see most of the ridership, albeit not very much, but we still saw ridership to PCC West. And so what we'd like to offer, in addition to considering the elimination of Route 5, is realigning and extending Route 22 over to Pima Community College West. You can see on the screen in your presentation, the dash line is the current Route 22, and the solid blue is the proposed Route 22. It would allow us to remove the route out of the neighborhood, which we do like to get the 40-foot buses out of neighborhoods and on major streets, and provide that critical connection to Pima Community College West to the west there. Lastly, just a quick overview of the financials related to this efficiency. Route 5, currently the annual estimated operation cost is about $1.6 million. And Route 22 was actually planned for elimination as part of the final COA recommendation. So we'd recommend not eliminating Route 22 and extending it to PCC West at a cost of just over $550,000 annually. So the annual savings is roughly $1 million for this one efficiency. I do want to note that both of these changes do require a major service change, or constitute a major service change, which requires public outreach, a Title VI equity analysis, a public hearing, and approval by the mayor and council. And so what we're looking for today is not necessarily to make a decision on whether or not to remove Route 5, but rather begin the process to start that major service change process. Next, I want to talk just a little bit about transit funding options. I know this is a very busy slide. Basically, what we want to communicate here is that we have been now talking for at least a year, maybe longer, about some potential funding options for transit. There are a handful of options that have been included in the material that we would not recommend that you pursue now. Almost all of these require either an ARS change or a change to the Arizona Constitution in order for it to be a legal use for transit funding options. I do want to point out the last bullet there, which is the formation of a transit authority. While that one is not something we can utilize right now, a city our size and region our size absolutely should have the option of becoming and forming a transit authority. And so when the environment is right with the state legislature, we definitely should consider pursuing that. The last few items here will come as no surprise. We've talked about these before, and these are ones that we would consider pursuing now. Absolutely continuing to pursue the partnership agreements. We have one in place right now with Tucson Medical Center, and continuing to pursue those with the university, TUSD, and Pima Community College, as well as any other large employers that be willing to partner with us to fund transit. And then the last two bullets here are just items that the mayor and council do have control over, and we legally can raise new revenues to fund transit, excuse me. The first is the hotel motel surcharge, which currently sits at $4 per night. And so our recommendation is that the mayor and council consider increasing that surcharge by $1 per night, which generates roughly $2 million in new revenues. The last bullet there is the public utility tax. The city currently charges a baseline PUT of 4.5%. And so our recommendation is to consider a 0.5% increase to 5%. There is precedent set with that. Mayor and council did approve an increase to the baseline PUT in June of 2016. It was 4%. It was increased to 4.5%. And by our analysis, that raised roughly $1.7 million in new revenue. And wrapping up my presentation here, I do want to talk just a little bit about the fair equity analysis, especially as it relates to the recommendations in the memorandum. We've talked a lot at this table about the need to do a Title VI analysis, and so I just want to provide a little bit of clarity for the mayor and council why we always recommend that as the first step. So here I provided some quotes out of the FTA Title VI Circular 4702.1B, Chapter 4, page 10, and I quoted these because it's really important. This language is very important. Transit providers that operate 50 or more fixed route vehicles in peak service and located in an urbanized area of 200,000 people or more in population, which the city is, must conduct a Title VI equity analysis whenever planning a fare change. That also applies to service changes as well, like I discussed with Route 5. It goes on to say that the fare equity analysis requirement applies to all fare changes regardless of the amount of increase or decrease. As with the service equity analysis, FTA requires transit providers to evaluate the effects of fare changes on low-income populations in addition to the Title VI protected populations. So what does that mean? That means that any time we were to make a fare change up or down, and we did do this when we went to fare free, is studying whether or not there's a disparate impact on the minority population using the system or a disproportionate burden on people with low incomes utilizing the system. And so all that being said, what we're requesting is direction on completing a fare equity analysis for 5 scenarios. They are returning, scenario 1 is the 2018 transit fare structure that was in place prior to the pandemic. There's a copy of that fare structure on the screen there. It's also in your material for this item as an attachment. Scenario 2 is one that I believe was discussed about a year ago here at the table, and that's instituting transit fares for Sunlink and SunExpress only. Scenario 3 is considering a simplified 50-cent base fare. So as you can see, that fare structure is rather complicated and can be confusing for our passengers. So by studying a simplified 50-cent base fare and then everything is calculated off that base fare would be of value. Scenario 4 is something called fare capping, and this is when a user is really just paying as they go. And once they hit the value of a daily or a monthly pass, their fares are capped, and then their pass automatically converts to whatever that time-based pass they're using. And this system could be paired with one of the other fare scenarios I just mentioned. And then lastly, creating a free low-income pass. And again, this could also be paired with one of the previous scenarios, 1, 2, or 3. And so with that, I just want to summarize quickly the action items we have before you today. First, I talked about the system-wide efficiencies, and we're looking for direction on whether or not to begin the public outreach process for a major service change related to Route 5 and Route 22. We have presented you with 2 transit funding options, both the hotel motel surcharge and the public utility tax. And then lastly, the fare equity analysis, providing some direction on beginning the fare equity analysis on the 5 scenarios that were presented, returning back to Mayor and Council with the results of that analysis, which would ultimately give you flexibility on choices that could be made in the future. And with that, Mayor, I'll be happy to answer any questions. We have our transit team in the audience as well, available to support me if necessary.
Thank you
very
so much, Mr. Credio. Just want to open it up. Vice Mayor?
All right. Thank you, Sam, for your ongoing work on all of this. I appreciate staff continuing to explore route changes that build efficiency into our system by focusing on major corridors and connections to education and business centers. I've also been a big proponent of getting buses out of our neighborhood streets. They put a lot of wear and tear into our neighborhood streets, and being part of creating a more efficient route is to have them along our major corridors. So I support moving forward with the public outreach process for the proposed major route changes to Route 5 and Route 22, which are both in Ward 1. I wanted to then, I don't know if you want me to do motions on
If you
those
feel
items?
inclined,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Is that? We can do that one at a time. Okay. So I wanted to move to direct staff to begin the public outreach process for the major route change of Route 5 and Route 22.
Second.
So there's a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion on this item? And that particular action would save the city about $1 million. Okay. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I wanted to move forward on some of the Act Now recommendations from the city manager, as we've been talking about how to help support with our fare-free system. We've been exploring these different opportunities, but we've just kind of stayed stuck in the exploration phase. So I believe that the city manager's recommendation of $1 a night increase is a little too modest for the bed tax, that we should explore switching from a flat fee to a percentage-based hotel tax like our peer cities in El Paso. A percentage structure is more equitable so that people staying in luxury beds should contribute more than budget motels. And we should also evaluate our total tax rates for the city, county, and state to ensure competitiveness with other tourist destinations. So I'm hoping that as we're looking at the fee, we can do kind of two models of what it does if we just do $1 increase, or if we switch over to a percentage, what kind of revenue that would generate. We've also been talking about our parking rates and our fees, and that's been an ongoing conversation. And I know that we had given direction to staff on moving forward with that. I know that Councilmember Ulick has been discussing us exploring further adjusting our parking fees so that we can help fund transit. Our parking meter rates haven't changed in over 10 years, and it's been important to right-size these rates to encourage people to use public transit, to decrease congestion, especially in our business districts, and improve our parking turnover, and also to generate new revenue. And just so for context, we charge $1 an hour in our meters, and Phoenix charges $1.50 and enforces meters daily until 10 p.m., including on the weekends and holidays. I think it's important for us to use our parking fees as a way to incentivize people using our public transportation system and investing into it. I think it's important, that we continue moving forward with our partnership agreements. I feel like that's a low-hanging fruit that we need to move on. I've had the opportunity to take some of our county Board of Supervisors on some bus rides, and so they can see, how our system operates and see what it looks like in their respective districts. The other piece that's not part of the recommendations, but I think would be important to analyze, and one of our community members had raised this, that our small business owners, specifically when getting their liquor license permit fees, are significantly lower than those in Flagstaff and Phoenix. And so one potential approach would be to consider raising these alcohol-related fees to help offset transit costs. We want, again, incentivize people to not be driving their cars when they're drinking, and if they are drinking, that helping give an option of using public transit. So kind of throwing that into the mix. So with that, I wanted to make a motion on these Act Now recommendations. So I want to move to direct staff to return to Mayor and Council with the process for considering the implementation of the following funding options: the partnership agreements, financial support from the Pima County and the state of Arizona, an advertising tax, an increase in the public utility tax, a $1 increase in the hotel motel surcharge tax, a percentage increase in the hotel motel tax based on the total per night cost, potential use of the local transportation assistance fund, and the consideration of raising parking rates to subsidize public transit.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. If I may, also what I noticed in the supporting material that was provided to Mayor and Council, many of the valley cities are using LTAF funds, which are lottery generated funds that cities tap into. Back in the 2009, 2010, the state swept those funds from all cities, and I have been told ever since that lottery funds would never come to cities anymore. I noticed that valley cities are using LTAF funds, and Tucson has been told we cannot bug the state for lottery funds anymore. And I believe that is absolutely inequitable. So I would like to add to your motion, if you'd like, if I can amend it, or if you'd like to amend it, to pursue LTAF funds, just like valley cities are putting them to use, to the tune of $1.3 million used in LTAF funds by the city of Mesa for their transit system.
Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, would you mind repeating your list again, just so we make sure we can get it off the record, but we'd just like to hear.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, Mayor, I agree to your amendment.
And me too.
Okay, so the motion maker and the seconder have agreed. I'd like to open it up for discussion. Councilman Lee and then Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said before in the budget conversation, and Councilmember Ulick mentioned keeping all the options on the table. So just to confirm, this is just to evaluate these options, right? We're not voting to actually implement these changes today. Is that right?
It's to give us a path forward to do it, because we've just been entertaining these recommendations of what we could do, but it's like, all right, what does it look like to make it happen?
Okay, yeah, because I just want to be clear from my standpoint. I feel like I'm most comfortable actually moving forward with different solutions once the Title VI equity analysis is done and we've done our own internal work to evaluate reinstating fares. So for me, when this comes back, I will likely say no on several of these items, but I do support us looking at what we need to do to evaluate the different options prior to putting anything in place. So that's just some comments.
So just for clarification, Vice Mayor, this is to study and bring us back a plan on how to get it done.
A process for considering the implementation of the following funding options.
Okay, alrighty. And Councilmember Ulick and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you. Just a question as you enumerated the options. Did you also include the public utility tax in your motion?
Yes, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cunningham.
So I just want to know, some of the work's already done. So we're going to see on the percentage piece, the big thing that I have there is comparing with other cities. It's really, really important that we see kind of what other cities are doing that. And the same with the public utility tax, because last time I checked, ours is high. So I just want to be careful I want to leap before we look there. I'm totally happy to entertain all the options, but can we go over the list again? I'm sorry, there was a lot of stuff on there.
Yes, it was to move forward with the process for considering the implementation of the partnership agreements, financial support from Pima County in the state of Arizona, an advertising tax, an increase in the public utility tax, a $1 increase in the hotel motel surcharge tax, a percentage increase in the hotel motel tax based on the total per night cost, potential use of the local transportation assistance fund, the consideration of raising parking rates to subsidize public transit, and the amendment from the mayor for the lottery, the LTAF.
And so I'm good looking at all those things. I don't know if that's specifically a transit question or a budget question, because these are all things we could do with general fund, with some of the general fund things we have. And some of these we might want, I'm thinking strategically on some of the budget things we might face in the next few years and going, okay, well, if we, kind of like a waterfall effect. So I'm thinking kind of that way right now. A lot of great ideas on there. I'm not sure I want to do them all right away to fund one function of the city, but I'm definitely okay with analyzing it and at least knowing. I think more specifically what we need to know is how much revenue each one of those options
Can generate.
actually generates, and we can compare. Like for instance, we can't do the hotel percentage and the $1 increase. We can
Right.
do one or the other. So we want to be able to have that information. I think it's good to hunt that information. So I'll be in support of this.
I think that for me, my big question is, how do we pay for transit, right? Valley cities like Phoenix, Mesa, Tempe, Glendale fund their systems with dedicated funding sources. So Phoenicians have taxed themselves to pay for transit services, not for 5 years, not for 10 years, for 35 years. And so for me, the continual input that I hear from some groups in our community, why are we paying general funds and so much general funds to fund our transit system? Well, other cities in the valley, in Maricopa County, have figured out ways how to remove the investment from their general fund and dedicate funds to transit services. And so the city of Tucson has not done that. So we have stayed as a community that funds their transit system via general funds. It's not that Phoenicians are not paying extra sales tax to provide the service. It's that they're paying specific dedicated funds in sales taxes many times to be able to pay for transit. We have not done that. And so I will support the motion because I want to see what other sources of funds we can use to be able to bring down the amount of general funds that are being used for transit. Ideally, I would like to have a conversation with Tucsonans to figure out what their priorities are and how we pay for those priorities. Because something's got to give, people. Something has got to give. And in times of need, I think we have to be innovative and creative, especially in times when people and certain groups have said, maybe sales taxes are not the best way to fund some of the general fund services that you provide. Well, let's look at other things that could be a possibility that will fund the services that people want to see. What I do know is that we've got to have a long-term conversation as Tucsonans and as mayor and council to really decide on what we want to pay for, because the general fund is breaking. And it's not a self-inflicted wound. It is a wound that's being inflicted by a flat tax that was passed during the Ducey era, and it is being inflicted by the chaos that the Trump administration is causing in our economy. So I want to at least take a look, what options are there out there that maybe even other cities are doing and using for funding transit services. While we look at this, I think that it's important that we also look at the possibility of, like Councilmember Ulick had mentioned before, right? Do we want to have a conversation as Tucsonans on how to pay for the services that we want, whether it's climate and transit issues, or community and public safety issues, or transit and road issues? At the end of the day, cities in the Maricopa County, like Phoenix, Mesa, Tempe, Glendale, are taxing themselves very specifically for transit and transportation uses, and we are not. And so in order to be able to become a thriving community with opportunity for all, which we all want, we've got to have long-term conversations on how to pay for these very necessary and important issues. So, I mean, I just wanted to add that. Any other comments on this motion? Alrighty. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Any other Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. In the spirit of keeping as many doors open as possible, I think that I want to move us in the direction of beginning the Title VI equity analysis. You know, the times were very difficult 5 years ago when we voted to temporarily suspend fares, and I know a lot of us, well, all of us had been supportive of continuing the fare-free option as long as we were able to financially do so, and we've all been through the budget discussion today. So I want to move us in the direction of that. Kansas City just had to do this last week. They had continued fare-free as long as we had, and they unanimously moved forward in the direction to start this process as well. So we're not alone, but I want to go ahead and make the motion that we begin the Title VI equity analysis on the 5 scenarios identified today.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Councilmember Dahl? And then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm an ardent supporter of the free, fair public transit that we have in place. This body just passed the community corridor tool, in large part because it encourages a walkable, bikeable, transit-oriented community. An easily accessible transit system is an integral part of that vision. It's good for the economy, tourists love it, and it's good for the environment. So I don't really have much problems with us going forward with the analysis, but I'm not going to support it at this time because it shows our leaning into bringing back fares. I think we should commit to being fare-free at least one more year, the end of the next fiscal year. But Mayor, I hear your words and I agree with you. The community needs to decide. In light of Proposition 414 failing, I think we need to put something on the ballot that gives Tucsonans this choice to decide how much they would like transit funded. And again, until we can provide that conversation or that vote, I believe the benefits of our current fare-free system outweigh the costs, and that's why I'm going to be voting no on this.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too, like Councilmember Dahl, oppose starting the equity Title VI analysis because it signals to the public that we're seriously considering reinstating fares. This contradicts our commitment to fare-free transit through fiscal year 2026. I believe that staff time would be better spent implementing these alternative funding solutions that were already identified. I also want to just publicly state that when we were looking at these alternative funding solutions that we could have implemented some time ago, we were told to put it on pause to get through Prop 414. And so a lot of the reason why I supported Prop 414 is because I knew that if it didn't pass, that the first thing on the chopping block would be our fare-free transit policy. So it's frustrating to be in this position that I knew we would be in if it not passed, and so here we are. So I want to continue to push that we look at these alternative funding options before we're bringing back reinstating fares. As previously mentioned, fares only cover fares only cover 8 to 10% of the total operating costs, and reimplementation would cost around $500,000 just to restart. Realistically, our fare collection may never recover. The $10 million that we are using is a speculation if every single person riding transit right now would be paying fares. We know that after the 2015 Teamsters strike, that our ridership never recovered from that, and that we are over our ridership from our pre-pandemic numbers. And I believe that as we use these percentages to speculate how much of a drop in ridership we would have, that we've never done that, going from 0 fares to then implementing fares again, so that we could actually maybe recover less than $5 million, a fraction of what the system needs. I believe we risk permanently losing ridership if fares return, and that we haven't been talking about the economic impact study on fare-free transit. The streetcar and Suntran ridership have already, like I said, exceeded pre-pandemic levels. And we don't know not only the individual impact it will have in our low-income families having to go back to fares, but also just the investment that it generates in the economy, in the local economy, by having fares be free, that we're not looking at those numbers. We know that just the way that the Kansas City example was given, there are other transit systems like in Merrimack Valley in Massachusetts who voted to go fare-free permanently after a business analysis showed increased ridership and financial benefits exceeding previous fare revenue. I think we're not seeing the other side of the coin. In 2022, 76% of Suntran riders reported household incomes below $35,000. In a time of rising costs for everything from rent to eggs, we must protect equitable access to transit. Fare-free transit is not only economic justice, it's climate justice. It helps our residents get to school, to work, and healthcare without added financial burden. I was just at Ciclovia on Sunday, where we had community members gathering postcards in support of fare-free transit. I was able to have conversations with people coming up to us, wanting to get more information, and really seeing the impact that having that access point has had on our community. Like I mentioned before, I've been taking, aside from our council, our Pima County Board of Supervisors, and decision makers to experience our system firsthand because of the narratives that are put out there about who's riding and what the conditions look like. And I can say that every single time I've taken anybody, there hasn't been an incident. The buses have been clean, the transit centers have been clean, people have been looking out and taking care of each other on the system. I have some questions, but we might not need to answer them right now. But just some of the questions that I have is, have we fully calculated the cost of reinstating fares, including equipment upgrades, staffing, and public outreach? What's the timeline and staff burden of conducting the Title VI analysis, and could those same resources be redirected to the Act Now funding strategies? And are we confident that reinstating fares won't undo progress in ridership, equity, and public support? And then to conclude, because I know we will have to take this to a vote, as life becomes more expensive and wages stay flat, we need to stay creative and compassionate in how we serve our residents. Going backward on public transit access isn't just a policy mistake. I think it's a failure of imagination. I think we need to double down and be bold in our choices that we've made and keep pushing forward together. Thank you.
Alrighty, any others of the council colleagues? I appreciate, Vice Mayor, everything you've said, and I believe that it's been 5 years since Mayor and Council decided to go fare-free. I have seen the effects of what that means to students, from everyone to seniors, to students, to tourists coming into the city, received lots of input in terms of our transit system. And I appreciate that you have been taking Board of Supervisors members on transit rides, because sometimes it feels as though Pima County they push themselves outside of these issues that clearly affect their residents as well, right? We are Pima County residents as well. And when it comes to unsheltered homelessness and the fentanyl public health crisis and transit, it seems to me sometimes Pima County just puts their hands up and takes 5 steps back in terms of the responsibility that they have for these issues in our community. So thank you for taking them. I want to point out that, staying with Pima County approved the Prosperity Initiative, and in the Prosperity Initiative, it reads that it is important to identify and prioritize safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options and encourage mixed use and transit-oriented developments to be able to connect disadvantaged communities to jobs and other resources. And that should be taken serious by Pima County. And I don't want to just point to Pima County. Many organizations like the University of Arizona, Pima Community College, TUSD, and other school districts have stepped back. The conversation stalled when Pima College, the university, and TUSD basically told the city of Tucson that they were not willing to invest in the system themselves. Again, Maricopa County has gone to their voters and asked them, do you want to pay for this? I deeply believe that we should keep a free system. But again, we are seeing in front of us the possibility of having a $68 million budget deficit. If the PAG RTA were a functioning board, then we could have the possibility of presenting a plan to the voters of Pima County that could possibly help continue investing in our transit system, as they should. So something's got to give. And so for me, it's important that we at least start the process of an equity analysis, because that equity analysis could tell us how it's going to affect our communities and best position both mayor and council and our administration as well as the community to help us decide how we move forward. How long does the equity analysis usually take, Sam?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. So I believe we put in the material that we would return to you in 60 days. The work is done internally, and it's done by some of the folks in the audience right there now. And we would be using the data that we've been collecting as part of our onboard survey that will actually be returning to you later this year to update our Title VI plan. And so we believe in about 6 to 8 weeks we can produce that report and present back to you.
60 days, all righty. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Cunningham.
So there's a couple things on keeping our options open and all that stuff. And there's been a lot of feedback in the community as well to bring fares back. A lot of people, some from people who ride the bus, some from don't. So it's a whole other conversation. My main thing today is about Sundan. My biggest thing about the fare piece is that we have these restrictions about Sundan in which we can't basically set up a call for service program with an enhanced fare. So whichever scenario we have, whether it's for the premium services, whether it's for the, I highly doubt I'll say this on the record now. For me, I highly doubt if you bring back to the table restoring the 2018 fares. I'm not seeing that happening. I mean, I'm not going to vote for that, but I appreciate you at least showing what you think it would get us. The bottom line is that if you factor in the reduction of ridership, we're not going to see what we think we'd get if we did that. But the other option with the lower cash fare and options of like an annual surcharge to get everybody as low as possible, or their costs anyway to be as low as possible, but also being able to have that multiplier for Sunvan for a call for service model, I think is important to be able to explore. So that's why I'm in support of this motion.
Would we be able to add to the equity analysis the socioeconomic levels of riders and who's riding?
I'm pausing, Mayor, because I'm thinking about the question. Can you ask the question again, the socioeconomic?
Would we be able to add to the equity analysis the socioeconomic level, the economic level of riders and who's riding?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. So in fact, the fair equity analysis will report to the Mayor and Council two things. One is who's riding from a protected class perspective, which is our minorities, and then also that population that is low income. And so, in fact, I was looking at some previous fair equity analysis that we've done, including the one that was done when we decided to continue fare free, and it does provide you with the percentages of who's riding and which sort of fare type they might be utilizing based on the data that we have. So yes, that will be part of the fair equity analysis. You'll be able to see those numbers.
I also like to see what the vice mayor had suggested we take a look at, like how much money will it take to reinstate? Are there any technical IT investments that need to be done? How will it affect ridership? Right now, we have incredible levels of ridership, and we're assuming that we're going to collect $10 million, but then according to the scenario, if it's 50 cents per ride, then the assumption of the revenue could possibly change. So I'd like to be able to see those assumptions added to the presentation if possible.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for that. So the fair equity analysis will focus specifically on how those two populations are impacted, but we can also return to Mayor and Council with those numbers as well as part of the presentation to give you some ideas of comparison. But the equity analysis itself does not study revenue projections, but we can certainly we do have a model that we use that actually takes into account price elasticity and impacts of ridership as it relates to the price of fares, and we will be happy to include that in our presentation.
Alrighty. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against?
Nay.
Nay.
Alrighty, motion carries, 2 nays. Four ayes. We move on to the next item. It's item 9, I believe. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to discuss and provide direction on items relating to the RTA. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, this is our ongoing conversation related to all things Regional Transportation Authority. And again, I will pivot to Mr. Credio to take this item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon again, Mayor and members of the council. I just have a brief narrative to give you, no presentation today. We did provide quite a bit in the material on this item. And if you recall, the last time we discussed this item with you, we were talking about a shortfall in the RTA revenues and the RTA plan of approximately $143 million. And so we're returning to you with some information on and seeking some input, especially since there is an RTA board meeting on April 21st, or that's what I'm hearing, and our mayor is a representative on the RTA board to provide an opportunity to discuss the information that we've presented in the memorandum. Specifically, we're looking at two items. The first is, I think it's important before we start getting too far in the weeds in terms of looking at scope reductions and redesigning projects, that we make sure we have absolute clarity on how much revenue there is actually available to close the shortfall. We've done a little bit of digging into some of the material that was provided to the RTA board. We do believe that there is probably more revenue than what was being reported. And so I think that's one thing that we would recommend, Mayor, that is considered, that we make sure that we have that clarity. The second piece, and we've included quite a bit of information, both in summary and long form in the material, is that we took a hard look at all of our remaining projects. And we began to look at the scopes for those projects and started analyzing where can we find cost savings to close that shortfall. There has not been a sense of urgency to meet with RTA staff on that, so we took this upon ourselves to make sure that we provided the Mayor and Council with an opportunity to review some of these potential scope changes. There should be no surprise that the first one on the list is Grant Road. The final phases of Grant Roads, 5 and 6, from Park to Palo Verde. That is one of the largest projects that's remaining in the plan. It has the largest funding gap of roughly $116 million. And so we looked at two options to deliver that project. The first option is removing the bike lanes from the design and building a 6-lane cross-section within the existing road prism. And so what that does is it avoids very costly right-of-way acquisitions. Similarly, we also looked in that same roadway prism, potentially building a 4-lane cross-section with bike lanes. So it's the same width, but just how you assign the lanes is a little bit different. In this option, we would still have to reconstruct the intersections and do the indirect lefts. But what we're trying to do is skinny up the cross-section through the middle part of the corridor there. The potential cost savings for that is roughly $77 million. All of these I'm going to put big asterisks on because these were just broad strokes that we took. We didn't dive really, really deep into this. It's important to note that Grant Road is 90% design, so we haven't taken into account redesign costs and things like that. The other one that, the second biggest dollar amount, and this isn't so much, this is a scope change, but this Mayor and Council has already supported this scope change, and the RTA Board has already supported this scope change. That's First Avenue from Grant to River. That project has already been down scoped from 6 lanes to 4 lanes. And so we have begun working with our consultant on the design concept report. We now have some more clarity on what that design is going to look like, and we always knew that it would save money by going to 4 lanes. And I think the other thing that I'll just mention on this topic is while we were going through this exercise, we found that the traffic volumes are not what they were when they were being projected in 2006. That's why it was supported to downscope First Avenue to 4 lanes. And so as we're going through this exercise of refining the alignment and the design concept report, we've made some tweaks to the design to miss some very costly right-of-way acquisitions. And so very preliminary cost estimates show that we're saving roughly $57 million on that project alone. The next few on the list, they seem rather small in terms of dollar amounts as compared to the first two. The next one is Grant Road widening at the railroad tracks near I-10. Our recommendation there is just to defer the bicycle and pedestrian bridge that's been proposed as part of the project. While we still disagree with the RTA on whether or not that should be supported in the project, that would save about $8 million, and we could wrap up that design very quickly and move to construction. And then Silver Bell Road, another one, 100% design phase. We took a look at potentially removing some median travel lanes, but keeping the ultimate cross-section wide, so that way in the future, if we ever did need to wide, we could wide to the inside. Again, that saves only about $2 million, doesn't take into account redesign fees. And then lastly, 22nd Street East from Camino Seco to Houghton Road. East of Old Spanish Trail, we could probably go down to 3 lanes from 4. East of Old Spanish Trail, the traffic volumes drop off. There are not major safety issues there. It does save about $500,000. And Tim would like to add something.
And thank you, Sam. What I'd like to add to Grant 5-6, the first one we mentioned, I saw the reaction when we said we're at 90% design, and so clearly that means we're redesigning and wasting some time and money there. The fact of the matter is we've been at 90% design for how long, Sam?
About 2 years.
About 2 years, because we've not been able to get RTA to release funds for right-of-way acquisition anyway. So factor that into your thinking about the fact that we have a 90% design project that they won't let us proceed with.
When you add up all those potential savings, we're at about $145 million. So you can see that we've closed the shortfall that the RTA has, but we're definitely making some compromises when it comes to closing that shortfall. The last thing I will leave you with is that we do have some unresolved issues with the RTA that we can't ignore. On Broadway Euclid to Country Club, that project has been complete for some time now. There are still some outstanding invoices that we've not been paid for by the RTA. Downtown Links is reaching the very final phases of construction, and given all that's going on in the current environment right now, as well as some complications with the railroad and fiber optics companies, we would not be surprised to see some cost overruns there. And then lastly, on Houghton Road, from 22nd to Irvington, there is still this unresolved issue of the upscope to 6 lanes and how much is truly needs to be paid back to the RTA. That issue still is outstanding. The last we were told is that we owe the RTA $30 million. Our costs are much smaller than that, less than $1 million, and so we believe we've already funded that upscope. But again, these are all part of the RTA conversation, and how do we deliver RTA 1 to give the voters confidence to vote for a second RTA. And with that, Mayor, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do you want us to take any action on what you presented us today? Do you need any direction on the items that we seek clarification? I would suggest for my council colleagues to, that we request, these items be presented to the RTA board, because we need to resolve the projects and the number of projects that are inside the city of Tucson that were promised to voters, but there has been no resolution or there's not enough money to complete. So I'm going to open it up, Councilmember Ulick, and then I think I saw Councilmember Cunningham, and then Dahl.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. Would this still leave some projects incomplete and theoretically pushed into an RTA next?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, the 4 projects that have already been, quote, moved into RTA Next, this does not resolve them. This only resolves the rest of the projects that are underfunded.
Second question, I may have misunderstood or misread some information. Would this be, would we be obligating any of our own HERF dollars towards fixing this, or was, I just thought I saw that somewhere.
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, I believe that the RTA had provided some options to close the funding gap, and one of those options was for local jurisdictions to bring funding to the table to close the gap. I can tell you definitively, we do not have capacity in HERF to cover the shortfall, and so what we've done is provided options to change the scopes of these projects to save money versus bringing additional funding to the table.
Thank you. I just want to go clearly on the record. I'm done with conversations about RTA Next. Until these issues are resolved, and I think our community needs to have an opportunity to weigh in. I would assume perhaps, and Councilmember Dahl would know better, that for Grant Road, a 4+ bike lanes would perhaps be preferred to a 6-lane. And I appreciate, Sam, you and your team problem solving so aggressively. I think that our regional body and partners need to deliver on RTA 1. And until that happens, even if it is with this kind of really proactive partnership from the city, then great. But until that happens, including the 4 projects that are incomplete, I think it's important to let the community know that that particular half-cent sales tax question is not one that, at least if it comes before November, would support in any shape or form.
Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilman Lee.
Okay, a couple things. I'm just trying to figure out something here. We've gone over this now 4 times where we've had shortfalls, and there's been some finger pointing. We had to do some redesigns. I mean, to their credit, the RTA on certain things basically said, well, you guys were the project managers of this project, and therefore you could have done a better job. And there were some inflation issues, and all the things that could have gone wrong went wrong, all that stuff. Okay, that notwithstanding, we're now on like the 6th project that needs to change scope. We've already dropped 2 to be team players. Curious about a few things. Question 1, how many projects in other jurisdictions, including unincorporated Pima County, have been dropped?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham. So 4 projects have been deferred. 2 of those are City of Tucson. 1 of those is Pima County, and then the 4th one is Silver Bell, north of the city limits, which is a county, town of Marana project.
Second question, how many projects have had their scopes changed and are facing reductions like the ones we have, outside of the ones that you just told us about? In other words, in other jurisdictions.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I'm not aware of other projects that have changed scope right offhand. I do know that there is some precedence in terms of how we've been approaching Houghton Road. I know Sahuarita Road was built wider with a wider median with the idea that they would widen in the future. I know that we have already made a scope change on Broadway, which was supposed to be 8 lanes and was built to 6 lanes, and then the scope change on First Avenue. So those are the ones that I know right offhand.
When we did the RTA, did the RTA have a mechanism in which the bottom fell out of the boat and they couldn't afford it? If they did they have a bankruptcy provision where they just released the funds? Did we have protections last time?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't know the answer to that question. We'd have to research it.
It just sounds like they're on the brink of bankruptcy because they can't deliver and we have outstanding invoices. I'm really concerned.
May I answer?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
part of that board. There's about $200 million in the RTA bank. The problem has been that the executive director and their attorney have said that the city of Tucson cannot use it. So we've got to get to the bottom of it, and I think that one of the directions on the 2 items that we need to move on, one of them is to seek clarification from the RTA executive director on additional RTA TPT funds going into the bank. There's plenty of money in the bank. But we need to make sure that we clarify if the city of Tucson can use it. There's technicalities that are being argued as to why the city of Tucson cannot use them. But the city of Tucson and the RTA board need to get to the bottom of how we can use that money.
And that's all I'm trying to say. I'm just I think it's really important. This $165 million that we're talking about, I don't think that should all be on us.
No.
And so for me, I'm trying to figure out what options we have other than taking them to court that, this kind of gets done. But there's no way we should be solely responsible for that shortfall. That's not fair. That's not fair to our citizens or the taxpayers in Tucson.
Councilmember Dahl and then Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Credio, for coming up with a plan. I've lived a block away from Grant Road, the part that hasn't been completed, for over 40 years, and I've been promised for 40 years that it was going to get widened. And living there and working across the road, I've seen that what has been created since it's been widened on the east and on the west is an hourglass. So there are cars backing up like crazy. I'm a huge supporter of bicycle lanes, But in this one instance, and way back when we had public input, I asked, could we take the bicycle lane money off of grant and put it like in Blackledge and someplace in the neighborhood where bicycles are much safer to ride? And they said, oh, no, we can't do that. But that's what we've done. We have bicycle lanes. We have bicycle routes away from Grant Road. So I'm really in favor of what you've proposed of keeping it within the current width, but adding the lanes. Now, a question, does that mean that the property that we've bought or are planning to buy would no longer have to be bought and destroyed? So would there be some savings in us being able to sell that property?
Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, that's correct. So if we did buy a property, there were a few advanced acquisitions we've done on Grant Road, and if that property wasn't needed for the project, it becomes remnant parcels that we could sell. If RTA dollars was used to buy the property, then the proceeds from that sale would go back either into the project or into the RTA pot of funds.
Thank you. And likewise, we did great on First Avenue. We came with the plan to reduce money right away. It took RTA 2 years to say yes, increasing the price of the project just for inflation, if not no other reason. I'm wistful about losing the bike bridge, but we got to do what we got to do. And again, I appreciate you for coming up with this. And may I repeat, as I've said for 2 years, RTA is completely mismanaged, and we are suffering because of it.
Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for you. I realize that this is in Ward 2, but it's kind of on the border between the two of us, the 22nd, Camino Seco to Houghton. I guess I'm just wondering what value going from 4 lanes to 3 gives us, because it's already 2 lanes with the center lane is what it looks like from here. So I guess, is it worth doing, Paul? Because we're not going to get the increased capacity.
No, it isn't. There's already plans out when I think that's going to, I'll say it this way. I'd like to ask on the record now if we can have an executive session about that. There's some strategic pieces of that worry me, considering the zoning vote we had at Houghton and 22nd many years ago. And so I think we need to be really careful about that discussion.
Is this question on Houghton and from 22nd to Irvington?
22nd between Camino Seco to Houghton.
Yeah.
So it's just a little north of us. But I mean, looking at the map, it's like we already have 3 lanes.
Any other questions on that?
No,
Vice Mayor?
Sam, so what happens next? So we're bringing this back to the RTA board, and then what?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. So I think, Mayor, you alluded to this before. Are we seeking any direction on this? If the mayor and council feel comfortable, we can share our plan with the RTA in terms of both seeking clarification, which I think it would be appropriate if the mayor made that request to the rest of the board and the executive director. And then we can also share this plan with the RTA board on how we believe we can close the shortfall. As the mayor mentioned, there are some challenges with what's being proposed, specifically with how some of the ballot language is written in terms of these projects. So there would need to be a discussion from the RTA board and some direction ultimately being taken. But if the council feels comfortable, we can certainly begin those steps.
So what I would ask that we do 2 things today, that we give direction to seek clarification from the RTA on RTA transaction privilege tax, revenue, and how much we have available and unprogrammed. We have not had clarity on that. And then 2, provide input on the potential scope changes as presented to us today and presented to the RTA board, so that we could at least have discussion on those 2 issues and see if there's any way of moving forward with the available money and the presented changes. I don't know if you would want, there's a motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this?
Your Honor, the only thing I ask is that, does this include adjusting the 22nd piece? So the issue is that we deferred the Houghton Road piece so that the 22nd piece would be fully funded. I mean, and fully built as scoped out. I mean, I can't support that. I'm sorry. I mean, I totally agree with everything else in the motion except that one part.
Honorable Mayor, if I will, we could remove that from the motion, from the list, take it off the list, and it doesn't materially affect our ability to present something to close the gap.
I'm amenable to that.
So I propose that as amendment. Is that
Alrighty, so the motion maker is amenable to removing, 20 seconds, yes? Okay, alrighty. So there's an amended motion. Any other questions or comments on this? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. And just for clarity, Karen, you said aye? Okay. All right, we move on.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Okay. Item 10. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to review and discuss Pchip funding. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to introduce yet another one of our department directors during our marathon study session. Director of Housing and Community Development, Ann Chineka, will lead us on this item.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me today. I'll try to keep this short as it has been a marathon session and you still have more to go. So as you all know, in November, Mayor and Council approved an update to the Pchip plan, the People, Communities, and Homes Investment Plan. That is our departmental strategic plan, and relevant to today's discussion, it identifies priorities for HCD funding. HCD receives Community Development Block Grant and Emergency Solutions Grant funding from the U.S. Housing and Urban Development for nonprofits providing human services, or what we call people services, in the Pchip plan. In addition, Mayor and Council for years has allocated as approved $1.4 million in general fund monies to support community programs. HCD oversees the grant-making process and conducts the process every 2 years. I want to acknowledge Andrew Paredes, who is here today. He is our Community Development Administrator, and it's his team who conducts the process. This year, funding was as competitive as ever, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that. In total, we received 83 applications requesting approximately $8.7 million in funding, and we have about $2.2 million to allocate. Today, I'm presenting the recommendations as a draft, so I do not need you to take action today, but I need to start the process as I'll be returning with the final list of recommendations, and then staff needs to execute contracts to go into effect by July 1. This is the first time doing the process as the director for me, and so with the role of providing you all with a list of recommendations, and I've mentioned this to a few of you, I found it really difficult. There are so many incredible nonprofits in our community doing great work and much needed work. And so, of course, I want to be able to recommend funding for all of them. But as you talked about with your budget item earlier, there's not enough funding to support all the work that's needed. In terms of the process, there are 2 scores that get added together to get a final score for each and every application. The first score is an equity impact score. That was working with our equity office in creating an equity impact analysis. The second score is a panelist review score. And so every time we do this, we seek volunteers to serve on the panel. We invite staff from your offices. This year, we had representatives from the VA, from Pima County Prosperity Initiative staff participated. We also had social venture partners and other community partners do the scoring. In total, we had 15 panelists on this review panel. Each application was reviewed by 3. And so an average score is, we get an average score, and then I personally also reviewed every single application before I made the final list. By and large, I used the scoring for my recommendations with just a few instances where I did recommend scoring applications out of order. Happy to go into any details, answer any questions on that. The other thing, because we had so many applications, I am recommending an across-the-board reduction in funding for any of the applications that requested more than $60,000. So you could request up to $200,000 in funding. What I recommended is for projects between 60 to 100K, a 15% reduction, 100 to 150K, a 20% reduction, and anything above 150K, a 25% reduction. Again, this is really to be able to fund more nonprofits and more work in our community. And so today, again, I'm here to answer questions, listen to your feedback on the process or the recommendations, and then I'll come back at an upcoming meeting with that final list. And so with that, happy to answer any questions.
Mayor's back.
Any questions? Vice Mayor Dahl? I just jumped in here. Council member.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romero. Director Chineka, you did a great job. 2 years ago, I was very frustrated with the process, and now I'm only just minorly frustrated with the process because it wasn't perfect, and there's some things we can improve. I appreciate that you and staff came and talked to us about the process. I had 2 people from my ward office go through it, and they had a lot of details about what worked for them and some suggestions for changes in the future. So you are absolutely right. There is so much need in our community. It's just a very frustrating process because of what it is, but we should be glad that we're able to support some really great projects. Thank you.
Any others?
All the groups that we have are are very reputable. It's a very prudent choice, and the 60 we're kind of maximizing everything we got. It's very well done, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, also thank you, Anne, for being so thorough and diligent and making sure we're doing the most with limited funds. And I think all those organizations are in line with Mayor and Council priorities and trying to be innovative in their approach. So thank you so much for your work.
Likewise, Anne, thank you for your work. I know it takes a long time and lots of thought put into it. I appreciate you all considering equity and what areas, especially in the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, what areas are the biggest need. And those organizations chosen are doing incredible work that's absolutely needed in our community. Every single organization that applied is worthy. But we only have so much funds to be able to do this important work. So I think all of the investments are aligned, as the Vice Mayor said, with the priorities of Mayor and Council. So good work. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You don't need any direction from us.
Nope, I'll be bringing the list back for final approval at one of the next meetings.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Okay. We move on to item 11. Item 11 is an update on the City of Tucson's general plan, Plan Tucson 2025. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we have staff and director from our Planning and Development Services Department here to give you this update on our progress toward putting Plan Tucson in front of the voters soon. With that, Corin, if you'd like to take it away.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm joined by Cesar Acosta, the project manager for Plan Tucson, leading this effort, and he is going to provide an update on our progress to date on Plan Tucson 2025.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Excited for this opportunity to give you a status check on the Plan Tucson update for Plan Tucson 2025, our general plan. So for this meeting, we hope to go through just a review of what the general plan is, what our update process was like, a little bit about what the engagement process has been, what we've learned from our community, what our preliminary draft had and the revisions we've made so far, and then finish off with some of the next steps for where we're headed next. So what is a general plan? It is a state-required long-range planning document. Depending on the size of your city, it has to go over a number of issues, including land use distribution, traffic circulation, and because we have an airport traffic control and coordination. Also unique among planning documents is state-required that it is up to a vote. So our current general plan was brought to voters in 2013, and we received direction from y'all in December of 2022 to begin the update process to make sure it is still in line with our community's values. And this is where we are in our journey. So it is a 4-phase, 3-year process, of which we're nearing the end of the 3rd phase. In that first phase of the process, when we began, we really were trying to ask simple questions of the community. What do you like about Tucson? What are your concerns? What do you want to see change or remain the same? And we wanted to cast as broad a net as possible. So we spoke to folks in intercept surveys outside of the grocery stores and parks that they attend, as well as hosting events both virtually and in person. And in that, we were able to gather some 2,000 individuals to speak with us and over 13,000 data points of engagement. We used that to formulate what we believe to be the core concerns for the community, and we formed those into 5 working groups. So community resources, economic vitality, land use, housing, neighborhood design, water, climate action, green space, and transportation, mobility, and access. And in those 5 working groups, we were able to wrangle a lot of community volunteers to spend not just a few simple questions with us, but hours of time to talk with us over 18 different working group meetings spread across the community to talk to us about what should be the goals and policies of the plan focused into those key issues, into those 5 themes. We used a range of engagement tools and platforms for the second phase. Again, intercept surveys, again, in-person and virtual opportunities, but also pop-up events. We took advantage of the number of fun activities that Tucson has in the community, so we were at a lot of the larger events that the community offers, just getting public feedback and incorporating data. And we also learned a lot about how to pivot. So we learned pretty early on that some strategies were more effective than others. We heard from community members and working groups that the virtual meetings that we had, while they allowed for more people to participate, were just not as engaging, not as able to convey ideas. So we moved to have more in-person working groups. We learned that there were members of our community who were not being represented. So we focused in to have a few meetings primarily in Spanish so that we could engage that level of the community, and also tried to switch up the geographies we were in. And after all of that, a year and a half of continuous public engagement, we were able to release our first preliminary draft of the document in December of last year. And it's broken up into 5 chapters. It was really key to us to make sure that one of the key features of this plan was that it'd be legible, easy, quick, and accessible. So it's broken up into the chapters that are pretty easy to read into where you'd get the information you're desiring to find. Missed some slides. Anyway, the first chapter really is introductory material, as you might imagine. So what is the general plan? What was the process to get it to where we are today? What was our public participation and guiding principles to get the document to that point? Chapter 2 is what you'd show folks if they're new to Tucson or if they're considering investing in our community. It includes a short timeline of our more than 4,000 years of continuous habitation, and then our current conditions. So what is our current housing, traffic, land use, and water resource, and how does all that look like in Tucson today? And then ends with a section on our neighborhoods. So neighborhoods continue to be one of the primary ways that we communicate, not just in the planning initiatives, but as cities overall, how we communicate to get new ideas and communicate with our local population. So they get a special section dedicated to them, talking about the ways that they continue to contribute to the community. Chapter 3 really is where the bulk of the plan lives. So this is our goals, policies, and values section. There are 14 goals that the community has identified that we feel are reflective of all the main features that we want to work on over the next decade. Everything from transparency and governance, building a more equitable community, climate resilience, better housing, quality education, water resource, open space, and good land use and transit accessibility and planning. Sorry, I'm getting a hold of the mic there. So chapter 4 really is where the future planning aspect of the document is. So we've heard from the Pima Association of Government that something like 24,000 people will be moving the city over the next 10 years. And that is just the folks who are going to be moving here. So not birth rates, not our unhoused community who will be transitioning into homes, not members of the University of Arizona who decide to stay in this community. So with those ideas in mind, we worked with the Dochnahl Institute and with Eco Northwest to put together a housing assessment for what we'll need over the next 10 years. And that number is something close to 33,000 housing units over the next decade. So where will we house them, how best to accommodate those, and where to develop that also make sure that we can put those people comfortably within our community, but also meet our goals for preserving open space and protecting our natural resources. So that is what largely is discussed in Chapter 4. Chapter 5 for implementation really is answering the question how you take these large, lofty ideas and put them into something more feasible. This was a big strategy within our plan, is to think critically about all the documents we already have. So as you had mentioned earlier in this meeting, we have our Tucson Resilient Together plan, which is passed very short on the heels of the beginning of this implementation process. We have HAST, we have Pchip, we have a number of planning documents that all had their own outreach efforts. We didn't want to contradict or undo all of that work. So we worked very hard to make sure that we're incorporating those plans into the implementation for this document. So each goal has a set of highlighted plans that we hope will be the implementing documents to make this plan a reality. And then also make sure that policies, the language within each of the goal sections has a number of policies that link to action items within those functional plans. There it is. So when we were reaching out to the public for after we had gotten our first draft out there, we had the month of January as engagement, and we were able to talk to a number of folks in a very rapid succession movement. So 4 in-person meetings, 2 virtual. We spoke to 12 boards and commissions, a number of stakeholder groups, and over the course of just a month, we had 834 individual contacts tell us about what they thought of the general plan. We also launched a thing called Meeting in a Box, which was a virtual tool that had the same questions, same resources that we had at any of our in-person or virtual events, but was put online for folks who wanted to host their own meeting. That way they didn't have to worry about any of the constraints of our times, and they were able to send us comments back as well. So with that, we were able to kind of get a lot of good detail for what people thought of the first draft and what needed to be replaced, polished, or improved. So the revised draft has 44 policy revisions, an additional 19 development guidelines that were included, and a number of extra context layers to all of our maps that show where we are in the community, where our neighboring communities are, and a number of natural features as well. Some of the extended content that we saw in the plan related to things like talking about more of the history of our indigenous population, the role of the U of A and I-10, and people also said that there wasn't enough about challenges in the community. It was too rose-colored, so we wanted to make sure and talk about what is the issues in Tucson we face today. So we added a whole section talking about what our current struggles are with our unhoused population, continued issues with road conditions, with climate change, and how those are impacting us today. And then these are a number of the new policies that were added in addition to the ones that were revised, just kind of from the public what would reflect as things that were needing additional concern or more intentional review. So the intent with all these new policies was really just to think more intentionally about different areas in the goals that hadn't been discussed as thoroughly in the first preliminary draft. These are examples of kind of the changes in policy and revisions to the language. So making sure that we were calling out more our residents with disabilities or our elderly residents as being the ones who are the key focus for creating more accessibility or improvements to infrastructure. Can't read it too well on this slide, but we also heard a lot from our dark skies community about the importance of how do we implement our dark skies policies and making sure that we remain a community that can see the night sky. So we had additional language crafted in to make sure we're talking about how we do implementation, ways that we can engage with the public to do so. And then again, one focus that we saw was things like instead of just having carbon reduction or greenhouse reduction or carbon and greenhouse changes, greenhouse gas reduction turned out to be our unifying theme. So we made edits across our environmental and climate goal policies to make that the consistent language. I'm going to go and skip some of these since it's hard to read. So our future growth scenario map, it's worth noting that this is the third iteration of this map. The first one was really looking at current conditions and laying that over with what was done and not done in 2013. And then we took survey data from our public of where they wanted to see different intensities of land use and different types of land uses. And that put us into our first preliminary draft version. And when we printed out to the public, our question then was, does this map actually reflect what the community wants? And the vast majority of folks actually said, yes, this is a reflection of what we want to see over the next 10 years. The changes we did see were largely from the Tucson International Airport Authority, who told us that some of our proposed changes were a little too intense, close to the flight path of where the Tucson Airport is. So we've reduced those areas and increased industrial uses to the south of the TIA, not pictured here. Residents in Ward 1 told us that we want to see more amenities, more attractions west of I-10, so we included an additional neighborhood community center, and we expand and change the designation along 22nd of a corridor area to reduce intensity to match a small area plan, neighborhood plan. So we're trying to make sure to be responsive to what the community had said is that what they want to see as the changes in their areas. And again, those are the areas that we shifted to industrial based on information from the TIA. Huzzah. So each of those colors that you saw on the map represent a building block or future land use. Each of those are supposed to be not any kind of zoning, nothing prescriptive, but really intended to guide the character of an area. And so there are a number of different kind of characters we want to see across the city, ranging from neighborhood, single family, predominantly residential areas, all the way to the downtown where you see the highest intensity of uses. Each of those has their own set of development guidelines. And over the course of the revised draft, we learned there were some additional languages we wanted to see as far as the language for development guidelines. So that was released March 5th was when we released our revised draft of the plan. And on March 12th, we held our first public hearing on the general plan. And the comments we received were largely around how do we do implementation. So as we discussed earlier, trying to make sure that action items can be focused within the functional plans that the city has. What were our engagement metrics? How did it relate to other cities? We heard from the public a desire to hear more about how we're dealing with the urban heat island impacts, as well as undergrounding utilities, were just comments we heard from the public. In that first public meeting, we had about 20 people in the audience and 30 people online, but only 6 people got up to speak. So again, hard to see with these slides, and I apologize for that. But what this is just an illustration of some of the policies that we have in the general plan to action items within the functional plans like Pchip or Tucson Resilient Together. And again, it is to show that we're intentional with the language of the language in the general plan really being hand in hand with the language of the functional plans. And so there was a number of comments we had for undergrounding, for heat island impacts, but what it comes down to is our next steps. So we were supposed to have our second public hearing March 19th. We were not able to meet quorum, so we rescheduled. And as I was saying, we got really good at pivoting. So we've put out a number of communications to make sure folks know that our next public hearing is tomorrow, April 9th, with Planning Commission. At that meeting, we'll hear hopefully a recommendation from Planning Commission to move it forward to y'all. On April 22nd, per state law, we need to make sure that we have the general plan on the ballot before 180 days before the vote. So that is why it is coming before y'all on that meeting on April 22nd. But on May 20th is when we want to bring a final draft to y'all, incorporating all the feedback we've gotten from our public hearings. And that will be when we have a public hearing to hear your recommendation to whether approve or not approve this future vision for our community. That is my spiel. Happy to entertain any questions y'all may have. And again, I'm just very excited to be able to present to you the work that we've done to make sure that we can create a reflection for what our community wants moving forward.
Thank you, Cesar. Really appreciate your presentation. You know, I've seen you out and about in the community, and I think that you've made yourself and Plan Tucson engagement so available to the community that I really appreciate all of the input and feedback that you have been collecting for our general plan. It's really genuinely encouraging to see how much thought and effort have been put into this. And the level of community engagement has been incredible. So I'm looking forward, to be honest with you, to put it on the ballot for November. I think that people have been given 3 years worth of engagement into this effort. So heartening to know that Tucsonans are engaged, are giving input and feedback care. And hopefully in the public hearing, we'll hear some more and be able to put this item on the November agenda. Any comments or questions from my colleagues? Vice Mayor.
I just have a question. So y'all did, have been doing a lot of engagement, and thank you for all the Ward 1 events that y'all were at. What is the plan moving forward? Still staying in front of people as far as education and why it's important to vote on this in the November election?
Yeah, so our plan is post y'all's vote in May. We'll take from then all the way through November to do voter outreach, to really just do education. We can't give a recommendation on which way to vote, but we can definitely tell people about why this document is important and all the work that's gone into it and the consequences of not voting for it. That will be with the document that, while good, is outdated by 10 years, and that we need to have a new general plan. So that's additional resources we would need to invest into something that community has really given us a lot of feedback on. But I think more important than anything else is just letting people know what is in this document and how they can then use it for the next 10 years as their way to advocate for community change.
Alrighty, you don't need any additional, thank you for the update. Really appreciate all the work put into this. Alrighty. And we are moving to item 13. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction for any associated litigation. I know that Andres will be given an update, but I just want to make sure that I open up, as I usually do. There's fear throughout our community coming from economic uncertainty, fear of anti-immigrant sentiment and actions, fear that the foundations of our civil rights and our democracy are being eroded. This comes from both the Trump administration at a federal level, as well as the Republican-led state legislature. The push from the state legislature on cities to accept preemption is even more problematic in these times of uncertainty, when each and every city needs the maximum flexibility to meet needs of their communities. As mayor and council, we all know we're on the front lines of the input and feedback from our community. I want to highlight one of the most urgent issues facing Tucson and our region, the need to expand housing supply. Thanks to Senate Bill 1162, which Governor Hobbs signed into law last year, now we have a clear, data-driven picture of our housing needs. The city's housing needs assessment required under the law and updated this January shows that Tucson needs more than 35,000 additional affordable housing units by 2033. That includes over 4,700 units to address homelessness, over 8,000 units to account for underproduction, and more than 22,000 units to meet future demand. This is a defining challenge for our city, and to be clear, we are not standing still. Tucson has adopted and updated our housing affordability strategy, our community corridors tool, which just pushed right now. And at the same time, we are carefully watching legislation at the state level that would override local planning authority. Not all land is ready to be built on. Many of the parcels impacted by these proposals lack water, sewer, roads, and emergency services. So we're doing the work, we're moving forward. Tucson is leading on affordable housing, and we should be proud of the work that we're doing. Unfortunately, the Republican-led state legislature is trying to handcuff us in terms of what we can do and the flexibility that cities and towns in Arizona have. So I'll send it over your way, Andres, to give us an update, but I usually like to open up this item with what's happening and our stances here in Tucson.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you on your federal and state work. I want to emphasize the mayor's point that Tucson continues to be at the table, working directly with our state legislative delegation and the governor's office to communicate the proactive steps that we are taking to address housing supply. We have shared detailed briefings, as the mayor mentioned, on the community corridors tool, the updates from Senate Bill 1162, and the constraints that Tucson would face should these proposals, like the original Starter Homes Bill SB 1229, move forward without necessary amendments. We've made clear that the city is serious about increasing the housing stock regionally and that we are planning responsibly and delivering results. Importantly, the governor's office has included Tucson in ongoing stakeholder conversations aimed at improving the starter homes proposal. I especially want to thank our Director of Planning and Development Services, Corin Manning, for being a part of those crucial negotiations as the legislature continues to explore a best path forward. We remain ready to collaborate with the home building industry and state lawmakers to explore tools like density bonuses to responsibly support a new starter home market without abandoning the standards that you have set as mayor and council to protect infrastructure investment, service delivery, and long-term affordability. Today marks day 86 of the legislative session. We're hearing that increased speculation indicates that the legislature may recess for extended periods in the coming weeks. As we reach that 100-day mark, that day really guides a lot of the activity happening at our state capitol, where we'll be paying close attention as well to the incoming financial forecasts from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, which includes an analysis of the revenue that is coming into the state. Much of that discussion is going to include one-time and ongoing state budget priorities. We are staying closely engaged with our legislative delegation and the governor's office on your behalf to continue advocating for Tucson's needs. That's the update from our state capitol. At the federal level, we want to also provide a high-level snapshot of activity in Washington, D.C., based on our updates from Brassy Tucker Brown. Among the most pressing developments, nationwide tariffs announced by the Trump administration are already disrupting markets, triggering global retaliatory measures, and threatening economic stability. These actions are expected to increase costs on consumer goods, infrastructure materials, and public works projects, impacting local governments like the city of Tucson directly. Significant concerns remain around federal public health funding, with $11 billion in grants cut from programs related to mental health, substance abuse, and health equity. You'll recall that 10,000 Health and Human Services employees have been laid off from these executive actions. Transportation grants are extremely important to the city of Tucson, and we are closely tracking those updates, particularly as it relates to Tucson's 22nd Bridge. Senator Kelly has raised this issue directly with the Transportation Secretary, Mr. Duffy, and of course we are tracking any updates related to this particular appropriation to ensure that these funds are released without delay. So, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council, we are navigating a rapidly shifting policy environment at both the state and national levels, and our goal remains the same, to protect the city's authority, secure our resources from our federal and state partners, and to advance priorities that reflect the values of our residents. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Any questions or comments from the colleagues? Vice Mayor? And then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Andres, for that update. I just wanted to give my colleagues a quick update that our Ward 1 office spent the day at the Arizona State Capitol last Tuesday. The visit was an opportunity for our team to witness firsthand the legislative conversations and decisions happening at the state level that impact our day-to-day work here in the city of Tucson on the issues that we care about, like water, infrastructure, housing, public health, education, and of course, economic justice. We were proud to be introduced on the House floor by Representative Betty Villegas, whose continued leadership and deep roots in our Tucson communities we value deeply. Throughout the day, we also had one-on-one conversations with Senator Rosana Gabaldon and Senator Leader Priya Sandarishan. How do I say her last name? Sandarishan. Discussing critical policy areas like water security, climate resilience, and how we strengthen collaboration between local and state governments. Of course, it came to no surprise to learn that it's very difficult for them to move a lot of their bills and to learn about some of their strategies and helping amend bad bills to be less bad for the city of Tucson. We were also grateful to meet with some of our other Southern Arizona delegation members who made time to meet with us, including Reps Nancy Gutierrez, Chris Mates, Mariana Sandoval, and Stephanie Stahl-Hamilton, along with 10 other legislators from the Maricopa County area. Each of them affirmed just how much it matters that we stay connected and coordinated in our shared work for the people of Tucson. It wasn't just a feel-good visit, even though Andres took very good care of us. It was a necessary reminder of how deeply intertwined local and state policy are and how important it is that we continue to show up at the state capitol, ask hard questions, and build those relationships so that we can govern more effectively. And I want to give my most heartfelt thank you to Andres Cano, our Director of Federal and State Relations, for organizing and helping guide this visit. His commitment, clarity, and care made the day not only seamless, but a powerful experience. Thank you, Andres.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dahl.
Andres, do you need a vote on the memo you sent us? Mayor, so moved.
Alrighty, so there's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
Aye.
Motion carries. We move on. Thank you so much, Andres. Really appreciate your presentation and all the work that you do for us. Alrighty, so we move on to item 14. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we move on to item 15. Does anyone have any items for future agendas?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually had an
Remember.
I actually had an item today about reconsidering the Parks and Wash motion we made last meeting. There were some technical difficulties, but upon further review, Councilmember Fimbres did vote. I wanted to try to do it today, but he's not available today. So I asked that we do revisit the item in some way, shape, or form, whether it's a reconsideration or we just re-agendize it for next meeting, because we may have some adjustments and amendments to make. So
I
that's
think I'll ask Mr. Rankin to guide us through that on agenda committee meeting. Do we have
That's
a
what I
time?
was going to suggest, Mayor. We can sort through it. We have Agenda Committee meeting tomorrow, I believe.
So, yeah.
And we can take care of the request at that time.
I just wanted to get it on the record because I know that a lot of people had questions on whether we were going to revisit that properly.
Absolutely, thank you. Alrighty, so study session is adjourned. If no one else has any future agendas, the regular session, well, let's take a look. I want to give us at least 20 minutes. So we're gonna reconvene at 5:40. And the next study session is scheduled for Tuesday, April 22nd. Thank you, everyone. Council will stand in session. Let's gather ourselves and focus on starting this meeting. Thank you all so much for coming. We have a full house today. Thank you for your interest in participating in our democracy. I'll start that with, for the record, Council members Lee and Ulick will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. Councilmember Jimenez is absent excused. So item 1 is roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mixulik?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Before we go on to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the Mayor and Council. Arizona law also allows the Mayor and Council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts persons who may be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is the first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting, such as tonight's meeting of the Mayor and Council, from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates these rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation tonight will be given by Pastor Philip Cruz, Rincon Mountain Presbyterian Church. After the invocation, I would ask that you please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, let's pray. Our great Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to be here today to carry out the business of this city. And Lord, you have placed over us leaders that you have appointed to their positions through the right and correct elections of the people. And tonight we pray for them. We pray for them as they conduct business, that they would be able to move through the agenda well, and that the things that matter to this city will be taken up and treated with great respect and honor, and that the people of this city, the citizens, will be treated with honor and respect. Lord, we thank you for government, for order. We pray that our government, both here on the local level, the state level, the federal level, would act in accordance with principles that you have laid out for human life, for the flourishing of human life. We pray, God, for peace. We pray for those areas in our world that are in deep conflict. We know that some of our own, our children, our brothers and sisters, our aunts and uncles are serving in places where their lives are in danger. And we ask that you would protect them, that you would return them home at a good time. We also ask, oh God, as we come into this season of springtime, where there's lots of life and flowers are blooming and temperatures are rising, that we would enjoy the freedoms that you've given us in this land, that we would enjoy knowing you. We thank you, oh God, for sending your Son, Jesus Christ, to die for us. and then raising him from the dead so that we could have life and hope in him. We ask, oh God, that you would turn hearts in Tucson to the hope of the cross during this season, and that this city would continue to grow and be a place of refuge for many. Lord, I thank you for this meeting tonight. I pray for each one involved. In Jesus' name, amen. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty, so we're moving on to item 2C, which are the presentations. I have a presentation declaring April of 2025 to be Fair Housing Month, another proclamation declaring April 27th through May 3rd to be Pima Tucson Read Out Loud Week. And then I also have a proclamation proclaiming April 13th through April 19th to be National Public Safety Communications Week. I'm going to go down there and announce each proclamation individually. But before I do that, I do want to thank my colleagues on the council and our city managers, city attorney, and all of the executive leadership team, our assistant city managers, for wearing teal. I don't know if you all noticed, we're matching. We are wearing teal in honor of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and the Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault, SACASA, puts together a Dine Out for Safety and brings attention to sexual assault in our community and throughout the country. And so even though we don't have a proclamation today, we are wearing teal to bring attention to this issue. So all my colleagues and our administrators, if I can ask them that we meet downstairs, down over by the mic, so that we could take a picture, and then I'll let you go so we could do our proclamations. Please join me. Was wearing green. But join us. Come on in, yeah. Yeah, anyone in the audience that's wearing teal, you can join us. Okay.
You scooch in a little bit this way.
Scooch in, everyone. Taller. Cover Kevin's teal. Green.
Cover my shade.
Cover the green.
When you're environmentalist, you're an environmentalist. There you go. Okay, here we go.
Thank you all. And please remember to support Dine Out for Safety. Alrighty, our first group that I'm going to be calling up here is our wonderful Public Safety Communications team. We have the Interim Director of Public Safety Communications, Mike Garcia, Deputy Director Jeff Kuhn, and all of our wonderful 911, 311 communication staff. Please join me up here, and you can take both sides of the dais. One of you to speak, okay? All right. Oh, I lost one. Here you go. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was two. There's two, just in case you. There you go, Mike. Let me see. So on behalf of the city of Tucson, Arizona, and the office of the mayor, I'd like to proclaim April 13th through April 19th, 2025 to be National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in the city of Tucson, Arizona. So let me read. Whereas emergencies that require fire, emergency medical services, or law enforcement response can occur at any time. And whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of the firefighters, paramedics, and police officers is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of paramedics, firefighters, police officers is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from people who call 911 Public Safety Communications Department. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our residents have with emergency services. And whereas we recognize that 311 and 911 operators, public safety dispatchers, telecommunications technicians that maintain our radio and emergency phone systems, and other public safety telecommunications staff and supervisors work tirelessly to help during emergencies. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the PSCD Communication Center have contributed substantially to the service and protection of the community, treatment of patients, and response to other emergency incidents while showing compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their jobs in the past year. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim that the week of April 13th through April 19th, 2025, to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in this community, and encourage all of our residents to recognize the contributions that 911 operators make in our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 8th day of April, 2025. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And thank you for all of the work that you do for all of us. You want to say something? You want to say something? Sure.
Yeah, just thank you, Mayor and Council. We really appreciate this recognition, and I'd really like to take the time just real quickly to thank and recognize the people behind the scenes. And it's so exciting to have such a great group of people here representing all levels of our organization. The unsung people or the unseen people so often that's so critical to meeting the needs of our community and working so tirelessly to get the right work in the right hands, day in and day out, overnight, weekends, holidays, and the effort that they put into it. And I just love this time of year that we get to recognize and celebrate the work that they do, and they get a whole week that we get to have some fun, and we get some time to really recognize and appreciate them. And taking the time out of the council and at the city level to recognize them is really meaningful to all of us. And I just thank you all for doing that, and you're welcome down to come see us and join us for that during the week. So thank you all very much, and thank you, team, for being here today. So.
And I can attest personally how much fun they do have the week of Telecommunicators Week. They have yummy food. They have wonderful activities. So thank you all so much for the service that you provide. And do you want to? There are two, so. Thank you. All right, in our second proclamation today, I'd like to welcome the City of Tucson's Housing Community Development Director, Ann Shaneka, and representatives from various local organizations like Southwest Fair Housing Council, Casas Poderes Móviles, Primavera Foundation, and the Commission or Commissioners on Equitable Housing and Development. Please join us if you're here for this proclamation. I don't know if there's two. Alrighty, thank you all so much for the work that you do, whether you're a volunteer or a commissioner, that you work in affordable housing and housing accessibility. Thank you all so much for our Tucson team. Thank you for the incredible work that you do with mayor and council and the community on this. And so therefore, let me see, on behalf of the city of Tucson and the office of the mayor, I would like to proclaim April 2025 to be Fair Housing Month in this community. So, whereas President Lyndon B. Johnson signed on April 11th, 1968, the landmark Civil Rights Act, which Title VIII included Fair Housing Act. And whereas the Fair Housing Act stated that as a nation, citizens and government would set the values of equality, equity, and dignity in our public housing a top priority, and adopted the Housing Affordability Strategy for Tucson in 2021, and in 2023 adopted the Source of Income Protection Ordinance to curb discriminatory denial for people with housing choice vouchers. And whereas Tucson's communities of color and marginalized families and homeless individuals continue to face discrimination and obstacles to safe and healthy housing. And whereas Tucson remains committed to remove existing barriers to housing and to strive that all residents, regardless of race, color, religion, ancestry, sex, age, disability, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, familial status, or marital status, have access to housing. And whereas the Tucson Mayor and Council will continue advocating for housing assistance resources for low-income families, including the elderly, the unhoused, and those threatened by loss of jobs. And now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim April 2025 to be Fair Housing Month in this community, and encourage all of our residents to reflect on the importance of housing for all and to work towards the goal so that individuals and families and children can live securely and safely. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 8th day of April 2025. Thank you so much for everything that you do. You want to say something?
Thank you to Mayor Romero, City Council, HCD staff. The City of Tucson has supported fair housing and the Southwest Fair Housing Council really since its inception over 30 years ago. We couldn't do our work without the support of the city and city staff, mayor and council. So it's a real honor to be here today. I'm Jay Young, the Executive Director of the Southwest Fair Housing Council. We support all of Arizona with fair housing services. So we basically help people that have experienced illegal housing discrimination to exercise their fair housing rights. And make no mistake, the civil rights and our fair housing rights are under attack in this country, and it is critical to continue to remain steadfast and to support fair housing so that people do have fair and equal access to housing. And again, Mayor and Council's support of the Southwest Fair Housing Council is critical in these times. So again, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and thank you very much, Mayor.
Thanks, Jay. I'm Ann Schnecka, Director of Housing Community Development. I also want to thank you, Mayor Romero and Council, for not only recognizing Fair Housing Month this month, but also fighting every day to try to eliminate housing discrimination in our community. You are the ones that led the state in creating the Source of Income Ordinance, and I have to applaud you for that. And lastly, even today, we discussed giving nonprofits money to focus on equitable housing solutions, including money to educate and enforce on fair housing. So thank you so much.
I'll balance it out.
Next to you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And last but certainly not least, I'd like to welcome our community partners that are here to receive the proclamation for the Pima Tucson Read Out Loud Week. I'd like to invite everyone that's here for the Read Out Loud Week to please join us, kids and all. Roque Perez, the Executive Director at the Metropolitan Education Commission, Sharon O'Brien, Executive Director of Literacy Connects, Yisel Salafsi, CEO, Make Way for Books, Abra McAndrew, Executive Director of Tucson Festival of Books, Amber Matheson, County Librarian, Pima County Public Libraries, Terry Clark, Arizona Literacy Director, Read On Arizona, and other beautiful, wonderful guests that are learning to read themselves. So who would like to hold this? You can. All righty. All righty, so on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I would like to proclaim the week of April 27th through May 3rd, 2025 to be Pima Tucson Read Out Loud Week, and extend my gratitude to the literacy advocates and organizations who work tirelessly for this. So, whereas literacy is a foundational skill that expands opportunities for individuals of all ages by fostering academic, civic, and economic success, while reading out loud enhances comprehension, vocabulary, and critical thinking, nurturing a lifelong love of learning. That's why I'm doing this out loud. And whereas data from the Education Forward Arizona Education Progress Meter shows that 32% of Tucson third graders met or exceeded grade level reading standards for the 2023-24 school year, highlighting an opportunity to implement partnerships to provide targeted, data-driven interventions to further improve literacy outcomes and strengthen the success of youth. And whereas Tucson benefits from a dedicated network of literacy champions, including Read On Arizona, Pima County Public Library, Literacy Connects, Make Way for Books, and the Tucson Festival of Books, whose culturally responsive and family-focused programs promote early learning, support families, and celebrate the joy of reading. And whereas the Metro Education Commission recognizes the essential contributions of these organizations in addressing literacy disparities and strengthening Tucson's educational ecosystem, and has recommended this proclamation to reaffirm a shared commitment to literacy as a cornerstone of community well-being. And now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the week of April 27th through May 3rd, 2025 to be Pima County Tucson Read Out Loud Week, and extend my gratitude to the literacy advocates and organizations who work tirelessly to address these challenges, and encourage all residents to join in this observance by participating in activities and championing literacy efforts year-round. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 8th day of April, 2025. Congratulations and thank you all for what you do.
Thank you again for having us. So, we know that literacy is the foundation for academic success, economic opportunity, and also civic participation. Reading aloud in particular creates moments for connection between families, between students and educators, between generations. These moments not only build vocabulary and comprehension, but also cultivate curiosity and empathy and imagination. So again, we thank you for having us. This proclamation kind of builds on the festivities that we saw earlier this year. And in celebration of them, we are, thanks with the
to the generous support of Vantage West and the purchasing power of Make Way for Books, we were able to purchase 450 children's books that we actually brought here today. And we brought 22 books for each of the council members. And Mayor Romero, I actually brought you my favorite amongst the batch. It was called Why by a Tucson author named Adam Rex. It's a story about an age-old, relentless question that stumped parents for generations, why? And it takes down a supervillain. The book reminds us of how curiosity, even in the simplest form, can lead to understanding. It feels especially timely as we all work toward better outcomes for our community, that we keep encouraging young people to ask the important question, why? So thank you again, and thank you to all the organizations for all they do. There are challenges that we see ahead within the educational community, and even more so now that we know, actually, the insight that was mentioned on here, I believe it was 32%, which has actually taken a further decline. And so this moment prompts all of us to come together in these interests, and we're incredibly thankful that we have the support system that we do. So we did bring these books. So
Thank you so much. How exciting. I love books.
there's only a couple with each of these bags, so I'll have to deliver the rest, but this one's yours.
Thank you.
Council members, we got some for you too, so we can hand them over to your staff. But yeah, again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna actually pass it off. Yeah.
I mean, everybody should speak. I just wanted to take a minute to thank the parents who are here today. Our parent participants, not only do they show up to the programming and show up for their children in support of early literacy and setting them off on a strong start and that long-term education attainment path, but they also showed up on a very busy weekday last minute because they also are very wonderful advocates for the work that we do. So I want to thank them and give them an opportunity if they want to share about what the services mean to them, because I couldn't agree more with the fact that a zip code shouldn't dictate the resources that are available to you, whether it's books or childcare or preschool. And Pima County is a preschool desert, and that is why all of this strong network exists to really fill those big gaps. That's a big number. You're talking about 32%. That means more than half of our kids are struggling to read. So would you mind sharing? So I just want to give a parent an opportunity, but thank you.
I'm like, I didn't expect so many people. I just want to say that the program is just amazing. I'm like, my daughter and I have been going for a while, and she loves being able to have the, I guess, ability to get like a wider range of books, and the staff is amazing. They've always been super kind and helpful, and it's just a great program. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
I would also just like to recognize the extended family, the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles, the cousins, the siblings that read to each other, and our volunteers. We have a lot of members of the community who come out to read with people who are not their family, to instill the love of literacy and reading and the relationship that happens when you share a book. So I want to thank everybody who gives their time to helping children at that very critical time of their life. It's a very critical window when they're young to find that love of reading, because it's the window to opportunity for the rest of their lives. So thank you all.
If we could get the kiddos over here. Can you sit up? Do you want to sit up here so we can see?
Not that.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. So I wanted to start the regular session because we had a lot of visitors here for the proclamations, but we do have a special meeting of the Public Housing Authority Board. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to recess the regular meeting and then go to the meeting of the Public Housing Authority Board. So let me just find the information. It's right here. I don't have the script. Okay, let's see. So we're going to call to order the meeting of the Public Housing Authority Board. Ms. Clerk, please go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Here.
Commissioner Dahl?
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Here.
Commissioner Lee?
Here.
Commissioner Ulick?
Here.
Commissioner Martin is absent excused. Chair Romero.
Here. For the record, I just want to mention that Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Ulick will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. We move on to item 2.
Public Housing Authority Board reports.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 6 dated April 8th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in, we have to go to roll call, right? Voice vote, already. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 3.
Public hearing approval of 2025 Public Housing Authority Plans, PHA 5-year plan, PHA annual plan, Public Housing Capital Fund 5-year plan, Public Housing Admissions and Continued Occupancy Policy, Housing Choice Voucher Administration or Administrative Plan, Resolution Number PHA 2025-36.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 7 dated April 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-36 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-36 relating public housing approval and adoption by the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority's updated Public Housing Authority 5-year plan, Public Housing Authority annual plan, Public Housing Admissions and Continued Occupancy Policy, ACOP, Public Housing Capital Fund 5-year plan, and Housing Choice Voucher HCV administrative plan, and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Your Honor, this is a public hearing. I do not have any cards of anybody wishing to speak.
Alrighty, so there's no cards for speakers. What is the board's pleasure?
Move
To close the public hearing?
we close the public hearing, Your Honor.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
Aye.
Motion carries. Alrighty. So may we have a motion to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-36?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee? Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioners Fimbres and Martin are absent excused. Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-36 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
Approval of minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 5 dated April 8th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the February 4th, 2025 report?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
The motion to approve the minutes of the February 4th, 2025 meeting passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 5,
Adjournment.
the meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. So now we reconvene the meeting of the mayor and council for Tuesday, April 8th. We are in, I believe, in item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 91 dated April 8th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in this report?
So moved.
There's a motion. Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. I would like to thank Ms. Blake Houghton to the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission and Jennifer Hogan to the City Magistrate Merit Selection Commission. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 86 dated April 8th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? All righty. Any over on the Teams meeting? Okay. So let's start with Councilmember Cunningham and then Vice Mayor.
Just wanted to thank everybody. So my office every year does a day of service on Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Day. This year we turned it into a week of service, and we had some community volunteers as well as some team members. On Monday, we spent the day at Casa Maria. We do that about a couple times a year. It's still amazing to me in the 20 years that we've been visiting Casa Maria that not only do they serve 500 meals a day and provide food to families 100 a day every day of the week, or 6 days a week, excuse me. They also treat people with a lot of dignity and compassion and respect. And I think that's something that we forget about. So I wanted to thank Brian and his team for having us. It was fun chopping up all that sausage. On Tuesday, we went with different neighbors. People volunteered with their pickup trucks. We had a lot of different shopping carts in the neighborhood over the last few months, and we were able to recover some 100 shopping carts this week. And so I thank the people who showed up to do that. And then on Thursday, we went to a pocket park that had some graffiti issues on a wall, on an adjacent wall to it. And we had a group of community volunteers paint the wall, some in sky blue and some in teal, along that wall. So appreciate all the folks who came out for that. Finally, on Friday, nearby our office, there's a wash that has had some vandalism and damage, and we were able to clean out that wash. I think some 6 or 7 loads of garbage came out of there. So I appreciate all the neighbors. And that week of service is something that, every day can be a day of service. So I hope folks consider that. Also, Arizona Symphonic Winds is starting again at the Laszlo Veras Amphitheater at Udall Park, hosted by Laszlo Veras. And this is his 40th year. He's the former maestro at Tucson High, legendary band director. That's why we named the amphitheater after him. And every year he does a series of free concerts with local symphony musicians. It's a really neat it's a really neat experience. And I hope if you have time to get out to the east side to check it out, because I think Maestro Virus is one of the most talented musicians we have in Tucson. It's a great experience for all Tucsonans.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. This coming Saturday, April 12th from 2 to 10 p.m., celebrate culture, community, and pride at the first annual Latino Pride Festival, Tucson, hosted by the Latino Pride Alliance. Enjoy a day of live music, drag performances, DJs, food, and the largest gathering of Latino LGBTQ+ in Tucson. Featuring performances will be by La Sonora Dinamita, Cristian Peralta from Drag Race Mexico, and Miss Latina Pride Festival 2024, Sandra Ecstasy, and more. This will be held at the MSA Annex Festival Grounds at 267 South Avenida del Convento. And then on Saturday, also Saturday, April 12th from 4 to 9, join the Unity Festival presented by Tucson High Mecha. This student-led, community-powered event celebrates Tucson's cultures and connections through music, dance, lowriders, food, art, and more. Enjoy vendors, youth councils, free resources, and community partners in welcoming drug and alcohol-free space. The Ward 1 office will be present, offering community members the opportunity to vote for Cycle 3 of Budget de la Gente, our participatory budgeting program. Help us decide how we invest $200,000 in Ward 1 by casting your vote during the festival. This will be at Tucson High Magnet School, 400 North 2nd Avenue. And then finally, this Sunday, April 13th from 9 to 11 a.m., join us for our West Side Ride, BCC Burros. This ride will be dedicated to Dia del Niño, where we're honoring the young people in our lives. The morning ride takes place on the second Sunday of each month, starting at the Ward 1 office. Ride through the west side and enjoy fun, community-centered cycling experience. We meet at the Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda Street. Thank you.
Any others? Alrighty. For me, I'd like to thank Tucson residents who came out to participate in our budget town halls. The town halls are one way for Tucsonans to learn how the city budget process works and share their input. There is a virtual town hall happening this Thursday, April 10th. If you missed the in-person ones, it's from 6 to 7 p.m. Information is available on the Tucson website. Another way to provide input is by taking the budget engagement survey. It's available on our City of Tucson website and is open through April 11th. I also want to thank Tucsonans who have been sharing their input about our budget during call to the audience and by reaching out directly to Mayor and Council. Please keep it coming. It's important for us to hear your voice. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 87, dated April 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one announcement for tonight. As many of you know, voters approved funds for the construction of a new Fire Station 8. This was under Prop 101, and that fire station is located on the city's northwest side. Since we completed the new fire station, we have repurposed old Fire Station 8 into a low-barrier congregate shelter for individuals experiencing homelessness. That facility, now called Amphi 8, opened about 1 month ago, right at the beginning of March, and I'd like to report on its continued operations. We have occupancy in that facility has grown steadily, and as of Sunday, we had 27 vulnerable individuals, and in some cases, their pets as well. At the shelter, we do have room to double that occupancy, and I expect usage to grow as we head into the hotter temperatures. I just want to take a moment to thank our staff at Housing and Community Development for the quick work in transforming that property and our operating partner, Old Pueblo Community Services. This project provides critical low-barrier shelter beds for some of our most vulnerable individuals in a section of our community where these are greatly needed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 88, dated April 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 applications for new licenses and 7 special event applications. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2 and 5C1 through 7 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
A motion, please?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any speakers or an announcement and then speakers?
Yes, Your Honor. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light on the lower dais will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds left and beep once. And when your 3 minutes are up, it will turn red and start beeping. Please conclude your remarks at that time. And that's it.
Hey, do you have any cards? Thank you. All righty. We have a lot of cards today, so if you can keep your comments short, make your point, and we will work in as many people as we possibly can. Our first speaker is Gian Lucaslo. Gian Lucaslo. I'm sorry if I'm... Yeah, that's the good.
That is this
that's
one?
right.
Okay, great. Gene Lucasco, a resident of Tucson. I'm speaking on behalf of Free Transit. This is one of the most important services the city provides. Without free transit, there's a massive burden on students, the elderly, the unsheltered, all those groups. And it's really sad and pathetic that this is up for discussion again. Because we know that people will die if free transit disappears. We do. So fiscal responsibility, I guess, people are going to die if we vote to get rid of free transit. I know that's not what council is voting on tonight, but I know there's members of council who are either indecisive on this or want to get rid of free fares. That is such a terrible mistake. This is one of the best things the city has ever done, is offering free transit to people. If your phone dies or you can't get a ride and it's 115 degrees outside, you should just be able to get on the bus. Like, it's just climate. It's tantamount to climate change denial to not take this seriously. The services are so important to mobility and dignity for everyone. This is the coolest thing Tucson has going for it, and stripping it away while we're facing a climate emergency is really just, I feel like, a recipe for disaster and a recipe for death, and that's not up for debate. That's just the facts. That's the reality of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Violet Winters. Violet Winters.
Okay, good evening, Council. Fare-free public transportation is a testament to our city's values. It ensures that everyone, regardless of income, can access jobs, healthcare, education, and community. For years now, I think since 2020, our budget has proven we can prioritize this policy, and I urge us to continue. No one should be pushed deeper into poverty by the costs of bus rides piling up. Instead, let's be a city that invests in dignity and mobility for all. This is also a climate justice issue. Transportation is one of the largest sources of US emissions, and fare-free transit reduces car dependence, cuts pollution, and aligns with our climate goals. When we make transit accessible, ridership grows, benefiting our environment. As the previous speaker mentioned, especially in rising desert temperatures, as we've seen record highs of heat over the past couple of summers. It's critical for people to be able to access these services when they need them. And I ask the council to sustain this critical investment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Kellogg. Joshua Kellogg.
All right. Hello. All right. First off, thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss. I'm a Suntran operator, a Teamster member, but today I'm here for myself, and I just want to bring up the free fare. As an operator, I'm against free fare. The reason why is there's a lot of negative impact that I've seen from when I first started, when we had fare, until now. For example, my son used to ride the bus when he was younger, and he's afraid to ride the bus, and he's 17 now because all the assaults that happen there, all the drug use that are at each bus stop that I see. I see drug use happening on the bus, and all this has increased since I first started. You know, when COVID first started, it was nice for everybody. Even before when I started and there was free fares, you guys had programs for everybody. And I saw a lot of people using those programs, and it would motivate them to go to like the library, to do a lot of different things that would make their lives better. And now it's just they get on the bus, and it seems like, you know, they're always angry at the bus driver. You know, we're trying very hard as bus drivers to make sure that they get to their destinations and stuff, but it's just more assaults, more fighting. And I feel like a lot of people that used to ride the buses, you know, to go to work, to go to school, things like that, they don't ride it anymore. I don't see it like I used to see it before, you know, and I believe that they're scared to ride the buses because of the ridership that was brought in when we started free fare. And I do thank you guys for offering it during COVID. I really think that was a big help. Just now, I don't think it's helping much. I just think that it's causing a negative impact towards the Suntran. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sarina, I believe it's Moon. Sarina Moon.
Hi. So first, I want to thank the council members and officials who have worked to keep transit fare free thus far. I also believe that maintaining the free transit is not just a matter of convenience, it's a lifeline for residents who are facing financial insecurity. At a time when inflation and housing costs are rising relentlessly, many in our community are struggling financially. Charging fares would only deepen those hardships, placing an unfair burden on those who rely on public transportation the most. I do think it's also important to address the argument that charging fares will create somehow a safer transit system by distancing riders from those impacted by homelessness or substance abuse. But reinstating fares won't solve those systemic issues. It will only make them less visible by pushing vulnerable individuals further into the margins. If we truly care about accessibility and the well-being of all residents, we need to keep our bus fares free while pursuing real creative solutions to the deeper crises at hand. Thank you.
Abby Okrent. Abby. Please use the tall one, thanks.
But I'm so short. All right. I want to echo everybody else's thanks to Mayor and Council for leading on this. Those of you who have expressed your commitment, I really appreciate that. We've asked this a lot to keep the buses fare free, and I do want to address the larger issues of budget. A budget is a moral document. And in the wake of Prop 414's failure, we've heard a lot about people's feelings about public safety as it relates to buses, unhoused people, and law enforcement. And I'm asking that you, Mayor and Council, our elected leaders, continue to prioritize facts over feelings and the good of our community over fear-mongering. Buses have a simple and clear job. They get people from place to place. They do it well. They do it safely. Buses are safer than driving, which is a dangerous prospect on Tucson streets. And drivers report that altercations have decreased since the bus fare has been removed. We just heard differently, and I'm not going to talk over that gentleman's experience, but buses could do their jobs better and more comfortably if they had even more funding. And there's a direct correlation between better funding for transit and better transit. Police have an unclear job and take a much larger part of our budget. According to the U.S. Supreme Court, police do not actually have a duty to protect the public. That's City of Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, which was a domestic violence case in which the police in a small Colorado town declined to enforce a protection order, leading to the murder of 3 children. That was in 2005. That's not a theoretical position. Uvalde proved it. I've lived in Tucson almost 11 years, and in that time, I have lost track of how many people have been murdered by various law enforcement agencies here. That number increased over the weekend with a murder by a state trooper of a pedestrian. I worked as a public defender for nearly 7 years, and I've seen police cause far more harm than they've ever prevented or remedied. Nationwide, police budgets have been increasing for decades. There is no evidence that this increases public safety. We need more money for buses. I'm not just asking you to keep it free, I'm asking you to expand it. Reinstating fares would only cover a small portion of the bus budget. It would delay the bus, increase driver-rider altercations, and make the bus less accessible to those who need it the most and to visitors. It's so great to be able to visit a city and just hop on the bus. The bus is a public service that benefits everyone, even people who don't take it. Even a modest reduction in the police budget reallocated to transit would go a long way to improve public safety. Or we could charge more for parking, or add surcharges for visitors who can ride the bus for free, or go back to the table with the University of Arizona and Pima Community College to contribute, or any number of other creative ways. You're all smart and creative, that's why we elected you. I'm sure you can come up with something. I ride the bus to work 3 or 4 days a week. I see children, the elderly, students, other suited professionals like myself, other knitters like myself, unhoused people, people in wheelchairs, people with canes, visitors, and whole families. The bus moves all Tucsonans forward. It's a positive investment in our lives and our futures. I dream of a future where the buses are cleaner, run more often, and connect people to more services. All of this is harm prevention, reducing the fear that spawns more police, and it would cost a lot less too. When I brag about Tucson to my friends around the world, our free buses are on my list of selling points. Don't make me have to retract this. Thank you.
And Lucero.
Good evening. Here we are once again. Today I'm not going to speak on our MOU. I'm going to speak about the changes, the unilateral changes that were put into the comp plan in the budget discussion. There was one thing that was said in the study session was that, you know, the city and the unions were collaborative about it. We must have different definitions of collaborative. We met July 30th, and it was called Comp Plan Update Debriefing. We asked a few questions, and that was it. That's not collaborative. Collaborative is exchanging information, pertinent information, going back and forth, and coming to some kind of formal agreement. That was untrue. As I said, in the plan, there's unilateral changes of lowering the top-up pay for trades represented by CWA, ASHME, TFFA. These are all things that are covered under our MOUs, and ours specifically is Article 5, Section 1, where we discuss changes in wages, working conditions, and everything that we represent. So these are unilateral changes that were not agreed upon by us. When is it going to stop? When is the disrespect to ASHME, CWA going to stop? We do just the same work as police and fire. We provide services that are needed throughout the city, and these are services that are needed. So once again, let's get collaborative and let's come to the table. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I just want to make sure to see if there was a meeting recently Mr. Lucero says that you all met in July. Has there been any recent meetings
No, it was a January.
with ASME?
Sorry, it was January 30th.
Okay, but there was a description of an April meeting with ASME representatives.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we meet with ASME in a variety of different ways on a variety of different topics. So most recent meeting, as Mr. Lucero alluded to, was on our MOU. He's referring to the compensation discussions, and so I'll defer to our HR director on when the most recent conversations were about the compensation plan, but we do meet regularly, but not always on all topics.
Alrighty, so I just want to make sure that ASME representatives have a conversation with our Human Resources Director on the compensation plan. Mr. Lucero, there's still an opportunity to have conversation. We have just recently started the process, so you still have an opportunity to sit down and talk about your concerns with our Human Resources Director.
Yeah.
We do not approve compensation plan until June.
Yeah, that's fine, but like I said, it was unilateral changes, and these changes before
This
they
is
even
a
presented-
request. You've already had your time to speak. Now I'm going to speak. This is an initial of the process. So you have an opportunity to represent AFSCME workers at the table with Human Resources.
And we will be there, and we'll be disputing on
Perfect.
the 14th.
We will make sure, Mr. Manager, that we set up a meeting with AFSCME representatives. Roque Perez.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you again for having us earlier today. I came here today for a couple of reasons. First, I want to express my appreciation for Mayor and Council's leadership on Proposition 414. I know the outcome wasn't what we had hoped for. I believe that it represented comprehensive and thoughtful steps towards addressing long-term prosperity here in Tucson. Some might frame the vote as a rejection of a singular idea, but I see it differently. Opposition came from different sides, some rejecting the investment in public safety, others focusing narrowly on business interests. Ironically, many of those voices stood on opposite sides of protests in 2020, one calling for more police funding and others for divestment. That being said, as someone who has lost a sibling to the fentanyl crisis, who works closely with our students and families through nonprofits, schools, and neighborhoods across our city, I understand firsthand that solutions must meet the full continuum of those needs, whether it's housing, education, public safety, substance misuse prevention, the list goes on. With federal resources shrinking and anticipated future cuts, it's clear that the burden will increasingly fall on state and local government, and Tucson needs to remain proactive in building a future that addresses those needs. Secondly, as Executive Director for MEC, I also want to commend you, Mayor Romero, for your quick response regarding the closure of the U.S. Department of Education. Through our peer coach program with the MEC, we have one of the most robust peer-to-peer college access initiatives within Southern Arizona, and we work closely with the Department of Education to support FAFSA completion. The application that determines and affords students federal grants, loans, the list goes on. Right now, Arizona ranks 50th in the entire country when it comes to completion of that form. That means that a majority of our students aren't pursuing means that are there and available for them. This is primarily students that are from historically disadvantaged backgrounds, and right now, students from mixed status families are the ones that are being disenfranchised from pursuing that aid. Historically, protections have prevented the Department of Education, or whatever is to take of it, with sharing information to other federal immigration enforcement agencies, but those parameters have no longer, they've been lifted. So that being said, right now the need has never been more prevalent for us. And so right now the Arizona Board of Regents and MEC are actually joining forces and expanding our peer coach program from 23 to 81 peer coaches across 27 high schools. So I come here today and to remind the City Council that as budget discussions are underway, and you do eventually approve Pchip, we weren't considered as a part of that pool, and we ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria DeVasto.
Gospel Rescue Mission, located off Palo Verde Ave in the southeast corner of town, requires only an in-person intake Monday through Thursday. You have to line up outside starting at 6 a.m. They only take 10 people at maximum per day. Sister Jose's, located near downtown and Santa Rita Park, requires only an in-person intake for their lottery Tuesday and Friday mornings between 9 to 11 a.m. I've seen a maximum of 5 beds available per day. Salvation Army Hospitality House, located near downtown. You need to call ahead and wait on an interview and then go in person. I've seen a maximum of only 5 to 15 beds per day. A common case, a man near Santa Rita Park is handed a pamphlet with local shelters and encouraged to go across town to Gospel Rescue Mission early the following morning. How does he get there? Speaking of Santa Rita Park, the date of closure is fast approaching on April 21st. There is no plan for the unhoused people who seek shade and resources in that area. I say this because not only have we confirmed that the city's outreach teams as well as agencies have not been warning people at the park, there are no notices posted. COW is now seeing between 100 and 150 people every single week, and we have taken it upon ourselves to inform and warn people of the closure. I understand there are letters circulating that outreach is being done and warnings have been issued, but out of all of those people, not a single one in our recent distributions had been made aware of this from anyone but us. People will continue to gather in this area. Crime and substance use will not go away. The opioid crisis in Arizona is not worsened or caused by free bus fares. In no way will increasing a bus fare veil the incredible fentanyl crisis we are living in here. If there is true concern for the general population's health and safety, we need to be focusing on the barriers to treatment and care instead of creating more barriers to access. Just now at Call to the Audience, a Suntran driver stated something to the effect of, in the beginning when the buses were free, there weren't as many issues. Perhaps the problem is not free transit. Perhaps the problem is things have gotten worse. The issue is desperation. There is a giant lack of accessible resources, and we need to address this. My current and past work involves meeting with unhoused individuals regularly for appointments. At one of the agencies I worked at, there was a policy that clients would be discharged after 2 missed appointments. I can count many instances in which free public transportation was the sole reason people were able to make their appointments. These are appointments for housing, behavioral health, and substance use. When we discuss the dwindling resources and we encourage people to seek these out, it is assumed that at the very least, people will be able to get to them. Councilmember Cunningham, we would like to request a meeting with you soon. My contact information is on the card. Thank you.
Edward Fikes. Edward Fikes. Edward Fikes.
Hello, Mayor Regina and council. I don't have a speech or anything, but I've been working for SunTrans for 2 years now. And since I've been on there, I know it's been like very unsafe for the drivers, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. You know, I know you've heard about all the whatever going on at the bus stops. I know they put some rocks up behind the McDonald's on Speedway and Alvernon, and that made everybody happy. But I think they should bring the fares back. I think that would weed out a lot of the trouble, you know? I'm not saying it's gonna take away the drugs. I'm not saying it's gonna stop all the violence. But I do think that if you bring back the fares some kind of way, I don't know if you have to, you know, the businesses saying they'll lose business. I don't know if you have to put like a machine in there and let them charge them, like, you know, maybe fill a card or something up for like $5 a week or something to keep funding into something, you know. I don't know what needs to be done, but I know people are pulling their funding away from SunTrans because they don't like their kids on that bus, on them bus stops. And it's not a safe thing, you know. So I don't know if I know these people right here, they probably the good apples on the tree, but there's a lot of bad apples out there, you know. And I see more bad apples than I see these good apples in here. I mean, it's a lot of drivers got assaulted lately, you know. I don't know if y'all hear about that, but yeah, I don't know, man. But I think they need to bring back the fares. I think that'll weed a lot of the troublemakers out. I mean, it's gonna be like, let's say, I don't know, man. It's gonna be like at least half. I think at least half of the people will be cut out. You know, if you bring back fares some kind of way. I don't know, man. Like I said, I only been here 2 years, so I don't know how it used to be back in the days. I've only been a resident for a couple of years, and I'm not a good speaker. I know in my head what I want to say, but I can't get it out the way I want to say it, so I'm sorry about that. But yeah, it's got to be a way to do this. I look in here, I don't see nobody that look like they can't afford $1 a day, And even when I'm at work, I see the panhandlers, man. They pull a lot of road salary than I do, So there's no reason that people can't go to the store and load up a car, and pay for their fare during the week or go somewhere, you know what I mean? And I think that'll help businesses too, because they could charge for that, and then y'all could tax that. Or I think it'll just go down the line. I think that'll just be, just a good idea all the way around. But it'll weed some of the bad people out. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know, man. It's something I gotta do. It's just very unorganized right now out there. Very unorganized driving the buses right now. So I know a lot of these people want to see people get around, the homeless, but it's got to be a way we could do that, a better way to do that than it is right now. It has to be, because right now it's just not even good. So that's all I want to say. I don't know what to say, but thank you guys for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Fikes. Aliana Nezalek.
Hello, I am here to address the bus fare issue as well today. We will not be paying for your inability to budget. We have been continuing to have a free bus fare for years, and that is not because of your budget deficit. Your budget deficit is caused by the fact that 7 out of 18 of the things you would like to put on the budget are related to the police department. The police department has plenty of funding. We've discussed that several times, of your inability to deprioritize a militant state, a militant city, of your inability to understand the basics of social science that say over-policing and budgeting for police causes more crime than investing in social services. Tell me what we need more helicopter fuel and parts for. The helicopters that I see increasing every single day over our city accomplish nothing but increasing noise, wasting money, and spewing fossil fuels. Tell me why that's important in our budget when a bus fare is not. The only way that you could convince me that passing a bus fare would be useful to our communities is if every single cent of that bus fare went to improving and innovating our public transportation to be more accessible so that the bus drivers are more well compensated and safe. That is not what this bus fare is proposed to do. This bus fare is proposed because you can't get your act together to pass a budget that prioritizes your community, founded in scientific principles that are proven to improve community safety. Improving community safety is not by funding the police. It is by funding our social services and accessibility like public transit. Arizona is one of the most dangerous places to drive, and by increasing our inaccessibility to public transit, you are increasing the amount of people that get in accidents on the road. We should be making public transit more accessible so that more people choose to take the bus rather than drive. That is how we make our city safer. It is not a bus fare that is going to increase your ability to budget, and we will not be the ones responsible. If you want to look for places to increase your budget, why not tax things like the vacancy taxes? Why not do things to target the people who can afford to pay for them? You consistently target the underprivileged with your actions every single day. Closing Santa Rita Park. The things that you do target our most vulnerable, and this is one of those things that you are trying to do, to push your inability onto our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Sally Fikes. Sally Fikes.
I'm here. I am one of the people. I live in the community. I drive for the buses. I see both sides of the fences. The bus fare is not something that we want to do as a punishment. We would like to have it to weed out, like my husband was saying, the people from the good from the bad. And when I mean the bad, Today, I had somebody who got on my bus and said, "It's about time you're here. You're 5 minutes late, and I'm ready to take a nap." Then he turned around to another passenger and said, "I just made this on the corner. Where do you want to go party at?" Now, we see this more on the buses every day than we do the workers or the students that need to get from place to place. We are transporting these people to get, not to shelters, but to get to the different drug places, to go to different places to set up their camping. And I'm not rich. I work 50 to 60 hours a week just so I can pay for my apartment, so I can go to work and pay for my gas to transport these people around that are not appreciative and don't deserve to be on these buses for free. The people that do need to be on these buses for free are the ones that are going to school trying to make something of themselves, the ones that need to get to work, and the ones that are trying to get to the programs to get better for themselves, not the ones that are trying to get to the next corner to make the next dollar, not to spend on the buses.
Harley Walsack.
Good night, or good evening, everybody. I too was going to speak about public safety, but I am going to let others speak on that issue. They're doing a really good job describing their lived experiences. It's complicated, it's hard. I sat through the study session today, so I want to speak a little bit about that. And I want to speak to some things that Councilmember Ulick said. I've lived here for 2 decades, and for 2 decades, I've dutifully voted yes on every tax increase. We've been asked to approve taxes for road repair, road maintenance, public safety, parks and connections, more roads. What I've never been asked to pay for is transit. And you brought this up today, Mayor. We are an absolute outlier in cities our size in that we don't have a dedicated funding source, usually tied to sales tax. Flagstaff, where I'm from, does. They just voted again last fall to increase their length of time that they pay sales tax to fund their transit system. Phoenix does, of course. Sedona does. More often than not, when communities are asked to invest in transit, whether they use it or not, they say yes, because it's like libraries, it's like parks, it's like schools. We see the benefit to us, whether we use transit or not. And I want to just acknowledge the complicated issue that this is and honor the experiences of the bus drivers. I think the way out of this is to invest deeply in our transit system, not just by looking for how we can cover fare free for the next year or the next 5 years, but to really put money into this. And to do that, we're going to need a dedicated funding source. I want to vote on that. I want to vote yes on that. And I want to have a conversation, a public debate about the benefits of transit. So next May, this fall, we don't know when we're going to talk about RTA next, but there was another big critique about Prop 414 from people who didn't want to see their taxes go up. We have a chance with RTA Next to either keep the tax rate the same by voting no on RTA Next and voting instead to replace it with something like a transit dedicated funding source. So let's do that. Thank you.
This is going to be our last speaker, Desi Navarro. Desi Navarro.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. You might remember me. I'm Desi Navarro, a VP of CWA Local 7000. Last time I spoke at this mic, it was to remind you that your party is supposed to support labor, even the locals that work directly for you. Last time, I was mostly focused on the fact that city government is no longer an employer that provides fair pay and good benefits. It's great that you had the Public Safety Commission technicians over here. Our union are the ones that represent them. People that get hired on that position get $1.50 more than a temporary intern with the city of Tucson. So the great way, a party a week is great, but maybe recognition and appreciation should be a living wage. and something that shows that you appreciate the fact that they are making services for the city. Our labor coalition of the labor forces that work for the city of Tucson are still struggling with pay issues, and you're still at an impasse with our AFSCME siblings. Something stuck out last meeting that really bothered me. You passed the buck and said that you guys didn't take our union time, the Arizona Supreme Court did, and that you all have your hands tied and there's no choice but to comply. And I want to very publicly call BS on that assertion. I move past the fact that the city had no part in the lawsuit. I don't have time to go over the fact that we had direct information that no other municipality was currently enforcing the ruling. You've been made aware of that as well in the last couple of times we talked about this. I've heard nothing come from Councilmember Cunningham's request that this council look into how to get union time back to our labor unions because nothing has happened. Instead, I'd like to highlight the blatant hypocrisy about what some of the actions these have been taken. Following the implementation of SB 1070, the city of Tucson was so opposed they sued the state. Councilwoman Regina Romero herself proposed local changes that resulted in officers being restricted from inquiring about immigration status. An independent police auditor couldn't ask minors about their status without a guardian or a lawyer. In response to 2021 Second Amendment sanctuary law, Tucson Mayor and Council passed a resolution that basically said Tucson won't be complying. In 2020, when our state legislators were preparing to ban sanctuary cities, you did a preemption resolution advising the city of Tucson was adamantly opposed to the bill. When it looked like Roe versus Wade was likely to be overturned by the Supreme Court of the United States, the highest court in this land, the city of Tucson passed another preemptive resolution supporting the rights for people to have the abortion. So it goes on and on about instances of where progressive needs came up, and this city in Tucson reacted like a progressive body. It is not happening with your labor unions. I went to the same rally that a lot of you went to and heard AOC talking about what to do with Democrat politicians that are not supporting working class and your local labor unions, and just get them out. So please be the people that you're supposed to be and that you say that you are every time you speak to this labor body, and support unions outside of the cycle.
Alrighty, that was our last speaker. Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Alrighty. Thank you all for coming. Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through I.
I'm sorry, JP. We don't have an additional time. Yes, if you show up before 5:30, we will make sure that we call you. Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through I.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is lease of materials testing lab from Pima County to City of Tucson located at 1313 South Mission Road. Item C is an agreement with Arizona Department of Environmental Quality for cost reimbursement for construction of a PFAS treatment facility at the Tucson Airport remediation project. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Department of Public Safety and the Tucson Police Department, HB 2897, local border support. Item E is authorization of the issuance of water revenue refunding obligation series 2025. Item F is approval of a master agreement between Fuse Corp. LLC and the City of Tucson. Item G is an amendment to the IGA awarding the city's Community Safety Health and Wellness Program funding from the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Access State Opioid Response 4 Fiscal Year 25 Grant Program. Item H is an amendment to the IGA with Pima County to manage Proposition 407 Historic Preservation Project at Fort Lowell Park. And item I is a final plat for TD DIV 0125006 Lot 1 Redondo Tower, Tucson.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Nick Sulik.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Excuse me. Item 8 is a rezoning ordinance adoption, C9 21-18 U-Haul Broadway Boulevard, C1 to C2, ordinance number 12153.
City Manager's Communication Number 90, dated April 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone by Americo Real Estate Company, approximately 4.1 acres from C1 to C2. The rezoning site is located on the southeast corner of East Broadway Boulevard and Camino Seco. The City Manager and Zoning Examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present?
Billy? Both of y'all can come up.
Hi, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Billy Longenbaugh. Francisco Navarro.
Alrighty, are you representatives of the applicant or the applicant?
The applicant.
Okay, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, thank you. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12153 by number and title only, and then after that, we'll go to Councilmember Cunningham.
Ordinance number 12153 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at the southeast corner of East Broadway Boulevard and South Camino Seco in case C9 21-18 U-Haul Broadway Boulevard, C1 to C2, and setting an effective date.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Few things about this, Your Honor. This has been going for a minute. This was a closed shopping center right after the recession, and the tenants, the current owner and the owners of the shopping center adjacent bid on the property, and U-Haul won the bid, and they've wanted to go to C2 for, I think, almost 10 years now. And what I can tell you is that U-Haul isn't going to leave ever. So we can either activate the property more so there's more traffic, or we can deny them and they'll stay there for another 10 years with less traffic for the supporting businesses in the shopping center. And I think that's bad. So I think this is actually, it's not perfect. I mean, yes, the ideal back in the day would have been an anchor tenant that was a retailer or a grocer, but U-Haul has demonstrated a commitment to the neighborhood and the area. And they've stayed open, and they've created a as well as they can, a neighbor-friendly business. So I'm gonna move that the council pass and adopt the rezoning.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. Let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mitsulik.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 12153 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9.
Initiation of water rate revision process and implementation of a differential rate structure for Tucson water customers located in unincorporated Pima County. Recommended increase in the green storm water fee. Recommended increase in the water conservation fee. Adoption of notice of intention. Resolution number 23910.
City Manager's Communication Number 100, dated April 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23910 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23910 relating to water, approving the publication of a notice of intention to implement a differential rate structure for Tucson water customers located in unincorporated Pima County and a corresponding adjustment in rates charged to customers in incorporated service areas to keep the rate change revenue neutral, increase the water conservation fee and the green stormwater infrastructure GSI fee, scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Yes, Your
Councilmember
Honor.
Cunningham.
A few things. Number one, just about every other city in the state has differential rates. I mean, it exists throughout the state. We're one of the only cities that doesn't. The other thing is that there's 3 different proposals. This is a situation where we are asking Tucson Water to go out and go through a process looking at differential rates. Finally, it's important to know that when we went down this path, we were very deliberate about ensuring that this is done within the parameters of the ruling that we had a few years ago. And we're going through that piece. The 3 different proposals, in the lowest one, the delta between the differential rates would be about $8. In other jurisdictions, the average delta is as many as $31 to $41. So I think we're trying to be as prudent as possible in this whole discussion. As this conversation, I look forward to this conversation evolving as we hear input from people outside, but I'm going to move that we pass and adopt the item.
So there is a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? And Councilmember Cunningham, is this motion selecting a percentage?
I don't think we need to. I think they're going to go out and talk to all the voters about all 3 levels and the possibilities. But I do know that when considering the GSI fee based on a 10 CCF use, the delta would be approximately $8.73.
All right, Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, it is correct that you can adopt a notice of intent, and we would go out with the different options, and at some future date, when you set the public hearing, you could adopt rates at or below what you advertise. So that is the prudent motion.
All right, and for me, I just want to make sure that we get a little background from staff in terms of the work that we've done to get to this point. Do we have a small presentation, or would you like, Mr. Manager, to give some background?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have staff from Tucson Water here that can augment what I'm about to tell you. We commissioned with an independent consultant to do a thorough cost of service analysis for Tucson Water's operations across the entire footprint of Tucson Water service area, which includes then also calculating the cost of service inside jurisdictional limits and outside jurisdictional limits. That is how you can arrive at a range of conclusions about the differential rate between those 2 different service types, inside jurisdiction and outside. This study was augmented by having outside expertise from national firms that do this type of rate analysis across the country. So it wasn't just relying on the one consultant. It also had independent review by experts from other consulting firms as well. It was done with engagement with the Citizens Water Advisory Committee, specifically the Finance Subcommittee. It was done with an open invitation and regular attendance by Pima County. As you know, the CWAC, or Citizens Water Advisory Committee, represents stakeholders and customers of Tucson Water. So it's been a very thorough, very transparent, very by-the-book process, and it resulted in what's before you as a notice of intent.
Mr. Manager, what were the discoveries from this study, if you could share? Like, what were the basis for the differential rates? What it costs us more to deliver water to unincorporated areas?
Madam Mayor, I would defer to Deputy Director Scott Scheiweiler or Colin Jones, who's our Finance Director for Tucson Water. They are closer to the details of the specifics of why there's a differential. It has to do with infrastructure and other ways that the service area works in unincorporated areas. But if you'd like to come to the microphone.
Honorable Mayor, Council, Mr. Tomyer, thank you for the opportunity. As Mr. Tomyer mentioned, ma'am, the driving factors for the cost differential are primarily based on infrastructure requirements to serve customers. This is measured in a variety of different ways to include the quantity of different types of assets and the lengths of piping to serve customers in that area. It is different than inside city, and proportionately per capita, there's a greater infrastructure requirement to serve that area. Another contributing factor to the difference is the usage characteristics and behaviors, specifically with peaking factors, which also relates back to the infrastructure and increased requirements on the system to be able to serve those customers. Those are our two biggest factors that drive the differential.
Thank you. And what I would add, Mayor, is when we talk about a peaking factor, that's you size the infrastructure of the pipes to carry what the peak flow might be. So on an average day, that's not what we design for. We design for fire flow, we design for peaking so that the system can do all the things it needs to do, one of which is fire protection. So that drives sizing drives cost. And then the reason there are 3 different options for a differential water rate, that comes down to the chemistry of how we finance our infrastructure and the 3 different measures that could be used with the amount of our capital program that's funded by annual cash operating funds on an annual rate pay-as-you-go versus how much is in debt. And as you know, under your leadership, Tucson Water has moved from being heavily debt reliant to heavily reliant on pay-as-you-go. But there's what other people do, there's where we are today in that chemistry of debt versus rates, and then there's where our financial plan would suggest we'll be in 5 years. So really the decision of what level to make the rate, which is in a fairly narrow range, it comes down to, do you want to match others? Do you want to go with our current chemistry, or do you want to go with what our future chemistry would be? But all 3 are legitimate ways to look at that rate.
And Councilmember Cunningham alluded to this, but other cities and towns and municipalities do differential water rates throughout the state of Arizona. Do you have a list of the cities that have differential rates in Arizona?
Yes, ma'am, I do. There's 8, if I can recall correctly. It includes Phoenix, Chandler, Tempe, Scottsdale, Flagstaff, Yuma, and Mesa. I think that was 8. I might have missed one. But a lot of the major cities in the state, ma'am.
Okay, how do we compare with what we're looking at with other municipalities?
The other municipalities that I listed, ma'am, range between 10 and 50% differential rate. So our suggestions between the range of 16 and 21 approximately are towards the lower end
of what other cities and municipalities do?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions. This is basically the action we're taking today is to start the process. These actions will lead to a public hearing scheduled for June, I believe. June 17th.
That's correct,
with the possibility of new rates to take effect August. So there's still a process to go through. We're just initiating this process, correct? Alrighty. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to Tucson Water for doing a really good job working with consultants to come up with a very defensible differential water rate. I'm also pleased, and I believe this is in my colleague's motion, we're doing a notice for potentially raising fees for green water infrastructure and water conservation. And those are 2 investments that we need to be making both inside and outside our jurisdiction in Tucson Water. So thank you. I support this.
Alrighty, any others? Hearing none, I believe we need to go to roll call.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulik?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23910 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening.